Chapter 26. Mordo quickly brought in a group of magicians, 15 in total. Liu Qi asked them to get ready, and at the same time the shadow army appeared, with ninja soldiers and blade soldiers forming small teams. Seeing that everything was ready, Liu Qi opened a dimension, a crack appeared, and Liu Qi was transferred to the edge of the shadow world. At the same time, Liu Qi brought Mo Du and his group here and took a look at the situation on the opposite side. How is it? Mordo asked. There are enemies. Liu Qi replied. He had received a prompt from the system and discovered that there was a humanoid creature on the opposite side that was gathering warriors. I will let the shadow army attack first, and you just need to guard this crack. If it doesn't work, retreat. My shadow ninja can be reborn infinitely. Liu Qi said, and ordered the shadow legion to attack, catching the other side off guard. Mordo nodded, exchanged a glance with the magician behind him, formed a formation, and jointly released a large defensive magic circle. Liu Qi looked at the defensive formation and found that his energy was disappearing by more than 100 points per second, but he was replenished by himself and didn't care much. The opposing army has not yet completed assembly, but the Shadow Ninja team has already arrived and directly destroyed the opponent's battle formation. The combat abilities of these miscellaneous soldiers are similar to those of Andrew's men, but their numbers are greater than Andrew's. Liu Qi was surprised to find that his Shadow Legion could tap into the opponent's dark energy as long as they stayed in the opponent's dark dimension. He originally thought that he had to kill all the enemies before he could tap into the dark energy. On the opposite side, the small teams of the Shadow Legion cooperated with each other to split the enemy's large force into a small piece. One by one, the small teams rushed forward, wiped out all the enemies in that piece, and then wanted to continue fighting. But the opponent's magician group was ready, and fireballs flew out, destroying the shadow ninjas one by one. This magic is quite powerful. Do you know how to use it? Liu Qi took a few glances and found that each of these fireballs was almost as powerful as a grenade. Looking back at Mordo, Mordo also shook his head. Why are these people's magic like this? It's really strange. Mordo said puzzledly. Liu Qi held his forehead with his hand and said, What do you mean other people's magic is weird? It's obviously your magic that is weird. Seeing the shadow army he had killed being annihilated, Liu Qi summoned them again. Get ready to take over. Liu Qi shouted to Mordo. Mordo nodded, and when he saw the enemy's large army, he became a little nervous. They had never experienced such a large-scale battle. A figure emerged from the approaching enemy formation and used dark energy to expand the space crack to allow the large force to pass through. You wish. Liu Qi stretched out his hand to hold the crack. I declare in the name of Liu Qi that you will no longer be accepted by dark energy. Giving the opponent a buff was Liu Qi limit, otherwise he would have directly ordered the dark energy to backfire. The opponent's dark energy suddenly got out of control, making his face pale, but he didn't dare to make any other moves and simply slipped back into the battle formation. Engage! Liu Qi shouted. The enemy's first batch of infantry rushed over, holding various weapons and attacking the defensive formation, but were firmly blocked by the defensive formation. A horn sounded from the other side. The infantry no longer insisted on defending the magic circle, but instead spread out to both sides, trying to encircle the magic circle. You wish. Liu Qi let the resummoned shadow ninja go forward, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides on both sides of the defensive magic circle. Falling behind the defensive magic circle, Liu Qi shouted to Mordo, Do you have any long-range attack magic? Mordo nodded, and several magicians behind him released their magic circles. Magic circles appeared in their hands, and dark energy was extracted by these magic circles and transformed into various forms of attacks. Lightning chains flew, and energy flying darts pierced, directly destroying a group of infantry who had just arrived, reducing the pressure on the defensive magic circle. The shadow ninjas on both sides also took up their positions. Each of them stood in their positions and did not attack. They just blocked the enemy's attacks on the spot, stopped the enemy, and took the opportunity to strike a knife at the opposite side. Each blade soldier relied on his extremely fast speed to weave back and forth in the enemy's battle formation, disrupting the enemy's formation and preventing them from charging in a group. After some shadow ninjas were resurrected, they looked at the crowded front line and simply threw various hidden weapons at the back row. Anyway, these hidden weapons could not consume much dark energy. Soon, the first batch of infantry were wiped out, and their bodies quickly disappeared under the assimilation of dark energy. Liu Qi flew up to see the opponent's next move. I saw them pushing out some artillery-like devices towards this side. Can your magic circle withstand the cannon? Liu Qi asked. Mordo couldn't see the enemy's battle formation and didn't know what was happening. The next second, the enemy's artillery opened fire, and energy balls hit the defensive formation. The originally stable formation was broken up, and Mordo and others flew out directly. But at least he blocked the attack. Seeing that the opponent was still reloading, Liu Qi's face turned pale. There was no time for Mordo and the others to reorganize their battle formation. Liu Qi stood in front of the space crack and ordered the blade soldiers to charge forward. Without time to regret the energy, Liu Qi simply synthesized a large number of spike soldiers, bringing the number of spike soldiers to 100. The next type of soldier appeared, but Liu Qi had no time to see it. Hundreds of saber soldiers rushed forward, leaving after images, trying to get close to the enemy's artillery. But the enemy's infantry rushed forward and stopped the bayonet soldiers at the cost of heavy casualties, buying time for the artillery to open fire. Balls of energy flew across the space cracks and shot towards Liu Qi. Liu Qi shouted, and countless dark energies gathered and turned into a shield, blocking this wave of attacks. It also consumed nearly 3,000 points of Liu Qi energy. It was indeed an attack that could destroy a large defensive formation. Liu Qi watched as the blade soldiers were blocked and unable to destroy the enemy's artillery, while the ninja soldiers did not have the decisive force and could not cross the enemy's camp to attack the artillery behind. After taking a look at the newly unlocked arms, Liu Qi was stunned and immediately very happy. I was just worrying about not having the decisive power, and now it's here. Troll soldiers. If we don't count the Shadow Eater soldiers who can grow infinitely, the troll soldiers are the largest in the Shadow Legion. This type of soldier has infinite power, but their disadvantage is that they are not very agile. But the artillery in front of us has no mobility ability and has to be pushed by people. Liu Qi glanced at the troll soldiers +1 requirement. 50 shadow ninjas, plus 500 shadow energy. Liu Qi frowned. It was too expensive, costing almost 8,000 energy points each. But he didn't have time to worry about it right now. After blocking another wave of bombardment, Liu Qi asked Modu and the others to take over. With blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Mordo called on several other magicians to forcefully release a protective shield. Liu Qi took a look at the opponent's artillery. There were 4 in total, so Liu Qi simply summoned 4 troll soldiers. 5-meter-tall troll soldiers stood in front of the formation, crossing the space cracks and slowly running towards the enemy's artillery. Although his speed is slow, compared to other ninjas, this kind of ninja speed is as fast as a small car. Liu Qi didn't let them block the artillery, and chose to let himself and Modu take turns blocking the artillery. The defense of these big guys was not very strong, but their power was not weak, at least 10 tons. If they block the artillery, they can only block one shot and reset the summon directly, but if they are asked to attack those artillery, it is impossible for the enemy infantry to stop them. Feather arrows flew out from behind the enemy camp, shooting at these big guys that looked difficult to deal with. Faced with the rain of arrows that covered the sky, several troll soldiers blocked their heads with their hands and charged forward silently. Feathered arrows pierced their hands, but they seemed to feel no pain and continued to charge. Liu Qi ordered the ninja soldiers to go up and help the troll soldiers block the arrows, and then ordered the thorn soldiers to turn around and form a formation with the troll soldiers and move forward. Liu Qi didn't understand any formations, but the combat awareness of these ninjas allowed them to appear where they were needed when they were needed, which was tantamount to forming a battle formation. A large group of shadow troops split into 4 groups and knocked back the troops in front of them. A group of infantrymen stood in front of the troll soldiers, but the troll soldiers ignored the various weapons stabbing at them. With a wave of their giant hands, they blew away all the enemies in front of them. Even the shields were smashed to pieces by the troll soldiers' punches. The power made Liu Qi speechless. The enemy was also somewhat shocked and quickly turned their artillery around to deal with the troll soldiers, but the blade soldiers blocked the constantly energy attack one by one. If it was a live ammunition attack, it might be able to hit the troll soldier, but the energy attack did not penetrate the ability and did not cause much results. Instead, it made Liu Qi's side easier. Modu looked at the unstoppable momentum of Liu Qi's army and thought of the guy who was chased by a group of magicians at the beginning. He couldn't believe that this was the same person. The Lord of the opposite dimension attacked angrily, and led the magician group to use various spells to hit the troll soldiers, but one after another ninja soldiers and blade soldiers fought bravely and blocked the barrage of spell attacks. Looking at the decreasing number of troops, Liu Qi became a little anxious. If the other side succeeded in defeating the troll soldiers, the battle situation would return to the beginning, but the enemy might not let the troll soldiers pass through the space crack again. Although you can slowly wear down the opponent, the situation is now in your favor, so it is better to kill the opponent directly. You guys go wait aside, don't use the dark energy yet. Liu Qi looked at the hundreds of thousands of energy he had left, waved his hand, and countless dark energies in the shadow dimension gathered around Liu Qi. Whew! Liu Qi took a deep breath. He knew that he could not use the dark energy on the enemy's side, so he simply carried the dark energy in his own space to attack. Hundreds of thousands of dark energies gathered around Liu Qi, transforming into armor and wings, rendering Liu Qi into a dimensional Mephisto as shown in the picture. Liu Qi leaped lightly and entered the opponent's dimension. The energy wings behind him automatically unfolded, and without the need to wave, they carried Liu Qi towards the enemy's battle formation. Looking for death? The Lord of Dimension shouted, and launched a magic attack with the magician group. Various energy attacks hit Liu Qi, but they were all blocked by dark energy. Liu Qi flew into the sky, aimed at the enemy's magician group, wrapped his whole body in energy, turned into a cannonball, and smashed into the ground. A black shadow flashed by, and Liu Qi smashed into the center of the magician group, crushing a group of magicians into meat paste. Dark energy radiated in all directions, like vines, grabbing those enemies and crushing them. The Lord of Dimension attacked, with lightning and thunder in his hands, and punched Liu Qi. Liu Qi commanded the dark energy to surround it and wrap it up. The Lord of Dimension did not surrender. He knew the characteristics of dark energy, so he simply released his own energy and consumed all the surrounding dark energy. Humph! Liu Qi gathered all his energy and punched the other person, but the man suddenly took out a long sword and stabbed at Liu Qi. Feeling the unusual energy fluctuations on the long sword, Liu Qi used the dark energy to pull the forward rushing Liu Qi back. Without a weapon, Liu Qi simply summoned a bunch of energy together, which continued to condense in Liu Qi's hand and turned into a spear. The two men started fighting like this. Each of Liu Qi's moves was wrapped with a large amount of dark energy, and each move had great power. Therefore, even if he could only stab and smash, he could still fight back and forth with the opponent. Damn it! The Lord of Dimension shouted angrily in his heart, why can he disable his dark energy, on what basis? If his dark energy had not been disabled, he would have been able to defeat Liu Qi in a few moves. But there is no if, Liu Qi is the Lord of Darkness, so he has to be defeated. The two gradually fought from the ground to the sky, with shockwaves erupting between them. Leaving an afterimage in the air, Liu Qi glanced at the troll soldiers who had already arrived in front of the cannon. As long as he waited for the troll soldiers to destroy the cannon, he could join forces with the Shadow Legion to deal with this boss. The Lord of Dimension also discovered this, so he abandoned Liu Qi and wanted to attack the troll soldiers. You wish. Liu Qi's speed is proportional to the consumption of dark energy. After consuming 30,000 energy points, Liu Qi arrived in front of the Lord of Dimension in the blink of an eye. In the other party's shocked eyes, a gun stabbed him. Blood spilled in the air. The Lord of Dimension covered his chest and kept backing away. You can actually use dark energy like this. Feeling the dark energy continuously seeping into his body from the wound, the Lord of Dimension vomited blood. This is your mistake. Liu Qi did not expect that the opponent would directly attack the troll soldier. When in the air, the speed of both sides was very fast, and Liu Qi was not sure he could hit him directly. And now, looking at the opponent's miserable appearance, Liu Qi raised his spear and pointed it at the opponent. The guy smiled and said, just wait, I will definitely come back. As he spoke, the figure disappeared. Anyway, the excavation of dark energy is so slow. He knows the coordinates of this dimension, so he can just bring helpers back later. Unexpectedly, the other party ran away directly, and Liu Qi didn't react at all. Yes, this is in the other party's dimension, the other party can leave if they want to. Having made a mistake, Liu Qi simply turned around and worked with the Shadow Corps to eliminate the remaining troops. Chapter 27. Liu Qi led the ninja to quickly eliminate all the enemies, looking at this dimension, which would later merge directly with his dimension. This was equivalent to adding depth to his own dimension, and then slowly digging it out, which was also the reason why the system was digging so quickly. If the other party runs away, he will never come back anyway. Liu Qi threw all the enemy's equipment together and looked at these extraordinary equipment with some regret. After all, something that allows creatures to survive in dark energy without being assimilated is definitely not ordinary equipment. However, the dark energy in Luke Shadow Realm is more refined than the energy in other dark dimensions. These equipment will be assimilated if they are transported there, unless the ninja is allowed to hold it all the time. Luke also tried to let the ninja fight with guns, but the bullet would be assimilated and disappear as soon as it left the barrel in the dark realm. These equipment were tried just now and the results were the same. I also tried a broken cannon, but it was also assimilated. Luke shook his head and planned to integrate these equipment along with this dimension directly into the shadow world. Mordo came over and said, "Why not put it in Kamar-Taj? Pull it out when you need it." Luke thought about it and it seemed feasible, so he asked the Shadow Ninja to take him to Kamar-Taj. With the Shadow Ninja in hand, these equipments will not be assimilated by the dark energy, just like the notebook that recorded the coordinates before, which was preserved in this way. Mordo was also very happy to see the Shadow Ninja pulling piles of magical equipment to Kamar-Taj. Luke doesn't know how to use them normally, so they can use these equipment to study the magic of Otherworld. He is quite interested in that kind of long-range magic. Returning to his own dimension, Luke drove the shadow world to directly devour the opposite dimension and digest it as a part of himself. Seeing that the diggable energy had become more than 1 million, Luke excitedly clenched his fist, so that he could strengthen himself again. Luke and Mordo returned to the material world, and felt helpless when they saw a group of magicians happily studying a bunch of unknown magic equipment. The Ancient One suddenly appeared next to Luke. "How does it feel? How does it feel to work with magician?" "Not bad." Luke smiled. "This is the truth. Even though Modu and his men only blocked a few shots today, that was because they were outnumbered. The magician group he raided had no less than 100 people, but the effect was not as good as Mordu's dozen people. When more magicians enter the shadow world in Kamar-Taj, coupled with the magic obtained from Otherworld, this group of melee magicians can also be transformed into real magicians. Both sides can become stronger. It is truly a win-win situation. Luke wins twice. But in the future, Kamar-Taj may become my backyard," Luke said to Ancient One. "When you become a being like Dormammu, will you still care about a small Kamar-Taj? That might be more beneficial to Kamar-Taj. As long as you don't harm the earth." Ancient One looked over and Luke shook his head. By then he would probably go to build the shadow world, so why would he care about this place? But that is also a very long-term goal. "Have you adapted all that stuff?" "Not yet." Ancient One covered his forehead in pain. "The Sorcerer Supremes of all generations have collected more than 5,000 spells. I was originally very happy about this, but it's giving me a headache this time. There are probably still more than 3,700 spells that have not been adapted yet." The Ancient One made an estimated calculation. "Then you still have a lot to do." Luke sighed at the number of spells Kamar-Taj had. Ancient One also shook his head helplessly. In the entire Kamar-Taj, she was the one who understood magic the most, so she was the only one who could do this. "No more talking. I have to get busy now. I have to finish these things before Steven gets here." Ancient One disappeared after he finished speaking. Luke lamented the boss's elusiveness, said hello to Mordo and went back home. Looking at the newly added troll soldiers, Luke checked their energy mining speed and recovery speed, which was actually equivalent to that of 50 ninja soldiers. In other words, all types of soldiers could be converted into ninja soldiers for calculation, which resulted in a mining speed of nearly 1,360 points per minute and a recovery speed of 1,360 points. This is the speed after Luke replenished the number of ninja soldiers to 1,000. After calculating that he would have to wait until the next day to upgrade, Luke started to slack off. When Luke woke up the next day, he looked at his energy level, which was just over 500,000, and upgraded directly. Now the physical fitness is doubled, and the digging and recovery speed are also doubled, which is enough. Seeing that there were still 800,000 exploitable energies left in this dimension, Luke decided to use this energy to buy some powerful troops first to ensure the most important battle with other dark dimensions. The system also popped up a prompt. Luke clicked it and immediately felt it was unreasonable. "Now it takes 5,000 ninja soldiers to strengthen myself again." Although he knew that it would become increasingly difficult to grow in the future, Luke did not expect that he would need 5,000 ninja soldiers to continue upgrading next time. He sighed, lamenting that life was not easy, but Luke had no choice but to just hold on. I called Tony and asked about Pepper's location so that he could send Shadow Ninja over. Now that Shadow Ninja's strength has doubled, those AIM bionic men may not be able to get close to Pepper. After going to Pepper's place and leaving 10 Shadow Ninjas behind, Liu Chi went to Stark's house to take some photos so that he could update his blog and take a look at how Tony Stark's phone was doing. Liu Chi, take a look at this phone. Are you satisfied? Tony Stark looked at Liu Chi and handed her a phone. Liu Chi was a little shocked when he saw this thing which looked similar to a mobile phone from about 20 years ago. Tony Stark was worthy of his name as he made this thing so quickly. Can the cost of this thing be reduced? Liu Chi tried it and felt that it ran smoother than the mobile phone in his previous life, so he couldn't help but ask curiously. This is a special edition. The one for civilians will definitely be much different, and the cost can be kept down. The marketing department said this phone will be a big hit. They said even commercial reactors might not make as much money as this one in the future. Since I used your great idea, I was thinking of giving you some shares of the Stark Group. Tony said to Liu Chi seriously. Why do I feel like you are making arrangements for your final arrangements? Why are you giving away shares so directly? Liu Chi said helplessly. Don't underestimate your creativity. The marketing department said that the whole world will not reject this phone. Tony crossed his arms across his chest, as if what he said was right. If the marketing department could predict the prospects of a product so accurately, there would be no failed companies in the world. Liu Chi thought about it and said, why don't you just set up a new company to produce this phone and give me some shares? You should keep the shares of the Stark Group for yourself. Tony also nodded and called Pepper to tell her about this in person. Tony, if there is something you can't hold on any longer, you must tell me, okay? Liu Chi said to Tony seriously. It has nothing to do with the plot, it's just because Tony and he are close friends now. How about I leave 2 ninjas for you to study? I recently got a new type of soldier. What new soldiers? Tony asked curiously. Liu Chi simply took Tony to the beach outside and released a troll soldier. Oh my god, this guy is so strong. Tony looked at himself and realized that he was not even half the height of the other person, and even his waist was not as thick as the big guy's arms. Troll soldier, go lift that up. Liu Chi pointed to a reef, and the troll soldier walked over and easily lifted the reef of about 10 cubic meters. My god, this guy must have 20 tons of strength. Tony looked at the troll soldier and made a simple estimate. Almost. Do you want a bodyguard like this? You'll definitely look cool when you go out. Liu Chi put his arm around Tony's shoulders, but Tony refused. I believe that the power of technology can easily do this, and my armor can do it too. I'm just a little shocked. Tony turned and said to Liu Chi. He gave me the same feeling as if I had seen a video of the Hulk. Speaking of which, General Ross recently ordered 2 ultrasonic weapons from me, and he kept pestering me for them. I simply gave him the previous stock. I guess he's going to attack the Hulk again. Oh, really? It seems that the plot of the Hulk is about to begin. Liu Chi decided to go back and let the ninja monitor Dr. Samuel. It would be best not to let the big boss and the abomination show up, otherwise the damage caused in New York would be too great. As for the plot? Who cares? As long as I am strong enough, I can deal with Chitauri and Thanos by myself. Besides, Ancient One will not die. When the time comes, I can take Ancient One to fight. Who will be afraid of whom? As for Ross, he was the one who wanted to do it, so he didn't bother to care as long as there were no casualties among ordinary people. Come to me if you need anything. After playing with Tony for a while, Liu Chi had no choice but to take the troll soldiers home. Chapter 28. Taking out the phone Tony gave him, Liu Chi tried its functions and found that it was similar to the smartphones in his own world, but the number of software was relatively small. He had to wait for those software companies to discuss with the Stark Group to develop smartphone versions of the app. He turned on his computer and posted the photos he took at Stark's house on his blog, which attracted a lot of attention. After all, many people are interested in the daily life of a billionaire like Tony. Even though Liu Chi did not take pictures of the layout of Tony's house, but only took pictures of the beautiful view of the ocean outside from Tony's window, it still received a huge amount of traffic. Liu Chi took a quick look and asked a ninja to manually manage and delete the malicious comments directly. Thinking of Tony's appearance, Liu Chi thought about it and decided to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he still had some gaps with S.H.I.E.L.D., so he needed to notify them first, so he called Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, where are you? I'm handling things at the bureau, what's wrong? Nothing, just calling to see if you have any vacancies. Well, I just want to come to S.H.I.E.L.D. and meet Fury. Okay, I'll ask the director. Wait for my news. After making a phone call to Phil Coulson, Liu Qi went out and waited for a while, then received a message from Phil Coulson. After taking a look, he directly opened a portal and came to the outside of S.H.I.E.L.D., which was the same location as last time. I walked all the way to S.H.I.E.L.D., but no car came to pick me up. How stingy. Liu Qi shook his head helplessly, and simply sneaked outside S.H.I.E.L.D. Revealing his figure, Liu Qi just took 2 steps into S.H.I.E.L.D., and Phil Coulson appeared in front of Liu Qi. Are you willing to come to work? The director is considering whether to lay off employees recently. Didn't I usually have no missions? Besides, didn't I go to see Tony last time? Phil Coulson took Liu Qi to an elevator and walked into it. The elevator was made of transparent glass, and Liu Qi looked at the busy clerks outside. It seems there are quite a lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. people. Phil Coulson took a look and smiled. After all, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. have to deal with various incidents around the world, and we have a lot of work to deal with every day. It can be seen that Phil Coulson quite likes this job. In his eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been maintaining world peace. But Liu Qi knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. had long been hollowed out by Hydra, and most of the money Fury had managed to extort from the World Security Council had been spent by Hydra. In response to this, Pierce, the snakehead within Hydra, said that Fury was a good worker and had earned half of Hydra's fortune. But did a shrewd person like Fury really not notice that his own personal stash of money had dwindled? Liu Qi was skeptical. After thinking about some random things, the elevator arrived at the floor where Fury's office was. Just go straight. Phil Coulson pointed to the director's office across the corridor to Liu Qi. Liu Qi nodded and walked straight over, and at the same time, the former director, Alexander Pierce, received news of Liu Qi's visit from his assistant Sitwell. Thinking of the strength shown by Liu Qi, Pierce thought about it and sent a few people to test Liu Qi's attitude towards Fury. He would never despise the weak strength on his side, and Liu Qi's strength was much stronger than the data in the previous test, so it was worth his risk to try to win over Liu Qi. After sorting out the documents, Pierce planned to negotiate with the Security Council again, ask for a few $100 million USD for Fury, and then watch Fury help him build Hydra. Liu Qi had no idea that Hydra was planning to contact him, and he had just walked into Fury's office. Why did you think of checking in today? Fury was dealing with the documents on the table and glanced at Liu Qi. I just wanted to come and see if S.H.I.E.L.D. can help Tony. His condition is getting worse and worse, and it seems like they've already started preparing for his death. Why, you don't have any solution? There should be a lot of alien elements, right? Is there no element that can solve his reactor? Liu Qi shook his head. He knew nothing about alien elements, but that was his own character setting and he couldn't lose it, otherwise Fury would come to his house every day to ask who he was. My spaceship has been destroyed. In order to earn the first pot of gold that would allow me to survive on Earth, I simply sold the spaceship to a scrap metal collector. I have no way to bring those elements back to Earth. Fury looked at the report that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had found Banner in a Balame beverage factory in Brazil, and nodded. This guy's intelligence was quite accurate. After finishing all the documents, Fury looked up at Liu Qi and asked, why do you think I can save Tony? I don't think you have any talent in S.H.I.E.L.D. that can save Tony, but you must have a way to get Tony out of his current situation. Let's not talk about S.H.I.E.L.D. in the TV series. S.H.I.E.L.D. in the movie really doesn't have any super talents in scientific research. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s flying mothership is cool, but it's just a patchwork of various advanced technologies of this plane stitched together. So Liu Qi really didn't have any hope for them to develop new elements. After all, Howard had hinted so clearly in the video, there was no way S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't discovered that there was something fishy about the park model. But they just didn't come up with any new elements, and they still gave everything to Tony, who came up with it himself. That's really hurtful, but I've asked someone to develop an injection to inhibit palladium poisoning. It can temporarily reduce the palladium in Tony's blood, but it won't cure the disease. Fury said quietly, as if he had no other options. Liu Qi shook his head. This guy would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. If he wanted him to take out those things in advance, he had to give him some benefits. But in the end, Fury will definitely save Tony. After all, his plan requires many superheroes to join, and Tony's potential is unquestionable. Then can you give me a few potions first? I'll get them for Tony. That thing hasn't been developed yet. It will probably take a few days. Liu Qi shook his head, becoming more and more skeptical about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ability. Let me know when you've developed it. They just turned around and left. I don't know whether it's because the Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. are not doing their job or their abilities are really poor, which makes people have no confidence in it. I also don't know why those people in the Security Council give it billions of USD in funding every year. Liu Qi went straight back home, feeling a little annoyed. He could have just snatched the model back and given it to Tony, but then things would have definitely turned out extremely badly. How annoying! Liu Qi shook his head. After traveling through time, he still had to worry about this and that. He was really bringing shame to the time traveler. At this time, Liu Qi's cell phone rang and he found it was from an unknown phone number. Liu Qi intuition, honed by the anti-fraud app, told him that this was a scam call. Don't buy a house, don't buy a car, don't need a loan, don't call me. Liu Qi, who was feeling irritated, simply answered the call and yelled a few words, then hung up when he felt better. Why buy a house now? It won't be long before the Chitauri invade here. Besides, even if the Chitauri invasion doesn't destroy the house, who can stand the situation in the Big Apple where there's a minor disturbance every 3 days and a major disturbance every 5 days? But not long after hanging up, the phone rang again. Liu Qi looked at his phone and saw it was still an unknown number. He frowned, realized that the matter was not simple, and answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Liu Qi, we are not calling for sales or scams. Before Liu Qi could speak, the other party quickly introduced himself. We are a department under the World Security Council, responsible for monitoring S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations. We recently discovered that there is some corruption in S.H.I.E.L.D., and we would like to consult you on various matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. If you have any questions about our department, you can call the relevant S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel and they will give you an answer. The girl on the other side spoke to Liu Qi in a sweet tone, but her words revealed a strong sense of self-confidence. After all, this department has great power as it can monitor a large organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. How did these guys find me and why are they asking me this information? Most people would already be reporting various matters of S.H.I.E.L.D. to the other side, but Liu Qi didn't think so. He had just returned from S.H.I.E.L.D. when the other party called him. This was no longer surveillance, but direct access to all kinds of information within S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra? Thinking of the other side of S.H.I.E.L.D., Liu Qi was a little skeptical, but he hung up the phone first and asked Phil Coulson, and learned that this organization did exist. He also told Liu Qi that before applying for funding, they would first submit the relevant reports to this department, which would then forward them to the World Security Council. Interesting, the department that applied for funding directly? Thinking of the various bases that S.H.I.E.L.D. has established around the world, Liu Qi feels that there is a high suspicion that these guys are Hydra. The Security Council should not allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to build so many bases, which seriously exceeds the scale of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s force. However, every time S.H.I.E.L.D. applies, it will receive financial support. As for the funding aspect, it has always been Pierce who has been talking to the World Security Council. This department is most likely Hydra's own department, which beautifies various applications and then submits them to the higher UPS so that S.H.I.E.L.D. can apply for funding. Liu Qi thought about it and returned the call. I do have something I want to tell you about. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury is the leader in corruption. He applies for hundreds of millions of USD every time, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is still short of funds. It must be Fury who is corrupt. Liu Qi said this with absolute certainty, shocking the Hydra spy on the opposite side. Bullshit, those funds were obviously used by us Hydra, Nick Fury is innocent. But he certainly couldn't say such things out loud. The spy thought about it, recalled his mission, and continued to ask questions. Excuse me, what aspects of Nick Fury's corruption do you suspect? What is your impression of him? It's terrible. Since I joined S.H.I.E.L.D., I have been working diligently, but my salary just won't increase. Now I can hardly afford to eat. When I learned about the amount of funds Nick Fury applied for each time, I felt like the sky was falling. I always thought S.H.I.E.L.D. was a poor but conscientious organization that has been saving the world, but I didn't expect that we have so much financial support. But the lives of our grassroots employees are like this. He must have embezzled all our wages. I want him to return the money. RN. Liu Qi gradually got into the mood, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other party. Then I roughly understand. We will investigate this matter immediately and give you a reply later. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Liu Qi nodded and prepared to look back to see if his salary had increased. The spy on the other side recorded the conversation and prepared to send it back to his Hydra superiors. As for the investigation, we are all family, we all know what they understand, just show your respect, at most give that guy a small raise. But Nick Fury is indeed innocent, so there is no point in investigating. Chapter 29. Tony's matter came to an end, and Liu Qi remembered what Tony said about General Ross asking him for some ultrasonic weapons. This time he was just looking for trouble with Banner because he had nothing to do. Speaking of Banner, Liu Qi thinks there is absolutely no problem for this guy to compete for Marvel's most miserable superhero. He was originally a super genius with 7 doctorates whose IQ was not inferior to Tony, and he also had a beautiful girlfriend. However, he was exposed to gamma rays and turned into a big green guy. Afterwards, he was accidentally killed several people and has been wanted ever since. His former father-in-law, General Ross, is now the most active one in hunting him down. Then he kept traveling around various countries and could not live a peaceful life for many days. Finally, he ran to Brazil, but was discovered by General Ross by accident. He sneaked all the way back to the lighthouse country, only to find out that he was really cheated on. Although his girlfriend returned to him again, he still couldn't do anything because of the Hulk. In the end, he had to help his father-in-law clean up the mess, and left his girlfriend, without getting anything. Until Fury decided to restart the Avengers plan and stop those who were chasing Banner, Banner's life would have been even more miserable. When it comes to comparing misery, perhaps only the Punisher and others can compete with Banner. However, the Hulk was still very strong, and even with the troll soldiers, he didn't really want to get involved in this mess. But thinking of the noise when the Hulk fought with the Abomination and the Abomination killing ordinary people indiscriminately, Liu Qi decided to rescue those ordinary people and finally kill the Abomination. In the original plot, Abomination was almost strangled to death by Hulk, but his girlfriend was next to him at the time, so he didn't do it. To be honest, Liu Qi didn't know why that woman wanted to stop Hulk. Anyway, he would kill Abomination when the time came, so that those suicidal experts would not target Abomination. Liu Qi shook his head, thinking of the famous saying, "With great ability comes great responsibility," and felt that his way of thinking was a little too superhero-like. But it felt good. Looking at the little flowers he grew on the balcony, Liu Qi sent 2 ninjas to monitor Dr. Samuel, so that he wouldn't be unaware of the plot when the fight started. But it will probably take a long time to wait. After all, Banner begged all the way to the lighthouse country, so it probably took him quite a while. Having some free time, Liu Qi opened the system and found that the more than 1 million energies were almost mined out, so he decided to go shopping. Judging from the results of the last dimensional battle and the battle with Andrews, Liu Qi had a certain understanding of the strength of the small dimension and planned to upgrade the number of his subordinates. Let's not talk about the ninja soldiers for now. The current dark energy is not enough to buy 5,000 ninja soldiers and upgrade to the next level. Moreover, according to the law of this data, it may take 5 million energy to upgrade. This is not a small number. It will take down 5 or 6 small dimensions. It would be better to improve the strength of your subordinates first before attacking other dimensions. After thinking about the various arms of the Shadow Legion, it is clear that their shortcomings are very obvious if they are clustered individually, so it is better to divide them into teams. To expand the number of ninja soldiers in the form of a squad, you can use a combination of 50 ninja soldiers, 5 stab soldiers and 1 troll soldier. In this way, there are troll soldiers for attacking, ninja soldiers for defense, and stab soldiers for dealing with emergencies. Having decided on the ratio, Liu Qi started to buy, and increased the number of ninja soldiers to 1,500, 150 thorn soldiers, and 30 troll soldiers. A total of 30 teams were formed, which also consumed Liu Qi energy to only about 100,000, which was reserved for the magician groups. Now the number of magician groups has doubled, and the consumption of fighting is also more, but Liu Qi energy recovery speed is not slow, 6,000 points per second, so there is no need to keep too much. After expanding the team, this dark dimension was almost exhausted. Liu Qi took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Mordo, asking him to bring the magician into the shadow world and prepare to attack the next dark dimension. Liu Qi and a ninja soldier brought up the notebook, and Liu Qi chose a coordinate. Mordo also brought in the newly expanded magician group. Now they all had equipment with different styles, probably obtained from the dimension yesterday. Signaling them to get ready, Liu Qi connected to the selected dimension. The system prompted that there were enemies in the target dimension, and Liu Qi stuck his head out and found that the opposite side was full of bird-like giant beasts. However, no existence similar to the Lord of Dimension was found, and these giant beasts were all in a state of sleep. What is going on? What's happening? Liu Qi didn't know what was going on, so he simply sent out a few teams of ninjas to see if they could kill these giant beasts. However, a dozen troll soldiers couldn't even lift a single wing of these giant beasts. Slip away, slip away. Unable to afford to offend, Liu Qi asked the team to withdraw. It's so funny. A bunch of troll soldiers can't even lift the opponent. If a fight breaks out, they will probably crush themselves with one kick. I estimated that I would need tens of millions of energy to fight this thing, but these are just small monsters, and I don't know where the real big boss is. There are hundreds of these monsters, and we don't know what the Lord of this dimension is like. It's better to run away directly, otherwise we will disturb the big boss, and we might be dead if he breathes a breath. Looking at the file size of this dimension, Liu Qi estimated that this dimension was almost reaching the level of a medium-sized dimension. However, it seemed that the Lord of the other dimension was doing something and did not take the initiative to plunder other dimensions, otherwise it would probably be a medium-level dimension now. Feeling that the opponent's power was completely beyond the scope of the low-level dimension, Liu Qi directly controlled his own dimension to disconnect from this dimension, and then wrote a big word danger on this coordinate. But these guys seem quite familiar, I feel like I've seen them somewhere. I don't know why I have this illusion. After all, if I saw something this big, it would definitely leave a deep impression on me. Liu Qi chose the next dimension. This connection felt much more normal, similar to the dimension of the last battle. Liu Qi directly sent out all the shadow teams and followed Mordo and the others to guard the home. He watched as his team wiped out a large part of the enemy, and then the enemy's Lord of Dimension came out and killed one team after another. However, the shadow ninja on his side was infinitely reborn, and directly consumed all the energy of the enemy, and finally slipped away in shame with only a small team left. Although the Shadow Legion's current strength is not enough to keep the opponent's Dimension Lord, it can still drive him away. Liu Qi is also relieved and plans to expand the Shadow Squad to 50 people, and then leave the Shadow Legion alone to conquer the small dimension. The magician team joined in the fun and killed some small monsters and brought back the spoils. Liu Qi also returned to his own home. This fight lasted for several hours. Although it took a long time, it was safe and stable. Now the system continues to mine, and Liu Qi doesn't know what to do next. After playing games at home for almost a month, Liu Qi doesn't want to play games anymore. Opening the window and looking at the sun, Liu Qi felt as if he hadn't been outside for a long time. After cleaning himself up, Liu Qi decided to go out for a walk. He also sent a few ninjas to monitor the surroundings to see if there were any agents, and to force Fury to hand over the park model. Carrying a camera, Liu Qi walked out of the house and wandered on the street. Chapter 30. After walking out of his house, Liu Qi didn't know where to go, so he just wandered around the streets. Following the crowd, Liu Qi found that the scene around him suddenly changed. All kinds of people wearing strange costumes and wigs were walking on the street, and some were taking pictures. Looking in the direction these people were heading, Liu Qi found a comic exhibition. He immediately knew what these guys were doing. Bored, Liu Qi walked over and found that the place was full of exquisitely dressed cosplayers. Although the technology in the Marvel world is more advanced than that in his own world, the cultural differences are not that big, and many of Liu Qi's childhood memories can be seen here. Just like the plumber over there who likes to eat mushrooms, his princess has already married a dragon. There are also two strong men dressed up as the two tough guys in Contra, holding toy guns in their hands and posing in various brotherly poses. Liu Qi was a little surprised. He didn't expect these classic characters to still exist in this world. Following other photographers, taking some photos of these classic characters, Liu Qi slowly walked into the comic exhibition. Walking into the comic convention, Liu Qi felt that the world he saw had instantly changed its style. Over there, the shape-shifting King Kong was fighting Godzilla, and over here, Harley Quinn and Batman were posing in various loving poses. While laughing at these guys who were ruining the original work, Liu Qi took a few photos of them. It seems that the two worlds are not completely different. Liu Qi continued to explore inside the comic convention to see if there were any other surprises. Compared to the domestic comic exhibitions I saw online before, most of the cosplays at foreign comic exhibitions are still very popular characters, while most of the cosplays at domestic exhibitions are those that are very beautiful and handsome. But it doesn't matter, how can you be popular if you are not beautiful and handsome? Liu Qi almost used up all the memory on his camera at the comic convention, so he took out his phone and continued taking pictures. Before he could take a few pictures with his phone, a owl ran up to him. "Hey, man, you have a really cool looking camera." Automan looked at the camera in Liu Qi's hand with great interest. Liu Qi smiled and explained, "This is a mobile phone, a new mobile phone invented by the Stark Group." Atman was very surprised. "I thought Iron Man would not develop other technologies besides armor now. Perhaps what you are seeing now is part of the technology on his armor. That's really cool. It's the same technology as the Iron Man suit. It's like I have the suit. Where can I buy this phone?" Liu Qi thought for a moment and replied, "This phone has not yet been mass-produced. This is just a prototype for testing. But in the future, the Stark Group will probably open a separate company to produce this type of phone." Atman nodded and said, "I must buy one when the time comes. It's so cool. Hey, Digga, time to go." A group of monsters were calling him not far away. It looked like they were a small team. But Liu Qi suddenly noticed a hermit crab-like monster inside and a small monster he was leading. It looked like the little monster was his child, but the costume reminded him of something. Those behemoths. Liu Qi was shocked and recalled the sleeping behemoths in that dangerous dimension. How is that possible? Isn't that a fantasy work? No, Marvel is also a fantasy work. Liu Qi felt like his brain was short-circuited by what was happening now. Looking at the characters in fantasy works around me, if these characters have corresponding worlds, then... Liu Qi was stunned for a while, and ran out of the comic exhibition. When he came to a small alley outside the comic exhibition, Liu Qi first entered his own shadow dimension and found that some magicians were practicing the newly learned dark energy magic in the shadow dimension. Liu Qi said hello and went to Kamar-Taj through the door leading to Kamar-Taj on the other side. Seeing Mordo Biubiabiu a small fireball in the square, Liu Qi grabbed him and asked, "Where is the Ancient One magician? I have something urgent to do with him." Mordo was looking at the staff in his hand with a bit of joy. It reminded him of a strange British fantasy movie, where the magic was pretty much like this. Suddenly being stopped by Liu Qi, Mordo thought for a moment, the Ancient One magician should be in the tea room revising the spellbook now. "If you have something urgent, just go there and knock on the door." Liu Qi nodded and ran towards the tea room. He stopped in front of the tea room and knocked on the door a few times, and then the door opened automatically. Ancient One was sitting at the table inside, revising a book, with a pile of spell books next to him. "What's wrong? Do you have something to talk to me about suddenly?" Ancient One looked carefully at the book in his hand, then wrote something on another book before looking up at Liu Qi. "I want to know if it is possible to lead to other worlds through the dark dimension." Ancient One thought for a moment and said, "Definitely. In fact, the major material worlds exist in the interdimensional space. Through the dimensions, we can naturally go to other worlds. So, the fantasy world is not necessarily a fantasy world." The Ancient One was stunned for a moment, and said strangely, "You should know the answer to this. After all, isn't our world just a fantasy world to you? But look, we really exist here. Then can I go to other worlds through the dark dimension?" "Definitely, you can, but you need the coordinates of the other world, because you can't go to other worlds just by reaching the dark dimension." Liu Qi nodded, "Then how do I get the coordinates of the other world?" Ancient One thought for a moment, "Then you'll have to try your luck. Either the other dimension is connected to his world, or you can get some of their high-level equipment, which usually contains some aura of that world, and you can use that to find the coordinates of their world." Ancient One said as he gave Liu Qi a spell, which would allow Liu Qi to detect whether there was a world aura in an object. If so, he could go find Mordo and the others to analyze the world coordinates. Liu Qi took the spell book, looked at it, and nodded. "So, I see. I don't know if the equipment he and Mordo seized before are high level enough." After leaving the tea house, Liu Qi walked towards the square. In fact, the system had already prompted him about this problem before, and at that time it directly gave him 3 worlds to choose from. Next time when you go to conquer other dimensions, you should be a little more careful, maybe you can visit other worlds. Liu Qi was a little excited. It wasn't like there was always something to do in the Marvel world. He could travel to other worlds when he had free time. He just didn't know which worlds he would go to. Liu Qi first went to find Mordo to see if the item seized last time had world coordinates attached. After learning the purpose of Liu Qi's visit, Mordo took Liu Qi to a warehouse, where were the equipment left over from the last dimensional war. Liu Qi first took a look at the equipment and felt that they were quite ordinary, but worth a try. Liu Qi took out the spell book. This spell was actually very simple. It was to stimulate and amplify the energy inside, know its composition, and then check if there was any energy unique to the world. Then, you could use that energy to explore the world coordinates. Knowing the principle, Liu Qi directly summoned the dark energy and followed this principle without having to form a magic circle or anything. Liu Qi summoned the dark energy and infiltrated it into the equipment, carefully stimulating the energy within to reveal it. However, it is obvious that this equipment does not have any special energy, and most of the energy in it is dark energy, which protects ordinary soldiers from being assimilated by dark energy. Shaking his head, Liu Qi looked at these standard equipments, and remembered the long sword with unusual energy in the hand of the lord of that dimension. It was a pity that he didn't snatch it away at that time. If I had that thing, I would probably be able to locate the coordinates of other worlds. What a pity! Liu Qi walked out of the warehouse with regret, and decided that next time he would definitely take something from the lord of the dimension on the opposite side as coordinates. In fact, Liu Qi would never invade other worlds in the past. He just treated it as a trip. In the future, Liu Qi, who will own an entire dark dimension, is not that interested in other worlds. He just wants to look at his childhood memories from another perspective. Chapter 31. However, in the next 2 days, Liu Qi led the Shadow Army to conquer 3 small dimensions, but failed to find the coordinates to other worlds. Those dimension lords usually don't carry high-level equipment, because those equipment will be continuously corroded by dark energy and downgraded when brought into the dark dimension. On the contrary, those low-level equipment are found piece by piece, which greatly enriches the low-level equipment inventory in Kamar-Taj. There is actually no shortage of high-level equipment in Kamar-Taj, but Liu Qi himself is in the Marvel world and does not need those equipment as coordinates. Sighing, Liu Qi flipped through the coordinates on the notebook and found that there were only a few left. There are countless dimensions in the dimensional space, but only some small dimensions can be observed. Kamar-Taj usually defends those medium and large and Dormammu's top dark dimensions, and does not pay much attention to observing dimensional space, resulting in fewer and fewer dimensions that Liu Qi can explore. We have to find a way to discover other dark dimensions. Liu Qi sighed. Kamar-Taj's technology for dimension observation was not strong, and they could only observe these few dimensions. It would be better to see if the masters of the remaining dimensions had any way to observe the dimensions. After 2 days of continuous dungeon work, Liu Qi improved the strength of his subordinates a little bit, increased the number of ninja soldiers to 3,000, and purchased some other types of soldiers as well. But we can't just sit there and do nothing. Why don't we wait for a while for Thor's story to begin and then ask Odin? This is feasible. It seems that Asgard is quite good at space observation. Even Loki himself can observe many space cracks. Having made this decision, Liu Qi decided to call Phil Coulson every day after Tony completed the reactor for the new element to see when he would go to see the hammer. Liu Qi simply called Tony. Tony, how are you and Pepper doing lately? Liu? What are you talking about? Pepper. This was awkward, as it was actually Pepper who answered the phone. Pepper? Where's Tony? Pepper glanced at Tony who was rearranging the home. He's picking out furniture and wants to install some fitness equipment in the house. Really? Doesn't he have Iron Man? Why does he need to work out? Who knows? But it's good to get some exercise. Do you want to come over and take a look? I can send a car to pick you up. Well, not for now. Liu Qi hung up the phone. It seemed that Tony was doing well now. But just as I put down my phone, it rang again. I looked and it turned out to be Phil Coulson. Why did he call me suddenly? Hey, Phil Coulson, what's up? We need your help, Liu Qi. What's wrong? Liu Qi left the Big Apple after a long absence and flew to Los Angeles. He found Phil Coulson outside the airport, who was calling for help. Liu Qi asked him curiously, so, what happened? You didn't explain it clearly on the phone. Phil Coulson took Liu Qi into a car nearby and started the car. Phil Coulson circled the car cautiously several times before taking Liu Qi to a safe house. What's wrong? So cautious. Come on, you're starting to scare me. Lu-Chi looked at the nervous Phil Coulson helplessly. Do you know vampires? Phil Coulson said carefully to Lu-Chi. The kind of monster that's circulated in Europe, likes to suck human blood, can live forever, and lives in a castle deep in the mountains. Lu-Chi looked at Phil Coulson puzzledly, not knowing what he was talking about. Okay, assuming that vampires really exist, do you think you can beat them? Phil Coulson said, walking towards the basement door next to him. It should be fine. My ninja doesn't have any blood in his body. It is because of your ninja that I called you here. Come in. Lu-Chi already had a guess in his mind, but he was also a little curious. He didn't know that there were vampires in the Marvel world. But even if they existed, it didn't matter. In the movie, these guys didn't have many roles, and they probably weren't very strong. Following Phil Coulson to the basement, Lu-Chi looked at a man tied up with iron chains. There was a big hole in his stomach, and his intestines were all over the floor. But the man seemed to be in good spirits, and he looked at Phil Coulson viciously when Phil Coulson came in. Lu-Chi looked at this guy whose organs were almost half gone, and not only was he not dead, but he became even more ferocious. He tightened the chains on his body, making a creaking sound, as if they would break in the next second. But Lu-Chi had watched a lot of Live limited edition films when he was in Hell's Kitchen, so he looked at this guy without changing his expression. It was impossible for him to do 2 more jobs. Is this guy a vampire? He doesn't look like a big deal. Lu-Chi looked at the guy's intestines with disdain and waved his hand to call out a ninja. The ninja took a look at the vampire, chopped it off with a knife, and directly cut off the vampire's head, and the vampire turned into ashes. Seeing the vampires stop moving, Lu-Chi smiled. I thought these guys were so powerful, but it turns out they still die after their heads are chopped off. Phil Coulson explained, the strengths of these vampires are their concealment ability and speed. They can also rely on blood supply to quickly heal. And now many wealthy people desire the immortality ability of these vampires and become rapists. We generally call those guys hard vampires. Lu-Chi nodded, not too worried. His ninjas were not necessarily weaker than these guys in terms of concealment. What worried him was the Hargui tribe that Phil Coulson mentioned. Are there many of those Hargui people? Lu-Chi asked. He didn't want a lot of enemies to appear inexplicably because of these vampires. He wouldn't be afraid, but it would be annoying. What if some blind person ruined his small treasury again? That would be very annoying. There are quite a lot of Hargui people. After all, you know that for those rich people, many things can be bought with money, but longevity is something they can only dream of but not seek. Phil Coulson said with a headache, but those guys are not presentable and dare not expose themselves, so there is no need to worry about annoying flies. With us watching, those guys dare not act rashly. Lu-Chi nodded, feeling no longer worried, but looking at the handful of ashes left by this guy, Lu-Chi felt a little strange. Aren't you going to report the existence of these guys to the authorities? Lu-Chi couldn't understand why he was called in for this kind of interracial fight. Shouldn't they just tell the official forces directly and then send the army to wipe out these guys? Phil Coulson shook his head. This is the helpless part. Vampires have the ability to transform a large number of ordinary people into blood servants. Although these blood servants' abilities are not strong, they will lose their minds and have the ability to infect others. These vampires have strong hiding abilities. The higher UPS don't know where these guys will hide. If a fight breaks out, it will be troublesome for those vampires to create blood servant disasters in cities like the Big Apple. Sighing, Phil Coulson continued, so, the top brass and the 12 vampire elders reached an agreement, and both sides live in harmony. Lu-Chi couldn't believe it. These guys treat us as food. Are they still negotiating peace with them? We can't do anything about it. It's too dangerous to completely eliminate these guys. The top brass currently doesn't have any better solutions, so we can only do this for now. However, the authorities have also told the vampire elders that they will give the vampires some artificial plasma to sustain their lives. But if vampires are found killing humans, they will send people to hunt down the vampires. For example, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. have a department that specializes in dealing with vampire criminals. Lu-Chi sneered, I don't believe these guys will suck human blood in private. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. has a department to deal with vampire criminals, why do I have to deal with these vampires? Phil Coulson shook his head. We found out that many people have disappeared in this city recently. There was a lot of blood left at the scene. There is no doubt that it was done by vampires, but there is no conclusive evidence. SHIELD cannot send official forces to deal with this matter at will. So an unofficial identity is required. Luchi nodded, and roughly understood what Phil Coulson meant. Okay, then I'll accept the job. I'll kill all the rats in this city as a civilian vampire hunter. Anyway, I have nothing to do recently and I'm so bored. Luchi flexed his fists and finally had something to do. But what about the reward? This is considered a personal mission. Phil Coulson nodded and said, the director takes this matter very seriously. These guys have been overstepping their boundaries over the years. I hope this time we can teach the vampires a lesson. Therefore, the reward is very generous, 1,000 USD per vampire. Luchi pursed his lips. Fury was just stingy. There were probably not many of these rare creatures. How much money could he make at 1,000 USD per one? But he suddenly realized, not just this city. Phil Coulson smiled and gave Luchi a look that showed he understood. Luchi was ready to do something big, but Phil Coulson stopped him. These vampires have many fans in this city and a large intelligence network. Some of the investigators sent by SHIELD were attacked in various ways and many agents died. That's why they asked you to come here on a civilian plane. You must be careful when you move around here. Luchi then realized why Phil Coulson was careful, but his current strength was far beyond the information filed with SHIELD, which Phil Coulson didn't know. Chapter 32. Half an hour later, Luchi walked out of the safe house and looked at this angel city. He didn't expect that there were these evil creatures hiding underneath. Phil Coulson had just told him some of the characteristics, habits, and common hunting methods of vampires. Vampires are afraid of ultraviolet rays, silver, and garlic. To be honest, even children know this information, and it is indeed the weakness of vampires. It is estimated that the human leaders deliberately spread it to prevent vampires from killing ordinary people, so that ordinary people have a little resistance. I learned from Phil Coulson that vampires usually come out to hunt at night, and their disappearance locations are usually near bars, so I might as well find a hotel and sleep until night. After finding a random hotel and sleeping in the night, Luchi walked out of the room, asked the waiter which bar nearby had the most people, and walked towards that place. Luchi walked down the street. The night in Los Angeles was much more fun than in the Big Apple, with more people. But Luchi always felt that this was the way the vampires deliberately showed off to attract people to hunt. As he walked, he spread out the shadow ninjas. By now, the range of Luchi radiation had reached 160 meters, and within this range, the shadow ninjas could turn into shadows and follow Luchi. In a field of vision that ordinary people cannot see, agile ninjas leap and move across the rooftops. With a physique 16 times that of an ordinary person, they can leap nearly 20 meters in one leap, and maintain high mobility even in busy areas. Arriving at the bar street near the hotel, Luchi was walking when he received a message from Shadow Ninja and walked into an alley. I saw a white vampire hugging a woman with his head hidden in her neck. They looked very affectionate, but the next step was indescribable. But the smell of rust in the air, which Luchi had long been accustomed to, told Luchi that this was not as simple as it seemed. Raise your head. Luchi said to the man, and the man looked at Luchi and slowly raised his head. Looking at Luchi, he slowly laughed, as if he was laughing at Luchi's ignorance. The vampire opened his blood-stained mouth, revealing his sharp teeth, and threw the cold woman in his arms to the ground. Walking slowly towards Luchi, the man's eyes gradually changed, the stimulation of blood made his whole body begin to tremble, like a drug addict. The guy's eyes eventually turned an evil green, his ears stretched back, and the nails on his hands gradually extended out. Has your mother told you that you are so ugly now that she can't recognize you? Luchi seemed not to notice the approaching vampire and kept mocking it. The vampire was already somewhat confused due to the stimulation of blood, and the food in front of him was still insulting him, so he couldn't help it. He flew towards Luchi, but in mid-air, shadows condensed into human shapes and smashed the vampire to the ground. A few flashes of cold light flashed, and the vampire's hands and feet were directly cut off. Luchi stepped on the head of the vampire in front of him, watching the other party finally begin to show a look of fear. So you guys are afraid too? I thought you rats were all so daring. Otherwise, how could you dare to kill ordinary people? Now tell me where your base is, and maybe I can spare your life. The vampire tried to say something with a hoarse mouth, but their bloodline superiors had already banned them from revealing the location of the base. The vampire was hoarse for a long time but couldn't say anything. Finally, he could only beg for mercy and tempted Liu Qi with eternal life. Liu Qi didn't expect this guy to be unable to say anything, so he shook his head. He stepped hard on the vampire's head and blew it up. Seeing the vampire's body turned into ashes without even a trace of blood, he couldn't help but sigh that vampires are environmentally friendly. They can just leave without taking away any garbage. Looking at the body in the alley, Liu Qi sent a message to Phil Coulson and asked him to deal with it. Not long after I came out, I met a vampire. It seems that there is quite a lot of garbage in this city and it needs to be cleaned up. Where are we going? Christina, who came from another place, took her companion's left hand and said to a handsome young man next to her. It's a very good bar. The atmosphere inside is very good, and there are wonderful performances every day. I guarantee that you won't want to leave once you go in. The man replied, and his every move was like that of a gentleman, giving people a great favorability. Thank you for bringing us here. You are an expert on the local scene, haha. Christina made a small joke. The companions beside them watched them chatting, but they always felt that something was wrong. Carrie tightened Christina's right hand in her arms and whispered in Christina's ear, "Be careful, Nana, I always feel that this guy is weird." Christina glanced at the people next to her and whispered in Carrie's ear, "Don't worry, this guy must want to sleep with us. Let's go to the bar later, order more expensive wine, and then get him drunk. After getting him drunk, we'll go back. Don't worry, I will never get drunk." After assuring her companions, Christina continued to flatter this guy. It was her first time doing this and she felt it was very exciting. The young man's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard anything, and he continued to talk to Christina, but there was a hint of disdain and desire in his eyes. His eyes involuntarily looked at Christina's neck, he swallowed, and quickened his pace to lead the way. "Don't be late for the party tonight." He took the two of them into a bar street, but the young man did not stay inside. Instead, he took them across the street and came to a very hidden door. After knocking on the door, a horizontal bar was opened. A pair of eyes looked at the young man and the two girls behind him who were whispering and noticed something was wrong. The door was opened, and two people seemed to be going to buy something. They passed by Christina and the other person, but silently blocked their way to escape. "What do you want to do?" Christina could no longer remain calm. She took out the pepper spray from her pocket, handed it to her bestie, then took out a stun gun and waved it around as if in protest. But a strong man walked up in 2 steps, holding the electric baton without fear, and knocked Christina unconscious with one punch in front of her incredible eyes. On the other side, the best friend sprayed the anti-wolf spray at another person, but found that the other person walked up directly with the spray, crushed the spray in one hand, and knocked her unconscious as well. It seemed that the young man couldn't help it anymore and wanted to lie on the ground and take a few bites. But one of them kicked him directly in the stomach and lifted him up. These two people should be assigned together. Don't break the rules. The young man who was kicked did not dare to show any anger. He was just a humble vampire, whose status was slightly higher than that of the irrational blood servants. Even some higher-ranking members of the Hagui tribe could tell him what to do. The blood suppression made him dare not fight back. Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, the young man walked into the door, waiting for the carnival that was about to begin. Several people outside also carried the two into the building. Inside the door was a meat storage room with a pile of frozen dead cows hanging there. It was chilling. Several vampires walked through the pile of frozen meat and came to a wall. Their nails grew longer and pierced into several holes in the wall, pulling the wall open, revealing 2 paths. The sound of music made the young man excited, and he walked to one side, while the other vampires walked to the other side. A shadow followed quietly, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards the 2 people who were taken away. Several vampires took the 2 all the way to the upper level, where unconscious people were hung upside down and tubes were inserted into their bodies, but they did not suck their blood. Instead, they kept the blood as fresh as possible. He was planning to do the same with these 2 men, but a shadow appeared and killed them with 2 swords. Liu Qi showed up, his face expressionless but his eyes filled with anger and murderous intent. Treat humans as food? The murderous intent in Liu Qi's heart became stronger and stronger. Shadows appeared one after another and turned into ninjas to rescue these people. He looked at these guys and put them aside first. These guys didn't know how long they had been hung up, so Liu Qi first called Phil Coulson and explained the current situation. Phil Coulson was also very shocked. He didn't expect there were so many victims. He said he would immediately request the SHIELD Special Forces to come here. After bringing these victims outside the door, Liu Qi also met a few vampires who came with people. They were both men and women, and they all looked good, but they were all serving the vampires. Liu Qi directly ordered the ninja to chop them up, watching the people who led the way turn into ashes, and the people who were abducted screamed and tried to escape. Liu Qi had the ninjas control them and took out their credentials to tell them to be quiet, but they didn't know what shield was, so Liu Qi simply knocked them out as well. Phil Coulson acted quickly and immediately brought a convoy to Liu Qi's side. Hundreds of people were quickly formed. After handing the victims over to the medical staff, Liu Qi came to Phil Coulson. Seeing them quickly analyze the structure of the building with high-tech equipment, Liu Qi asked them to guard the exits while he cleaned up the vampires inside. The vampire inside also gradually realized something was wrong and seemed to be a little panicked. Liu Qi just walked into the place where the music came from. This place is like a large bar, with several large speakers playing all kinds of exciting music, and there are a lot of people below. No, it's vampires swaying to the music, waiting for the party later, and they don't notice that the song has been playing for a long time, and the people who changed the song have disappeared long ago. Liu Qi came to the upper floors of the building and blocked some vampires who wanted to escape. Where are you in such a hurry to go? Liu Qi summoned the shadow ninjas to block the front and back roads of these vampires. Looking at the panicked looks of these vampires, Liu Qi felt nauseous. Who are you? Vampires and humans have a peace treaty, you can't attack us. The leading vampire tried to delay time, but Liu Qi was too lazy to talk to them. The ninjas pounced on them one by one and killed the vampires one by one. Some vampires wanted to fight back, but their abilities were not strong, only 3 or 4 times the quality of ordinary people, and they were still killed by the ninjas one by one. Liu Qi walked up, grabbed the leading vampire by the neck, and pressed him against the wall. Tell me, where is your superior? Or, where are you going? The vampire gave a sarcastic smile. Vampires never betray. What are you thinking about, blood bottle? Liu Qi's face turned cold, and waves of dark energy emanated from his hands, spreading towards the vampire. When the vampire came into contact with the dark energy, he screamed and watched his arm being assimilated by the dark energy and disappear. Waves of severe pain came from his hand, and he immediately became incontinent. Liu Qi threw him aside in disgust, and a shadow ninja picked up the vampire. Liu Qi controlled the dark energy to attach to the vampire, causing 3D pain. Do you want to talk now? Liu Qi looked at the vampire being tortured to death and stopped torturing him, but a trace of dark energy still surrounded him, swaying like a poisonous snake. The vampire looked at the dark energy with fear, and said incoherently, Hello Hotel, I usually meet my superiors there. This guy was quite clever. He didn't tell Liu Qi where their lair was, but instead told him where they were meeting their superiors, thus avoiding bloodline suppression. Liu Qi nodded, looking at the vampire with desire in his eyes. I didn't say I would let you go. The vampire's eyes showed despair and he was about to curse, but the dark energy rushed over and made him completely disappear from this world. Looking at the piles of ashes, Liu Qi smiled and walked towards the dance floor below. The vampires below also noticed something was wrong, and looking at the empty stage, they began to whisper. However, the suppression of their bloodline made them dare not move rashly and they could only move on the dance floor. Liu Qi looked at the vampires below, not knowing what to say. Instead of being a good person, he has to become a slave. The shadow army appeared above the dance floor, and the troll soldiers jumped down one by one, smashing into the dance floor and smashing piles of vampires into ashes. The blade soldiers followed closely behind, landed lightly on the ground, and then began to slaughter indiscriminately. These vampires had never seen such a scene before. They had always been engaged in fraud and deception, and had never fought many times before. They were beaten up. Some vampires wanted to escape, but the ninja soldiers had already surrounded the entire dance floor, and these vampires could only be trapped in the jar. Seeing all the miscellaneous soldiers below being killed in a short while, Liu Qi pressed the button of the earphone. Phil Coulson, are there any other vampires hiding here? Although the shadow ninja could find them all, Liu Qi was too lazy to look. He had just found a big fish and didn't want it to escape. Under Phil Coulson's instructions, Liu Qi killed all the vampires hiding inside. Walking out of the building, watching the teams of special agents begin to withdraw, Liu Qi walked towards Phil Coulson. What are you going to do next? This should be considered conclusive evidence, right? Liu Qi asked casually. After all, he was a security consultant and could participate in official operations. For this operation, he wore a hood the whole time to hide his face, and he could continue to act alone. Phil Coulson shook his head. SHIELD still won't send out the special forces. Seeing Liu Qi's puzzled look, Phil Coulson explained, if SHIELD enters the scene, they can only catch some shrimps who are pushed out to take the blame. But if you continue to hunt these vampires as a civilian vampire, you can kill those vampire high-ranking officials as well. Director Nick Fury said that you can hunt down those high-ranking vampires and classify them according to the vampire's own levels. You can increase your level by 1 and get a 0. Liu Qi nodded, understanding Fury's thoughts. It seemed that Fury was also irritated and had to kill some high-ranking vampires to vent his anger. After saying hello to Phil Coulson, Liu Qi walked towards the Halier Hotel. Chapter 33. On the top floor of the Halier Hotel is an empty hall. Without the luxurious decorations below, there are only dim lights. In the hall, which was barely visible, there was a huge amount of table with a wide chair on each side. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open, and several servants led one person into the hall. Led by the servant, they walked naturally to the table and each found a chair to sit down. While waiting for the food to be served, a few people chatted. Hall, why do you look so bad? The dim light did not block their sight, and a pair of green eyes shone with a strange light. Today is a weekly celebration. Don't be sad and ruin the festive atmosphere, okay? Besides, it's your territory that's hosting the banquet today. You should be the happiest one. One person said to Hall, but Hall's expression did not improve. Several people began to ask what happened. Hall frowned and said slowly, my men didn't report the banquet to me today, which made me a little worried. Logically, the banquet should have ended by now. The others looked at each other and finally laughed. Hall, you are too cautious. Maybe the ingredients for tonight's banquet are so good that your men are reluctant to leave. Hall's expression did not improve, but became more serious as time went by. Ignoring the others who started talking about how to punish the idiots under their command, Hall began to think about why he had such a bad feeling. He personally designed the venue and procedures for holding the banquet, so there wouldn't be a situation where those other idiots couldn't even handle the situation properly. In addition, most of the high-ranking officials in this city have been won over by them. With these guys providing cover, there shouldn't be any accidents. But Hall was a very cautious vampire. He repeatedly told his subordinate who was hosting the banquet to report the progress of the banquet to him in a timely manner. Hall set the meeting time to once an hour, but his subordinates knew his character and would often report once every half an hour. Holding the silent phone in his hand, Hall watched the time pass by, and his mood became heavier. At the moment, the door was pushed open and a butler walked in. Dear masters, your dinner is ready. After clapping their hands, servants came in one by one pushing dining carts, on which were coffins. The butler directed the servants to bring these things to the dining table, bowed respectfully, and left with the servants. The man who had asked Hall the first question stood up and said with a smile, these are top-quality ingredients that I collected from all over the world. Ingredients of this level are usually eaten by the elders, but today I will bring them out for you to taste. When the coffin was opened, inside were soft swan feathers, and among the feathers were girls of different skin colors, but all very beautiful. These girls were drunk with liquor, their eyes were blurry and they had no idea that they had been served at the table. These vampires looked at the delicious food in front of them and sniffed it hard, smelling the blood and wine on the food. Even Hall couldn't take his eyes off these top-notch foods, and the desire brought by his vampire blood was about to stir. The supporter suppressed his inner desire and said slowly, I am here to apologize to you all for these foods. Last time, due to my negligence, some vampire hunters targeted this city, causing trouble for everyone. A vampire said impatiently, you don't need to say that to a bunch of rubbish who can only hunt the lowest level blood clan. The host smiled, knowing that his efforts this time were not in vain. You know, because of his negligence last time, some big organizations had set their sights on this city. Among them is the top agent organization of mankind, SHIELD, but judging from what this person said, it seems that it is all right. Seeing how impatient these guys were, he said nothing more and announced that they were going to start enjoying their food. Now these vampires could no longer sit still. The green light in their eyes almost shot out as they pounced on the delicious food in front of them. But a voice suddenly appeared. "Good fellow, others want to eat them, but you want to eat them." Liu Qi laughed out loud when he told a joke in his native language in a foreign language. Several vampires suppressed their instinctive desires and looked cautiously at the guy who suddenly appeared. "Butler," the host shouted loudly, and then the door was pushed open. The butler took a quick look inside and rushed in with a group of servants. "Who are you?" the butler shouted, directing the servants to surround Liu Qi. Liu Qi watched these guys gradually reveal their true identities, and Liu Qi counted them. "With so many mid-level vampires, it looks like we can make a lot of money today." Liu Qi stood up from the table and looked at the few ghosts who were protected behind and did not reveal their true identities. "Which level 1 vampire are you? Tell me how many digits it is." The ghosts who were protected at the back were naturally furious when they heard this. The host shouted, "Are you a damned vampire hunter? You are a lowly race. You are a filthy blood bottle. How dare you speak to me like that?" Liu Qi was not angry. Instead, he looked at him. This kid was probably the one with the most powerful background among them. He could catch him later and ask him for any information he had. The host felt a chill on his back and was inexplicably scared. He asked the butler to kill the vampire hunter who was ignorant of the danger, and then he walked towards the door with his companions. "Now that you're here, don't leave!" Liu Qi shouted, clapping his hands as if he didn't see the approaching vampires. There's nothing he can do, he can't snap his fingers, but clapping his hands is pretty cool too. A group of ninjas suddenly appeared, they integrated with the darkness, revealing only pairs of red eyes. "You haven't even enjoyed your food yet, why do you want to leave?" Liu Qi looked at these vampires and became playful. "After all, you have many ghosts, what are you afraid of?" Liu Qi said, "I just have 2 friends." He clapped his hands again, and pairs of red eyes appeared behind him. "Well, now the numbers are even." Liu Qi nodded. "But you are noble vampires, so I think it should be at least 1 against 2. He clapped his hands again, and another bunch of eyes popped up. Looking at the vampire whose expression slowly changed, Liu Qi continued, "But there seem to be a few tough guys among you. I think 2 against 1 is not enough. Let's just get more." After clapping his hands, there was no movement behind Liu Qi. Looking at these somewhat stunned vampires, Liu Qi shook his head, spread his hands and said, "There is only a small space behind me, how can there be so many people?" Looking at the vampires who just breathed a sigh of relief, Liu Qi smiled and said, "There is not enough space behind me, but there is enough space behind you." Some vampires reacted quickly and turned around, only to find countless pairs of eyes appearing in the hall. The encirclement turned into a counter-encirclement, and the butler immediately asked the vampires to protect those tough guys to break out. But the shadow ninjas would not let them get what they wanted. They shot cold light at these vampires. Even though these vampires were several times stronger than ordinary vampires, they were still hacked to death by the numerous ninjas. Seeing his men being quickly eliminated, the butler roared, and his body suddenly swelled up, turning into a small giant, but a giant bigger than him suddenly appeared in front of him. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Liu Qi hooked his ear with his little finger, and the troll soldier punched him. With a loud bang, the butler was knocked away and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. "You screamed so loudly, but in the end you couldn't even take a punch. Why are you pretending?" Liu Qi shook his head, feeling anxious about the intelligence of these vampires. "Why are you assassins shouting to increase your fighting spirit and then transforming? Isn't agility what you are best at? Roam around. You can't even get half an assist in a team fight like this." Liu Qi looked at the butler's chest which was still rising and falling, knowing that the guy was not dead, and ordered the ninja to tie him up, then looked at the last few vampires still standing. "Fight with them." The leader suddenly transformed and shouted. The other people transformed one after another and turned into little giants. Liu Qi nodded. It seemed that transformation was a skill only possessed by high-level vampires, otherwise those soldiers wouldn't be unable to take even a single blow. Liu Qi now roughly knows the strength of these vampires. Ordinary vampires are those who are singing together, and they are only twice the strength of a human body. Those high-level vampires who are singing together are low-level vampires, and they are 4 times the strength of a human body. The group of miscellaneous soldiers just now, mid-level vampires, are about 8 times the strength of a human body. These high-level ruthless characters are about 10 times before the transformation, and they are directly 20 times after the transformation. But his IQ was too low and he didn't dodge the troll soldier's punch and was beaten to death. The IQ is hopeless, Liu Qi sighed, but these high-level ones can still be saved. They know their own advantages and turn into after-images flashing in the hall. Liu Qi thought about it and simply released 300 assassin ninja soldiers to play hide-and-seek with these guys. With these ninja soldiers whose speed was comparable to theirs, the pressure on the vampires increased dramatically. But this hall was not built with sunlight in mind, and as a result, there were no windows, so they could not escape. Looking at the gate guarded by many ninjas, Hall kept thinking of countermeasures in his mind. Looking at his companions who were being chased everywhere, Hall shouted loudly, "These ninjas have no blood in their bodies, they are not human at all. It is better to kill that guy directly, and maybe these ninjas will disappear directly." Hall was shouting wildly, but he didn't know that he had guessed the truth of the incident. Discovering that there are smart people among the vampires, Liu Qi carefully prepared to sneak to the door and escape. Anyway, at worst, he could just run away and let the ninjas close the door and beat the dog. When the vampires heard what Hall, who was in charge of intelligence, said, they immediately became alert. They exchanged glances with each other and suddenly rushed towards Liu Qi. Liu Qi sneaked directly to the door and arrived at the door almost instantly. His sneaking speed was extremely fast, just like teleportation, so his reaction speed could not keep up, but he could still arrive at his destination accurately with advanced preparation. He casually placed a circle of assassin ninja soldiers at his original position. Liu Qi looked back and found that the vampire who had just shouted was flying towards him. Oh my god, was this predicted? Liu Qi was startled, and 1,600 points of dark energy instantly attached to his hand, and he punched forward. Hall was also stunned when he saw Liu Qi suddenly appear, and was also frightened when he saw the other party punching him without hesitation. This guy actually guessed that I wanted to escape? Hall's heart was in turmoil, but now it was too late to stop, he could only force his way in. The two of them collided fiercely, and Liu Qi was knocked out directly, smashing the door and falling to the ground. The vampire wasn't feeling well either. After all, the force was mutual. He also suffered internal injuries from the blow. His hands and feet were cut off by the assassin ninja soldiers who followed him, and he fell to the ground. Those abandoned companions were surrounded by a group of assassin ninja soldiers and were captured directly. "Damn you, Hall, how dare you deceive me," the host shouted angrily. Compared to being caught by others, being deceived by his own people was even more unacceptable to him. Hall struggled on the ground, too lazy to pay attention to the idiot. Liu Qi stood up as if nothing had happened and looked at this guy. Looking at Hall viciously, Liu Qi walked up to him, stepped on his chest, and kicked him hard several times. The person who was happiest when seeing Hall being kicked was actually the host. Looking at this excited guy, Liu Qi suddenly had an idea. "Hey, who's that over there? If you tell me where the vampires are in this city, I'll hand this guy over to you to deal with, how about that?" Hall, who was enduring the pain, was not actually worried, because he knew that the other party kept him there because he had questions to ask, and as long as he didn't tell anyone, he might still have a chance of survival. But Liu Qi ignored him and asked the host instead, and Hall's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Hall looked at the host and saw his angry eyes. He felt a chill in his heart and nodded fiercely at the host. Half an hour later, Liu Qi walked out of the cleaned hotel. All the vampires inside except the host were killed by him. Definitely, he was a man who kept his promise. Hall was killed by the host. Looking at the humble host next to him, Liu Qi put a heavy iron chain on him and asked him to lead the way like walking a dog. The host dared not say anything but lead the way slowly, but no one knew what he was thinking. He called Phil Coulson and asked him to clean the floor. Liu Qi led the host to clean out the vampires in the entire Lozanki very efficiently. A day later, Liu Qi faced the rising sun and watched the host being burned to ashes, feeling very refreshed. In the past night, Liu Qi earned a full $8 million, of which 5 million came from high-level vampires, and the rest was accumulated from weaker vampires. Having made a lot of money, Liu Qi looked at the newly renovated Luoshanji behind him and left with a sense of accomplishment. He planned to visit other cities to see how many vampires there were in this rotten country. As for Phil Coulson, he is probably still running around the city defending Liu Qi. Chapter 34. One night 6 months later, Liu Qi led a group of ninja soldiers to surround a bar. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Pepper calling, Liu Qi waved his hand to let the ninja attack, and then stood away to answer the phone. Hey, boss, long time no see. Hey, Liu Qi, long time no see, where are you playing? Liu Qi glanced at the bar not far away that was starting to get noisy and said, bar. Well, I hope I didn't bother you. No, what's wrong? Liu Qi was a little confused. 6 months ago, he told Tony that he wanted to travel, and then he traveled all over the lighthouse country to earn extra money. While experiencing the local customs and practices of different cities and doing the spring cleaning, Liu Qi also started his main business by posting some pictures of delicious food and beautiful scenery every day, gaining a lot of fans. Some manufacturers also contacted him and wanted to do business with him. Liu Qi was in a very good mood as both his main and side jobs were very successful. The only pity was that all the dark dimensions had been explored, and the space observation ability at Kamar-Taj was not strong, so no new dark dimensions were found, resulting in no energy coming in for a long time. His shadow army only maintained the number of 40 teams, and there was no happy +1 for a long time. After briefly recalling the past 6 months, Liu Qi came back to his senses and asked Xiao Leijiao what happened. Pepper was silent for a while, then whispered, Liu Qi, I think you need to come back and see Tony. He has been acting strange recently. He no longer handles company affairs and stays in his laboratory every day. He also donated all the artworks he collected to the Children's Association. It's simply, I've become a different person. Liu Qi said. So the new plot finally started? He had waited too long for this plot. He thought that Steel 2 would start in a few weeks, but it took 6 months for the plot to start. I will come back to see Tony, don't worry. Liu Qi assured Xiao Leijiao. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the bar and flames rose up. Oh my god, Liu Qi, did something explode over there? Little Pepper shouted in surprise on the phone. Nothing much, I was at a beach party and this guy started a super huge amounts of firework. Really? Pepper said doubtfully, but you were just in a bar. Really? The bar here is right on the beach, and it uses a grand fireworks show to attract customers. Liu Qi took a look at the battle situation and found that a large group of vampires with guns launched a fierce attack on the ninjas who survived the explosion. Really? Why do I feel like those noises are the noises of guns? You heard it wrong. I guarantee that this is definitely a very grand firework performance. I feel like my camera's memory is running out. Liu Qi summoned the shadow ninjas again and commanded them to attack the vampires. That show must have been amazing, with so many fireworks being fired. Pepper listened to the continuous sounds on the phone, wondering what kind of fireworks these were and why they sounded so much like guns. Could this also be considered a special feature? Indeed, the performance was wonderful and people were very happy. Liu Qi watched a vampire being stabbed through the heart, causing a fatal blow and turning into a pile of ashes. Seeing the battle over, Liu Qi looked at Phil Coulson who came uninvited and waved to him, and said one last thing to the phone, don't worry, I'll come over to see Tony right away. I have to take a few photos first, and I will definitely show you when the time comes. Regardless of Xiao Leijiao's answer, Liu Qi hung up the phone and jumped off the roof. Anyway, the building is not very tall, just a few floors, which is nothing to him. Phil Coulson looked at the Sulia-style scene around him with a headache, not knowing how to end it. Seeing Liu Qi coming to him, Phil Coulson said helplessly, it seems that you have to take a break for a while. This time it's a bit of a big deal. I need some time to deal with it. Don't continue hunting vampires for the time being, okay? Liu Qi nodded, this time the game was really a bit big. Okay, remember to transfer the money to my account. Just as the plot was about to begin, he had to go back to check on Tony's situation. Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Liu Qi walk into the alley and leave. He had just received an order from the director to stop Liu Qi from hunting vampires because Liu Qi had cleared out all the vampires in 16 cities in the past few months. Not to mention the ordinary ones, nearly 50 high-level vampires were hunted down. The vampire elders have already protested, and if this continues, there will be a war. Phil Coulson still doesn't know how to stop Liu Qi from continuing to hunt vampires, so he follows this god of death all over the United States, just to clean up his mess, or to monitor him. Since the first battle, S.H.I.E.L.D. has known all about Liu Qi's strength. After throwing Luke past files into the shredder, Phil Coulson was ordered by director Nick Fury to follow Luke closely to ensure that Luke is under control. God knows how the director expects him to control such a guy, but luckily, the battle scene is too big. Phil Coulson can first let Luke stop the rhythm of hunting, and then tell S.H.I.E.L.D. to withdraw the bounty on the vampire, which should make Luke calm down. Phil Coulson wiped the sweat off his head, sent a message to Fury, and then directed the agent to clean up the battlefield. If the media knew about this, who knows what would happen? Fury received the message and nodded. He turned around and pressed a button, and a ghost appeared in front of him. "You want a ceasefire, right?" Fury said in a deep voice, looking at these vampire elders. The ghost was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. "Get out of this country. This is my request. Otherwise, I can't directly order a civilian vampire hunter." The vampire elder clenched his fingers angrily. "For the past few months, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been following that guy. Now you're telling me he's not one of yours? Are you kidding me?" But there was no way. That guy was too strong. If he continued like this, he would be in trouble sooner or later. If he hadn't used the reason of starting a war to force this BD, he wouldn't have been able to stop that BD. On the other side, little Lei Jiao looked at the hung-up phone in her hand and shook her head helplessly. After calming down, Pepper walked downstairs to find Tony with a thick pile of documents in her hand. And not long after, a portal opened here. "The video has been deleted." "Hello, Mr. Luke, long time no see." Jarvis's voice came from the speakers in the corner. Luke gave the camera a thumbs up. "Jarvis, I feel like you're getting smarter and smarter. You can even say hello now." The camera turned. "Mr. Stark designed a new language module and emotion module for me. This is all thanks to him." "Well, I will definitely tell him that you praised him." Luke ran downstairs and saw two people opening bottles of champagne. Knocking on the glass, Luke shouted loudly, "Is it a bad timing for me to come here?" However, due to the excellent performance of the soundproof glass, Luke's voice was not heard at all, but it successfully attracted the attention of two people. "You come at such an unfortunate time." Tony grinned helplessly. He was not that stupid. He waited until Luke entered the password before speaking. "That's really sorry, but it would be really boring if you celebrated without me." Luke walked towards Tony, but quickly covered his nose and walked away 2 steps. "Oh my god, Tony, what did you drink that smells so bad? Is it obvious?" Tony looked back at Pepper. Little Pepper nodded and covered her nose silently. "Well, I drank some chlorophyll juice to replenish some of the nutrients I've been lacking recently. I suggest you have a glass as well to strengthen your body." Tony said helplessly. He thought no one would notice. "I didn't know that thing could be used to strengthen the body." Luke said in a muffled voice, covering his nose. "Please, the smell can't be that unbearable." Tony walked towards Luke helplessly. "Go away, don't come over here, I don't know how little Lei Jiao can hold back." Luke retreated frantically. The two of them started chasing each other in the garage. Pepper shook her head as she looked at the two guys who were no more than 10 years old in total. Pepper was promoted quickly. Tony had just handed her the position of CEO. She needed to quickly deal with the thousands of matters that had been piled up in the Stark Group for a long time, and also complete the promotion procedures. Luke and Tony stared at each other in silence in the basement. "You make me feel dangerous. After all, your physical fitness is several times better than mine." Tony spoke first to break the silence. "To be precise, it's more than 10 times. Considering that someone stays at home all day without exercising, this number may need to be increased a little." Luke crossed his arms and looked around the garage, and soon found the juicer in the corner. "But don't worry, my hobby is still women, not men who like to drink unknown liquids. Although I'm happy to hear that I'm not in danger, I still have to reiterate. You have to make that number smaller. After all, I've been exercising recently. My house is so big that I set up a gym at home." Tony said with an unchanged expression, pretending to be calm. Seeing Luke's eyes fixed on the juicer in the corner, Tony asked, "Where have you been recently? You haven't contacted me for a long time." Turning around, Luke said, "I went traveling and did some street cleaning work. I have been cleaning up the vampires lurking in this country." Luke said seriously. "Well, I remember that you were the security consultant of that organization. You might have dealt with some vampires lying on taxpayers. Indeed, those guys were abominable. Tony hadn't finished speaking when Luc interrupted him. It's a real vampire, the kind that sucks human blood. Tony, I don't believe you didn't notice. Tony looked into Luc's eyes and quickly turned away with a guilty conscience. He had been following Luc's whereabouts recently, and naturally found some cobweb traces, which made him realize that there are such things as vampires in this world. Okay, I did hear rumors and know that this thing exists, but shouldn't it be confidential? Is it okay for you to say it directly like this? Tony. Luc paused. I won't cheat on my friends, and I don't want my friends to cheat on me. What on earth happened to you? Tony turned his head and looked at Luc, paused for a moment, then pulled up his clothes helplessly. It's so disgusting. Luc looked at the purple lines around Tony's reactor. Seeing Tony's face gradually getting worse, Luc walked up and put one hand on the reactor, and dark energy seeped into Tony's body. Although Luc's dark energy cannot heal injuries to others other than himself, it can consume and annihilate other energies and matter. Tony felt something seeping into his body, but did nothing rash, letting Luc continue his actions. Soon, Luc withdrew his hand, and Tony put down his clothes and breathed a sigh of relief. Man, this is the first time I've been penetrated by a man and it was a terrible experience. Tony touched his chest and felt much better. What did you do? Tony lifted up his clothes and found that the purple lines on his chest disappeared. Oh my god, you saved me. If I had known, I would have told you earlier. Tony said with a laugh. Luc shook his head helplessly. I just simply cleared the toxins in your body. As long as this light bulb is still in your body, you will continue to be persecuted by this toxin. Tony stopped. He was not a fool, he was just too happy and forgot everything. After calming down, he found that Luc did not lie to him. Okay, as long as you give me a spa treatment every once in a while. Tony put down his clothes and shrugged helplessly. Luc didn't want Tony to just accept his fate. I'm already facing those guys, I can't guarantee that I can survive their revenge. You'd better heal yourself so that you can come and help me. So you're here for help? Tony raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I'm here to ask for help from the most genius in history, Tony Stark. Luc said. Oh my god, you actually praised me. Tony exclaimed in surprise. Jarvis, remember to save the video to my cloud server, I must enjoy it later. Let's talk about appreciation later. Do you have any way to save yourself now? Tony was suddenly silent. I've tried every element on Earth, and nothing can take the place of palladium. Looking at Tony with a heavy expression, Luc thought about it. Don't be discouraged. You are the most amazing scientist. Why don't you go out for a walk? A guy discovered gravity when he was hit by an apple. You may just need a little inspiration. What if you are hit by something and it comes out? Looking at Tony who was unwilling to move, Luc continued, at least you can do everything you want to do, so you can die peacefully, right? Tony looked up at Luc and said, okay, you've convinced me, but don't run away next time. Let me fulfill my wish first. Chapter 35. From the next day, Luc was taken everywhere by Tony to fulfill Tony's so-called last wish. But in Luc's opinion, Tony was just acting on impulse. One day they were fishing for sharks in the sea, and the next day they were skydiving at 8,000 feet. A week later, Luc and Tony were lying on a yacht at sea because Tony suddenly decided to get a tan. But Luc felt that this guy would go and whiten his skin the next day. He was really cocky. Tony was holding a tablet and watching the surveillance video on it. It looks like your shadow troops and those construction workers are working well together. Tony turned to Luc and said. Luc glanced at the tablet in his hand. His shadow troops were asked by this guy to help build the buildings for the Stark Industrial Expo. This guy wanted to rehost the Stark Expo, and then he said that there was not enough time, so he had to ask his ninja soldiers and troll soldiers to go over to work. We didn't need many saber soldiers, because saber soldiers are not suitable for work. If you let them take a few steps in the Stark Expo, the ground will be full of potholes. These guys are really strong. Tony exclaimed as he watched several troll soldiers pick up huge amounts of steel balls and put them in a ring. These guys are as strong as the Hulk. It would be difficult for them to move those heavy objects. How can this be called difficult for them? Tony put down the tablet. This is making full use of resources. You evil capitalists, you might as well hang me on the street lamps they just put up. Tony decided not to bother with this guy, because if he got mad, he could really hang him on a street light. As for why he knew, it was because 2 days ago when he wanted to find a few girls for Luchi, he was hung upside down on the balcony for a whole night. Why did Luchi refuse? Because this guy was slightly face-blind and was not attracted to those women, saying that he liked inner beauty. But for Tony, he would rather believe that this guy couldn't get hard, but saying it out loud would definitely be like being hung on a hook to catch sharks. Luchi shook his head, flipped over the tablet, and found that there were also many reporters on the construction site of the expo today. When the Shadow Corps appeared on the construction site a few days ago, they attracted countless people's attention. Countless reporters rushed in like sharks smelling blood, and there were almost more reporters than workers on the construction site. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the project, Tony asked Pepper to drive the reporters out and only leave one group of reporters in each newspaper to report. Because of this, the expo has already attracted many people's attention before it even started. According to Xiao Lajiao, the Stark Group has received numerous exhibition applications recently, which makes Liu Qi think that this guy deliberately wants his Shadow Corps to help. Otherwise, with so much money, how many construction workers can he not afford? It was precisely because of the joining of the Shadow Legion that the construction speed of the expo was greatly accelerated. After all, the expo did not have any buildings that were hundreds of meters high. The tallest ones were the main exhibition hall and the ecological park. After checking the construction progress of the expo, Tony turned himself over to expose his back to the sun, trying to get a more even sun exposure. However, in Liu Qi's opinion, when frying meat, you have to turn it over, otherwise the meat will burn. Liu Qi also took a look at the progress. Most of the buildings in the expo park have been completed, and only landscaping and decoration are left. If we wait a few more days, the expo will probably start, catching up with the last expo. It seems like I haven't seen Pepper for a long time since you gave her the CEO job. Are you sure you don't want to spend some time with her during the last period of your life? Liu Qi looked at Tony happily taking a sip of red wine and suddenly spoke. Tony choked a few times, glanced at Liu Qi, and fell down like a burnt piece of meat. The thing in my body hasn't been resolved yet, and I don't want to inject that thing into little Pepper. Liu Qi gave him a middle finger. That's all you have on your mind, you jerk. Seeing Tony's puzzled look, Liu Qi asked suspiciously, have you never been in a relationship? I'm afraid you have always just been working without any feelings. Tony coughed. Are you doubting a battle-hardened genius? I'm suspicious of a big-time girl. The more Liu Qi thought about it, the more likely it was. He frowned, walked over, picked up Tony, drew a door and went straight back to Tony's Long Island villa. Jarvis, bring the yacht back. I need to talk to Tony about something else. A day later, Tony came to Stark Industries after a long absence and walked into the CEO's office. Little Chili is on the phone and seems to be very busy. Tony coughed twice to indicate his presence. Pepper glanced at him and motioned her to wait. Tony sat at the table board and watched the perpetual motion machine that kept swinging. Tony felt helpless as Pepper didn't finish her call for a long time. He glanced at the pendant that was still swinging, found a data cable, tied the pendant to it randomly, and then took a few boxes to cover the ornament. Little Lei Jiao looked at her and smiled, then said a few words on the phone and finally hung up. So, why are you here suddenly? Tony hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start. Damn Liu Qi, he actually pushed him indirectly, at least let him think about what to say. Tony, what do you want to say? I'm very busy right now. Stark Industries will be holding an expo soon, and there are a lot of things to deal with every day. For Pepper Potts, the position of CEO is a sign that Tony trusts her more and is closer to her, so she works very hard to be a good CEO of Stark Industries. She hasn't had a rest for a long time because of this, but she is still full of energy. Tony thought about it and finally decided to take a roundabout approach. So Tony said, are you free tomorrow? Pepper gave him a strange look, then glanced at the schedule. Well, there are still a lot of things to do tomorrow, or before the expo, there are a lot of things to do, and maybe it will be busy after the expo. What's the matter? Tony thought about the guy who was blocking the door and wouldn't let him leave unless he got Pepper out of the office, so he had no choice but to continue talking. I just want to show you the construction progress of the expo tomorrow. Tony said stutteringly, just the two of us. Pepper was stunned for a moment, wondering why she didn't check the construction progress directly on the tablet, but after hearing the next sentence, she thought about it for a while and realized Tony's real purpose. A date invitation. Pepper said with a smile. Just a work. Hearing what Tony himself didn't understand, Pepper shook her head. Tony, I'm glad you said that, but I think our first date shouldn't be at the construction site, okay? Why not at the Long Island Villa, where there's no one else, even Jarvis is turned off, we can do anything there. A little thought would tell you that Tony couldn't have said that on his own initiative, and that someone must have forced him, but Pepper was still very satisfied. After silently saying thank you to someone, Little Chilly went straight for is it too fast? Tony was no longer confused. He still wanted to try the sweet feeling of being in love that Chi described. Although that guy had never been in love, it felt good to listen to his vivid description. Pepper rolled his eyes at him. I mean a delicious lunch, a movie in the afternoon, and a candlelight dinner in the evening. How about that? A classic date combination. Tony smiled awkwardly, but after listening to Pepper's description, he also felt it was pretty good. Pepper leaned over and kissed Tony on the cheek, then smiled and said, definitely, if you have any brilliant ideas, you can also bring them up, or give me a surprise. Finally, I still have a lot of things to do. See you tomorrow, and by the way, please say thank you to Lu for me. Why should I say thank you to Chi? Tony was a little elated after being kissed, and didn't hear what Little Pepper said before. Little Pepper shook her head, somewhat speechless. Chi, who was outside, heard the conversation inside with her amazing hearing, smiled like an auntie, and finally adjusted her expression. He knocked on the door. Tony, I think we can leave now. When he opened the door, he saw Pepper already started handling official business, while Tony was still sitting there like an idiot. Chi shook his head and pushed Tony out under Pepper's grateful gaze. Walking out the door, Chi hugged Tony. You did a great job today, you genius. Chapter 36. The next day, Boz did not go to Stark Industries for the first time in a long time, and Chi also left the Long Island Villa. After wandering around outside for a day, Chi took out his cell phone in a square. Jarvis, are you sure you can't see inside the Long Island Villa? I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, Mr. Stark has an important appointment today. Don't let anyone disturb me. I've also been identified as a person. Your joke is really not very good. Chi shook his head. Hopefully it goes well. He spent a long day planning with Tony yesterday, using all his experience watching romance anime. After looking at the starry sky, Chi began to stare blankly at the people walking on the street. This guy Tony should be able to succeed. In the original plot, Tony succeeded. I just don't know if he will go straight to home plate. When he left early this morning, he specially cleared the poison for Tony. He smiled wickedly, and his cell phone suddenly rang. Chi glanced at his phone and saw it was a call from Phil Coulson. As soon as the call was connected, Phil Coulson on the other end said anxiously, Advisor Chi, a yellow monster appeared on Broadway. Chi was stunned for a moment. Didn't he send Shadow Ninja to monitor Samuel? Why did the abomination appear again? Can you come over and help? I'll ask Iron Man to come over and help later. Chi quickly said, he has something urgent to do today, I can do it alone. Although Phil Coulson would never be able to call Tony, he was afraid that he would directly disturb Tony's good things. Chi hung up the phone, first went to a small alley to draw a door to the construction site to retrieve the Shadow Army, and then teleport to the vicinity of Broadway. Looking at the chaotic crowd not far away, Chi frowned. Logically, those ninjas should be able to get rid of the abomination that didn't absorb the Hulk's blood. Why did the abomination still appear? Chi calculated the distance and sneaked over directly to avoid running too fast and missing him before he could react. His speed was extraordinary now. Arriving at Broadway, Chi saw a yellow figure in the distance wantonly destroying everything around him. The several shadow ninjas sent by Chi entangled the abomination around it to prevent it from killing ordinary people, but even so, some ordinary people were accidentally injured by the abomination. Looking at some people lying on the ground, Chi frowned, and the next moment, the Shadow Corps was summoned. A group of ninjas suddenly appeared in front of everyone's astonished gaze, then nimbly jumped over the chaotic crowd and ran towards the giant. Chi appeared at a high place near the battlefield, and watched the people around him being taken away directly by a huge number of ninja soldiers. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the hatred. What's going on? Liu Qi looked at the abomination in front of him, not knowing what to say. Why did the abomination look different from the one in the movie? The hatred in front of me is completely different from the hatred in the movies that at least has a human form. Although the guy in front of him was still shit yellow in color, he could no longer be seen as a human. He was on all fours, his head was connected to a spine and was shaking all over, and his body was covered with spikes, like an alien monster. Liu Qi felt a little strange, but still released all the shadow troops. For a moment, the originally empty streets were filled with people. A group of troll soldiers surrounded the abomination, and other types of soldiers stood in various corners and buildings to surround the abomination. It seemed that the intelligence of the abomination was not as high as it was originally. Looking at so many enemies, it roared like beast and rushed towards the most conspicuous troll soldiers. These troll soldiers took the lead and rushed forward in rows, their momentum no weaker than that of the abominations. The two sides collided directly without any avoidance, and the shockwave caused directly shattered all the glass of the surrounding buildings, and glass rained for a while. The spikes on the abomination slammed into the body of a troll soldier, turning the troll soldier into shadow. Liu Qi frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this form of abomination was so powerful. But it didn't matter. After the troll soldiers returned, he would wait for 5 seconds and there would be another big man. He didn't believe that this abomination could destroy the infinitely regenerating shadow army. The abomination just killed a troll soldier with one charge, but he also stopped. A group of troll soldiers around him rushed up and surrounded the abomination. Without caring whether they would get hurt or not, these big guys pounced on him, grabbed the hateful limbs, and lifted him up by force. Then slammed to the ground. The concrete floor was directly crushed and the abomination sank into the ground, but the troll soldiers' attack was not over yet. They turned into ruthless pile drivers, with pairs of giant hands clenched into fists, constantly hitting the abomination. The huge amounts of power made the abomination scream. Looking at the stable situation below, Liu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the strength of the hatred had become stronger, the strength on his side should not be underestimated. A group of troll soldiers used their numerical advantage to beat the abominations, and there was a circle of troll soldiers around them who could not squeeze into the battle. Liu Qi casually summoned the troll soldier that was killed instantly, and watched this guy take a running start on the rooftop and directly turn into a meteorite and smash down towards the abomination. Collapse. Huge amounts of noise drowned out the noisy sounds outside. The ordinary people were originally a little panicked, and looking at this scene they even felt sad for the yellow monster. Liu Qi was standing on the roof and was sent flying a little by the force, which showed how powerful the attack was. The abomination below stopped moving, and Liu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. However, he could not guarantee that the abomination would not be killed instantly by this attack. Liu Qi simply asked the troll soldiers to try to pull out the spikes on the abomination. This thing can even hurt the Hulk as long as you have enough strength. Liu Qi thinks this thing is harder than bricks and stones, and it might be able to kill the abomination directly. Watching the troll soldiers below starting to take action, Liu Qi called over the ninja soldiers who were monitoring Samuel. After communicating with the dark waves, Liu Qi learned that they followed Liu Qi orders and did not take action after discovering Banner coming here, lest Banner still wanted to destroy Hulk. Then when the abomination came in and forced Samuel to inject him with the Hulk's blood, these ninjas directly divided into two groups and killed the two. Samuel was chopped into several pieces, but something unexpected happened on Abomination's side. His spine was very hard, so it was not cut off, causing him to be chopped off and crash into the cabinet filled with blood. The blood flowed directly into the body of the Abomination through the wound, causing him to tremble wildly in pain, but he did not die, and his body became larger and larger, and his skin became yellower and yellower. They went up to chop him, but they couldn't cut off his arms or anything like that. They could only leave a series of wounds, and then spikes popped out of the wounds. Then, the Abomination chased them directly and they tried to lead the Abomination to a deserted place. But the Abomination was attracted by the horns and screams and ran here halfway. What's this world line concluding? Liu Qi shook his head helplessly, but at least the hatred was defeated. Just as he was thinking this, a roar of hatred suddenly came from below, and Liu Qi quickly looked down. This guy actually started to grow in size, more than doubling in size. The troll soldier, who was originally half a body taller than the Abomination, actually became much shorter in front of him. A troll soldier had been holding onto one of the Abomination's bone spurs, but was lifted up by the ever-expanding abomination and hung on its body. The abomination's head turned 180 degrees and looked at the troll soldier. The troll soldier tried to punch him on the head, but was shaken off by the abomination, who stepped on him and turned into a shadow. Is it so outrageous? Seeing the abomination kill a troll soldier in 2 moves, Liu Qi couldn't believe it. The strength of the troll soldier was the best among him, but the abomination could transform and kill him instantly. What did it mean? Explosive growth is not a skill of a villain, unless you are a big brother who drives a spaceship. Looking at the transformed abomination killing everyone in the crowd of ninjas below, Liu Qi quickly ordered all the ninja soldiers to attack the abomination. Watching the groups of ninjas rushing forward, they were knocked away by the hatred and turned into shadows in the air and returned. Liu Qi frowned, gritted his teeth, squatted down, and dark energy emanated around his body. This is because Liu Qi no longer supplied energy to the shadow world, but directly emitted it. However, more than half of this dark energy was directly consumed by various energies in the material world, but it still continued to accumulate. He hoped that the shadow core could delay the abomination and allow him to accumulate strength to complete it. Liu Qi emitted dark energy and tried to communicate directly with the shadow world to infuse dark energy, but he always felt that something was blocking his actions. Strange, I can do this in Kamar-Taj. Oh my god! The magic circle set up by Kamar-Taj. Liu Qi, who had figured it out, began to concentrate on emitting dark energy instead of communicating with the shadow world. What a joke, Dormammu couldn't even use dark energy to break through the magic circle, so how could he do that? On the other side, on a helicopter, Banner frowned as he looked at the shadow troops being slaughtered below. They can't kill this guy at all. Once he loses interest in them, he will go somewhere else. Only I can stop him. Feeling the energy of hatred in his body, Banner felt that there was a consciousness in his body that was angry that a thief had stolen his power. Sure enough, you didn't disappear. Banner whispered. Betty didn't hear Banner's next words and rushed forward to hug Banner. Bruce, don't go, you've been cured. Banner looked back at Betty, glanced at the lover he had been thinking about, and finally kissed Betty. General Ross behind him watched silently and touched the pistol on his waist. But Banner quickly pushed Betty away, gave her a firm smile, and fell to the ground with his back facing the ground. Bruce. Betty threw herself to the edge of the helicopter sadly, and Ross quickly came up and grabbed Betty. Collapse. There was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground, but nothing came out for a long time. No, Bruce, Bruce. Ross was about to comfort his daughter when he heard her cry of surprise. He stuck his head out and looked down, only to see a green giant crawling out of the pit and running towards Abomination. Damn, this disaster has lasted for thousands of years. Hulk glanced at the helicopter in the sky and ran towards the thief in the distance. He could feel the power in the other person's body that came from him, but currently his power was suppressed by some potion and could not be exerted. But what could Hulk think of? He just wanted to kill the thief. The abomination that was killing ninjas everywhere seemed to sense something. Its head was raised by its spine and it looked at the green figure rushing towards it from a distance. An inexplicable emotion surged from his body, causing him to ignore these annoying immortal guys and run towards Hulk. The two figures collided directly with each other. Huge amounts of sound waves could directly kill a person. At the same time, a green figure flew out. This is not the original Abomination. As an enhanced version of Abomination Plus, his size is 3 times that of Hulk and his strength is much greater. But Hulk stood up and took a break, feeling that his strength was restricted too much. He became angrier and angrier, and the strength in his body increased slightly, causing his already low IQ to drop to 0. Just do it and it's done. How annoying. Seeing the Abomination break out of the encirclement and fight with Hulk, Liu Qi felt a headache. It took a lot of effort to attract the Abomination. Hulk, please don't mess things up, okay? Let the Shadow Core quickly rescue the people around, and Liu Qi continues to accumulate strength. It feels like the Abomination is no worse than the Lord of Dimension that I fought last time. I have to save more energy and kill him in one wave. 2 huge amounts of figures kept colliding with each other, making loud noises one after another, and even shock waves visible to the naked eye. Hulk fought more and more courageously, fought again and again after being defeated, and was knocked down again and again, and the battlefield between the two kept shifting. Hade attacked the green dwarf in front of him with all his might. Although he had lost his intelligence, he still had a deep impression of this green figure. Liu Qi commanded the ninja soldiers and the sword soldiers to take away the ordinary people involved in the battlefield, otherwise the ordinary people nearby would die. The battle went on for a long time, and finally, Abomination lost interest in this guy, feeling that he was not as tough as those ninjas. When Hulk rushed over again, the Abomination raised his foot and pinned him to the ground. Hulk struggled hard, but for the Abomination now, it was as powerless as a child's resistance. The Abomination's spine slowly lowered its head and it took a closer look at Hulk, but because it was too close, Hulk punched it hard. Ah! Huge amounts of roar came out from his chest. Now he had no neck and could only make this meaningless roar. Hulk took the opportunity to break free from the suppression, then pounced on the Abomination, hung on the Abomination, grabbed the Abomination's spine and pulled it out. Perhaps this is the weakness of Abomination. Abomination felt severe pain, roared huge amounts of, and crashed into building after building, trying to knock Hulk down, but it caused buildings to collapse one after another. Dust and smoke filled the sky, countless people were crushed under the collapsed buildings, and cries were heard everywhere. In a secret room, Fury watched the battle and made an assessment. He felt that ordinary weapons would not have any effect on the Abomination. So the question was, should he cough or use this? Fury looked at the pager in his hand and thought silently. But suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation was captured and appeared on the screen. That's enough. Finally, Liu Qi finished accumulating energy, and hundreds of thousands of nearly a million energies gathered around his body, transforming into a dimensional Mephisto form. Dark energy surged all over his body, and he flew up with Liu Qi. Looking at the smoke and dust billowing in the distance, Liu Qi chased after it. He stretched out his hand, and the dark energy gathered in his hand, turning into a spear. Liu Qi roared, and the dark energy surged, rushing towards the Abomination running around in the distance. Stop! Just as Abomination was destroying Hulk everywhere, a voice with special energy fluctuations came, shocking him. The next second, a figure appeared in front of him, and a black spear pierced his body directly without paying attention to his defense. Liu Qi did not hesitate at all and disbanded the dark energy that turned into a spear. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of dark energies exploded in the body of hatred. Countless dark energies flowed inside the body of hatred, directly suppressing the gamma energy in the body of hatred. The seemingly invincible Abomination simply fell over, and Hulk fell to the ground. Standing up angrily, Hulk looked at Abomination, only to find a tiny figure standing on Abomination's body, with countless black energies surging around and pouring into Abomination's body. The Abomination let out a roar that was not much different from before, but it felt so painful. Get out! Liu Qi continued to pour energy into the Abomination through the hole, then turned around and glared at Hulk. Did this guy still want to make trouble? Hulk, who was originally very angry, looked at Liu Qi's eyes and became inexplicably scared. Looking at the energy surging around that guy's body, he felt a little scared for no reason. Just when he was stunned and didn't know what to do, another guy he hated sent him a message asking him to leave, and then Hulk ran away without looking back. Liu Qi looked at the leaving Hulk in confusion. He thought he had to fight with Hulk and was ready to gather the troll soldiers, but Hulk just left. That's okay. Liu Qi felt the Abomination under his feet suddenly shake, and immediately turned around and continued to infuse dark energy to destroy the Abomination's body. Hate felt a person standing on his body, struggling frantically to stand up, but waves of dark energy were destroying his body crazily, corroding all his muscles and leaving him with only meaningless roars. Cells turned into nothingness under the attack of dark energy, leaving only the gamma energy hidden deep in the cells. The gamma energy in countless cells was activated and rushed out, colliding with Liu Qi dark energy, annihilating each other. Another battle started in the body of the hatred, but under the constant energy supply of Liu Qi, the gamma energy was still powerless and was slowly annihilated by the dark energy. The last gamma energy in the body of Abomination was destroyed, and Abomination disappeared without a trace, because this guy had undergone a series of genetic modifications and his genes had already collapsed. He was accidentally injected with gamma energy and was dominated by it, barely surviving. But when the gamma energy was completely destroyed, his body no longer had the power to dominate his existence and disappeared. How great it is, just scatter the ashes to prevent anyone from having any bad intentions. Liu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that gamma energy had this use. It felt somewhat similar to dark energy. No. There must be another gamma dimension. After the battle, Liu Qi breathed a sigh of relief and thought about it for a while. Gamma energy is indeed very powerful, creating monsters like the Hulk, and even the abomination that stole the Hulk's power is so powerful. The abomination, who had obtained more blood than in the original plot, was also more terrifying than he had imagined. Fortunately, he successfully condensed the energy in the dark dimension and defeated him in the end. Liu Qi heaved a sigh of relief and moved his aching body. All the dark energy in his body had just been poured into the body of the abomination, and there was no energy left to heal it. Fortunately, the energy could be restored, so he was not afraid. Wait, am I running out of dark energy? Liu Qi suddenly remembered something. It seemed that the cloak and mask he used to conceal his identity were made of dark energy. When Liu Qi turned around, he saw countless reporters taking pictures of him crazily. Depend on. The little bit of dark energy that had just been restored instantly covered Liu Qi's face. Liu Qi walked up and threw all the reporters' cameras into the dark dimension. But this one is pretty good, pretty handsome, keep it. Liu Qi ignored the reporters with crying faces and flew away, but what he didn't notice was that he chased the hatred to a street in Apple City where there were many traffic cameras. In the secret room, Fury put down the pager in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, thought of Liu Qi's performance, was silent for a long time, and took out a document. If Liu Qi was there, he would have recognized the Avengers logo on the document. Chapter 37. So, you just exposed yourself like that. Tony looked at the video of Liu Qi battle with Abomination on the tablet, as well as the close-up of Liu Qi face at the end, and looked at Liu Qi helplessly. There was no other way. The monster almost turned the tables, so I could only give it my all. Liu Qi lay on the chair like a salted fish, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. After his face was exposed yesterday, a large group of enthusiastic netizens immediately dug out his information. Not to mention his name, where he lives, and his daily life photos were all published. God knows how those guys got his photos. Now he doesn't even dare to go back home, as a large group of reporters and onlookers have surrounded his house tightly. As a last resort, he asked the ninja to take away the flowers on the balcony, and then ran to Tony's place to avoid the limelight. Well, the only thing I didn't expect was that you would reveal your identity in such a stupid way. Tony mocked Liu Qi. Liu Qi silently made an international friendly gesture to Tony. By the way, how did you guys progress last night? Tony smiled, a delicious lunch, a wonderful movie, and a romantic candlelight dinner. That's it. Liu Qi thought this guy would not let little Lei Jiao go home. Tony was a little helpless. It was Pepper's father who brought her here yesterday morning. He was holding a Winchester in his hand and shouted to me, "I will pick up my daughter at 8 o'clock in the evening." Or something like that. The schedule was so tight, what could I do? I even washed the dishes myself yesterday. I thought you would just throw away the dishes. Liu Qi held back his laughter and continued, "It seems like you left a bad impression on him." Tony said helplessly, "What can I do? I can't go back and slap myself. By the way, I thought you would just skip the candlelight dinner and reveal your true nature." Tony was somewhat helpless. "Is that the kind of person I am in your eyes?" Liu Qi nodded without hesitation. "Come on, I respect Pepper's personal wishes." Tony said slowly, "Besides, I think I have some understanding of the feeling you said, which is not bad." He raised his eyebrows and looked at Liu Qi, with a smug look in his eyes. Liu Qi felt that the air was not so wonderful anymore. What could be more hated than showing affection next to a single guy? Liu Qi stood up and walked towards the room assigned to him, intending to water the flowers. Tony shouted from the back, "The opening ceremony of the Stark Expo will be held tonight. I plan to have an Iron Man-style opening ceremony. Do you want to come?" "No, otherwise I'm afraid there won't be any reports about you tomorrow." Liu Qi returned to his room and watered the flowers. He felt very upset because he thought that he would be like a thief every time he went out. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the alarm clock rang suddenly. Jarvis? Turn off the alarm." Liu Qi sat up dazedly, "Why did I set this alarm?" "Your note is, watch the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo." "Oh." Liu Qi remembered, "Let me see it." A projection appeared on the wall. It was the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo which had just begun. Watching Tony land on the stage in armor, causing a sensation in the audience, and then he began his speech very proudly. "So, this is the Iron Man style opening ceremony? It's really his style." Liu Qi looked at Tony's boastful look with dissatisfaction. "Jarvis, if someone makes Tony mad, what will Tony do? Generally speaking, the Sir will collect confidential information or black material about the other party and then release it or directly send a lawyer's letter. Oh. Liu Qi remembered that in the original plot, every time Tony was bombarded by someone, he would directly release the other party's confidential information or black material, and then bombard others in return, including Hammer, Fury, and even Captain America. Nodding, Liu Qi found the data card of his camera and placed it on the instrument beside him. Jarvis, read the photo and send it to me. Liu Qi looked at the photos received on his mobile phone and smiled. These photos were definitely Tony's dirty laundry. So, when the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo was a success and Tony was in high spirits, a few photos quietly appeared on the internet. Tony doesn't know it yet, he just knows that the court subpoena he just received makes him very annoyed. How far are we from DC? DC? 250 miles. Well, it looks like I won't be able to go home today. The next afternoon, Liu Qi was lying comfortably on the sofa watching a DC movie on TV when Tony suddenly opened the door and walked in. How did you get those photos? Tony shouted helplessly. Just after he defeated Hammer and that congressman's name in the morning, he was about to see what the internet thought of this wonderful debate, but he found that photos of himself wearing tattered clothes, having a big beard and working as a blacksmith were circulating everywhere on the internet. He thought that the guys who kidnapped him had not been cleared out yet, so he asked Jarvis to search for the sending address. Jarvis told him that the photos were sent from his own home. Why, you don't like it? Liu Qi smiled, I thought you would miss that time. God, I can already foresee the headlines in tomorrow's or even tonight's newspapers. Tony said with despair, lying down next to Liu Qi. What can I do? I can't win the fight, and I was the one who started showing off first. Think positively. Maybe Pepper will come over to comfort you right away when she sees those photos. As soon as he finished speaking, little Pepper walked in. Tony, are you there? Liu Qi stuck his head out in surprise and took a look. Little Pepper really came. Will he become an extra-large light bulb? What's wrong, boss? Tony pressed Liu Qi's head under the sofa and gave him a look. Liu Qi consciously dived into the shadows and disappeared. I need you. Don't worry, it's okay, it's just a few photos. Tony said as if nothing happened. What photos? Pepper asked confusedly. Not a photo. What photo? Then what are you doing here? Tony asked confused. Remember you wanted to transfer the CEO position to me? I have already started handling the CEO's work, but there are still some important procedures before the CEO position can be completely transferred to me. Otherwise, there are some things I can't handle. Tony was a little deflated. Okay, tell me where I need to sign. It looks like you have some official business to attend to. Liu Qi walked out silently. Do you need me to step aside? Little Pepper greeted her with a smile. Ever since Liu Qi gave her an assist last time, her relationship with Liu Qi had gone from acquaintance to friends, not to mention that Liu Qi also gave her 10 very strong bodyguards. Don't leave, there are some documents here that need your signature. Me. Liu Qi was a little confused as to why he had to sign any document. He was not a shareholder of Stark Industries. It's about that mobile phone company. Now the scale of that mobile phone company has reached nearly 100 billion. You are the second largest shareholder. Some documents can only be issued with your consent. Nearly 100 billion? So, I am also a billionaire. Liu Qi really didn't expect that this mobile phone company could grow so fast. However, compared with Marvel's currently popular button phones, the full-screen smartphones are so different that it is inevitable that they will be popular. Well, it looks like neither of us can escape today. Tony said helplessly. Then let's wait for someone from the legal department to come. She knows what documents we need to fill out. Okay, Liu Qi, do you want to exercise? I really want to exercise now. After a while, Liu Qi held the training props in both hands and looked at Tony in front of him. Why am I the one getting beaten? Because I can't stand your beating. Tony said as he threw a punch, which Liu Qi easily blocked. Tony was not surprised and continued to attack. Liu Qi looked at Tony helplessly. If you want to be sulking, just sulk. Why don't you go and play on the treadmill over there? Liu Qi took punch after punch, and finally yawned out of boredom, retracted one hand, and blocked Tony's attack with one hand. You look really bored. He glanced at the little Happy who was trying to hold back his laughter, then turned to look at Happy. Come up, Happy, come and practice with me. Happy felt helpless and inexplicably wanted to deduct Tony's salary. No, he is just a driver, why would he think of deducting his boss's salary? After handing the protective gear to Happy, Liu Qi proudly came to little Lei Jiao who was processing documents. You look busy. Liu Qi looked at Xiao Lei Jiao's hands constantly swiping on the tablet. Pepper smiled helplessly. Stark Industries closed its weapons department, and the company has not yet completely settled down. A large number of researchers and factory workers are protesting because they were fired. He lay on the other side, poured himself a glass of Coke, drank it happily, and watched Happy sparring with Tony. After all, Happy had some basic skills, and he quickly adapted to Tony's rhythm. He then began to instruct Tony. Tony also quickly got into the state and launched increasingly fierce attacks. When Liu Qi was about to fall asleep, the door was suddenly pushed open and Natasha Romanoff walked in. You're here. Pepper smiled, and Natasha Romanoff came over, handed a pile of documents to Pepper, and told her how to fill them out. Liu Qi stroked his chin and watched the famous Black Widow's role play with interest. Natasha Romanoff took the time to give Liu Qi a threatening look, and Liu Qi nodded, indicating that she would not do anything bad. Pepper, who had her head down the whole time, didn't notice the interaction between Liu Qi and Natasha Romanoff. After she knew how to fill it out, she handed a few documents to Liu Qi and asked Liu Qi to fill it out. Tony, someone from the legal department is here, you need to come over and fill out some paperwork. Tony and Happy then noticed that there was one more person. Unlike Happy who was immediately fascinated, Tony's alertness had increased a lot after the Happy Hummer journey, which made him feel that Natasha Romanoff was a little strange. Come up. Tony said to Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff was stunned for a moment, then walked onto the ring. Handing the gloves to Natasha Romanoff, Tony walked over to Pepper. Who is she? New to the legal department, very capable. Tony took the document and signed a few words, then started searching for Natasha Romanoff's information, but he only found Natasha Romanoff's perfect resume on the internet. I searched on other websites and found that Natasha Romanoff had also been a model and had many photos of her. Pepper looked at Natasha Romanoff on the ring worriedly, then turned around and saw Tony looking at a photo of Natasha Romanoff. Tony. Pepper said helplessly. They had just had their first date, was Tony going to ruin their honeymoon? He gave Liu Qi a look that asked for help, and Liu Qi understood and silently closed the web page. Tony, who was watching with great interest, looked at Liu Qi in confusion, but Liu Qi gave him a look that told him to fend for himself. Okay. Feeling a strong gaze from behind him, Tony shrugged helplessly. Chapter 38. So why should I accompany you to this racing competition? Liu Qi said helplessly to Tony beside him. Tony was also helpless. I originally wanted to bring Pepper here, and I don't want to come here with a man. Then why did you make Pepper angry? Liu Qi looked at the reporters around him who kept taking pictures of him and Tony, and sighed. He originally wanted to hide from these reporters, but was directly driven out by Pepper because of Tony. Natasha Romanoff appeared from the side, handed each of them a tag, and asked them to wear it. Liu Qi looked at the sign and saw that he was a representative of the 67 mobile phone company. At least he's not Tony's follower, Liu Qi nodded. The last time Tony made Pepper angry, he even forcefully asked Natasha Romanoff to be his assistant, which reminded Pepper of bad memories in the past. Pepper angrily left Natasha Romanoff and left immediately. Then she was not seen for a long time. She only occasionally assigned tasks to Tony through Natasha Romanoff. Experience taught Tony not to mess with an angry woman, so he showed up for work after a long time. But even if he was given another chance, he would still ask for Natasha Romanoff, because he felt that this woman was definitely not simple and could not leave her with Pepper. Anyway, as long as Liu Qi is brought along, his safety will be absolutely guaranteed, and there is no need to worry whether this newcomer has any bad intentions. Tony greeted some people after being introduced by Natasha Romanoff, and soon saw someone he really didn't want to see. Come on, I'm leaving first. Seeing Hammer coming, Liu Qi walked away silently. He didn't like this boastful guy either. He felt that he would become stupid if he stayed with him. Tony glanced at someone who was leaving and sighed, and Hammer came over with a reporter. Liu Qi glanced at Hammer and Tony who were having a happy conversation in the corner and smiled. Natasha Romanoff sat down in front of him without him noticing. Fury asked you to monitor Tony. Liu Qi looked at Natasha Romanoff. Yes, logically Stark should be very poisoned now, but his mental state is very normal. Was it you who did this? Yes, after all, if you don't do anything, I can't just watch Tony give up on himself. But my method is only a temporary solution, not a permanent one. It would be great if you could completely cure the palladium poisoning, and I would be relieved. Natasha Romanoff nodded. No wonder Tony acted so normal. Liu Qi chatted with Natasha Romanoff for a while and complained about a certain braised egg together. Tony quickly ran to the bathroom to avoid Hammer, as he couldn't let this guy follow him to the bathroom. And Liu Qi found that Hammer was actually walking towards him. Hello, are you the superhero, Shadow Lord? To be honest, I have long guessed that you are the Shadow Lord, because after you killed Ironmonger, you suddenly appeared next to Tony. It seems that you two are very good friends? Tony and I are also. Liu Qi helplessly watched Hammer start to brag. How did this guy manage to take over the military's business? Just because he was AG, how could he have a pie deal with those guys? Liu Qi reluctantly said sorry to Natasha Romanoff, and then tried to escape by going to the bathroom. Just as Liu Qi got up and walked towards the bathroom, Tony ran out in panic. Liu Qi, there's a freak in there. Seeing Tony running out, Liu Qi was still a little confused. What happened? An electric whip broke through the toilet door and almost hit Tony. Oh my god, shouldn't this guy be waiting for Tony at the track? Why is he in the bathroom? Liu Qi quickly called out some ninja soldiers and took Tony to a safe place outside. When the people around saw the supervillain appear, they also ran out quickly. Liu Qi sent out some more ninja soldiers to surround the toilet door, intending to trap Ivan Vanko directly inside. Anyway, that guy's weapons were just a little more powerful, and his armor was not that great, so he could be knocked down with one punch. Two electric whips ripped through the wall, knocking the surrounding ninja soldiers directly back into the shadows. Liu Qi watched his ninja soldiers turn into shadows, and his heart was calm. However, he did not expect that the electric whip of the whip was so strong that it could directly cut through the wall. However, it could even penetrate the super alloy used to make steel armor, so it was not bad to have this power. But then a figure rushed out and pounced towards Liu Qi. Liu Qi took a look at the equipment on this guy and wondered how he dared to rush up like this. Didn't he have some kind of defensive deck or something? Don't the Russians pursue caliber and armor? You are just like running naked, which is too impure. Several ninja soldiers appeared, throwing flying darts in their hands. Whipsuo saw that the situation was not good and swung the whip into a ball to block the attacks. What kind of gymnast are you? Liu Qi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the whip with flexible whip ropes. This guy is so good at using the whip that Liu Qi feels that he can go home with a gold medal if he participates in the rhythmic gymnastics competition. Whipsuo turned around to look at Stark, who was running away, and without getting entangled with Liu Qi, he turned around, split the wall and ran out. Liu Qi followed closely behind, only to find that Tony had taken out a suitcase from somewhere and stepped on it. The suitcase undergoes a series of shape-shifting and turns into a suit of armor. Tony, wearing the armor, finally felt confident. He looked at Whiplash angrily and raised his hand to shoot out two energy waves, but Whiplash swung the whip to block the attack. He dances with the whip very well, right? Liu Qi said to Tony. Indeed, but he can forget about participating in the competition in this state. Tony said cooperatively, but soon noticed the light bulb on Whiplash's chest. Hey, freak, what's that on your chest? Whiplash looked down and smiled. It's what saved your life. Impossible. Tony was a little excited. How could his technology fall into the hands of others? The jets under his feet started up, and Tony quickly flew towards the whip, but the two electric whips directly entangled him. The whip opened its mouth, increased the energy output, and soon destroyed the Mark V's thin external armor. With a flick of his hand, a clever force deflected the direction of Tony's flight and knocked Tony to the ground. Tony. Liu Qi originally wanted to watch Tony beat Whipsuo, but he didn't expect Tony to be so miserable, so he quickly sent a bunch of ninjas to attack Whipsuo. Whiplash looked at the knives stabbing at him and wanted to let go of Tony, but Tony grabbed the electric whip instead and pulled it towards himself, controlling Whiplash. Several long knives slashed at the unavoidable whip rope, cutting off one of its hands and feet. Liu Qi was a little helpless. He originally wanted to cut the whip cord directly, but Tony pulled it and the whipcord avoided the vital parts. This time, Whipsuo was subdued. Looking at the crowd of people not far away who started taking pictures, Liu Qi gave up the idea of finishing him off. Tony looked at Whiplash lying on the ground, walked over, and pulled off the headlight on his chest. After briefly analyzing the device, Tony crushed it with his hands. At this time, a group of policemen finally dared to come forward and arrested Whipsuo. "Are you okay?" Liu Qi looked at Tony in a daze, feeling sorry for not killing the villain directly. Tony took off his helmet and Liu Qi saw his cautious expression. "I'm in trouble," Tony said. Chapter 39. In the intensive care unit of the hospital, Tony saw Yvonne lying on the bed, having lost one hand and one foot. "Your little technology is pretty good, but it's a little slow." Tony looked at Yvonne who was looking at him quietly, and it was a little hard to imagine that this guy was holding two whips and wanted to whip him a few hours ago. Liu Qi also walked in, looking at Yvonne on the bed, thinking about killing him directly. But looking at the monitors everywhere in the ward, Liu Qi silently gave up the idea. Speeding up the speed and sending the anti-energy through the ionized plasma channel would be very useful, but it's not very efficient. Tony's usual tactic is to first look down on the other party in the area where the other party is best at, and then talk to the other party. "I don't understand how you can make a lot of money off of him with just a few tweaks." Yvonne smiled contemptuously, "You come from a family full of robbers and thieves. You think you are not a sinner and want to rewrite your history, but you have forgotten everyone who was killed by the Stark group. You said I was a thief, then where did you steal your technology from?" Stark said slowly, trying to get some information. "My father, Anton Vanko." "I'm sorry, I haven't heard of him." Yvonne became a little angry after being slightly provoked. "You didn't die not only because the guy next to you saved you, but also because of my father. I didn't die simply because I had a good buddy." Yvonne grew angrier, but then he started laughing. "Tony Stark, you know that when God bleeds, people won't believe him anymore. You said that no one could make your technology in 20 years, but now, the false god is bleeding." Tony's face turned gloomy. When he saw the reactor in Ivan's chest, he knew that there would be big trouble. When blood appears in the water, it will attract sharks. Even your brothers can't save you from the hands of the world. Yvonne glanced at the innocent Liu Qi and continued to say to Tony, "And I just need to watch here." "Where do you want to watch it?" Tony said, "In prison." After saying this, he called out to Liu Qi and was about to walk out. "Tony Stark, you don't have much time left. Death from palladium poisoning is very uncomfortable." Tony smiled and said, "It seems you don't have a good buddy." After leaving the hospital, Liu Qi looked at the ward where Yvonne was and released several shadow ninjas in several dark corners to see if he could find an opportunity to get rid of Yvonne. Tony got into the car in silence. Liu Qi glanced at Natasha Romanoff in the driver's seat and followed Tony into the back seat. The atmosphere on the road was a bit heavy, and Rhodes also made many phone calls. Now the military was like an annoying fly, trying to surround Tony and swallow him, but Rhodes used all his connections to stop the siege. After talking to Rod for a few words, Tony thought about something silently. In the hospital, Yvonne was out of danger, but was pushed into the ward again, and several mechanical limbs were quietly sent into the hospital. Early the next morning, Liu Qi was eating breakfast while watching the morning news, but now the news was all about the siege on Tony. It is not difficult to imagine who instigated these guys. Liu Qi cut many channels and finally started watching Feng Chech and Fake Experienced. While listening to elegant music and enjoying a delicious breakfast, Tony soon appeared in the living room. Looking at his thick dark circles, it is not difficult to guess that this guy has been working in the laboratory all night again. Is the situation very bad? Tony glanced at the TV and said to Liu Qi. All TV channels are broadcasting what happened yesterday, and only this channel is still broadcasting what it should have been broadcasting. Liu Qi said helplessly. Those guys really like to take advantage of the popularity. Tony. A voice came from the door. It was Pepper, who hadn't been seen for a long time. Liu Qi took his breakfast to the balcony and left the living room to the two awkward guys. After enjoying an hour-long breakfast, Liu Qi looked back inside and saw little Pepper and Tony snuggling together. It looks like I need to find a place to live soon, but I'm going to rule out the Big Apple first. Although he has become a billionaire, Liu Qi still doesn't want to buy a small home that is destined to be destroyed. Jarvis, show me if there is any good house in Rocky Mountains. At Hammer Industries, Ivan's missing limbs were replaced with several high-tech mechanical prosthetic limbs, and he sat at a high-end dining table. I hope you like these robotic arms. They have very high technological content. Hammer gave a strange smile, which made Ivan feel a chill on his back. Ivan looked down at the Stark Group logo that had not been wiped clean on the prosthetic limb, as well as the Hammer Industries logo that was painted in a very conspicuous place, and then glanced at the guy in front of him. I don't know if you can speak English. Can you tell me? Maybe I can assign an interpreter for you. Hammer looked at Ivan's silence and continued in English. Is this guy a fool? But we can use him. Ivan thought silently, while Hammer kept repeating the words resources and money like ARD, as if the other party could learn English in this way. I think we can work together. Ivan said quietly, and Hammer laughed. Definitely, that's what I hope for. I can give you whatever you want, but you have to make me an armor like Iron Man. Ivan looked at the other person's silly look and said, that's good. I want my bird, and the video of the Shadow Lord. Okay, General, I will convince Stark to hand over the armor's technology, but I hope you don't send the tanks to steal it. As far as I know, Tony is a very conceited person. If you forcefully snatch it, he might just delete all the data. Rhodes sat in the car and finally tried every possible way to persuade the general to give up the idea of driving a tank to steal Tony's armor. He sighed. The outside world's comments against Tony have become more and more fierce in recent days, and the military is also ready to take over all the armors. They no longer want a superhero who can only punch in and go to work occasionally, but an army of armors that are completely under their control. Looking at the deserted Long Island villa outside, Rhodes was a little confused. Why didn't Tony hold an eye-catching party to celebrate his birthday today like in previous years? As soon as Rhodes walked into the door, he saw Tony and was about to say hello, but a figure appeared from the side and covered his mouth. Rhodes looked over in horror and reached for the pistol at his waist, but the man was Liu Qi. Rhodes gave him a puzzled look, and Liu Qi motioned for him to take another look. Rod took a look and found that Tony was watching a movie with Pepper, and it was a romantic movie that he would never be interested in. What the hell? Rhodes whispered. How come he didn't know that these two guys were progressing so fast? Liu Qi motioned for him to follow, and the two of them arrived at the laboratory and garage. Although Rod couldn't bear to disturb Tony, he was also very upset when he remembered his other purpose of coming here. Liu Qi naturally communicated with him. So, if the military can't have their own suits, they're going to come in tanks and take away all of Tony's suits. Liu Qi nodded, roughly understanding the situation. Why don't you just take a set of armor here? How about the Mark II? It's just a frame without any weapons. You can assemble it at will. Liu Qi pointed to a set of armor and said to Rhodes. Is this suitable? Rhodes said, looking at the silver armor. Playing is playing, joking is joking, he doesn't want to steal Tony's armor. Tony's current armor is already the 5th generation, and he is developing the 6th generation. This armor is just a decoration for him, and it is useless to put it here. Liu Qi said, and then walked over, and the display cabinet opened automatically. He directly carried the nearly 1-ton armor and placed it in front of Rhodes. How about trying it? Liu Qi said to Rhodes. I also wear this armor to play when I have nothing to do. Rhodes was a little tempted. Although he knew that Liu Qi also had many unique and powerful abilities, what attracted him more was Tony's high-tech armor. Can I really try this? Rhodes refused verbally, but he directly asked Jarvis to start assembling the armor. Looking at the brand new war machine, Liu Qi silently took out his camera and took a picture. Send it to me later. I must keep this photo as a souvenir. After simply flying a few circles in the garage, Rod fell heavily to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Tony, who was originally showing his affection with Pepper, came to the laboratory at some point and said. Oh my god, I just wrote a program for this suit of armor. All the people who were wearing it were deleted from his system. Now this guy is yours. What does that mean? Rhodes was confused and glanced at Liu Qi, who was also confused. The program I wrote before allows anyone who wears it to use my armor. Some time ago, I felt that this might be dangerous, so I simply rewrote the system so that only one person can use it. Now, you are the only person who can wear it. Tony frowned and walked to the computer. It seems that I can't delete you from the wearer, there is no way. Seeing Tony's distressed look, Rod panicked and glanced at Liu Qi. Rod gave him a look that said, that's not what you said. Liu Qi shrugged helplessly. If this thing can't be modified, just give it to Rhodes. After all, didn't you say that no one can copy your technology within 20 years? Liu Qi said casually. Tony raised his head. I overestimated them by saying 20 years. I saw in the last video that the armor these guys built didn't even have basic activity abilities. Walking up to check the armor, Tony seemed a little at a loss. By the way, where is Pepper? Liu Qi inadvertently mentioned Pepper, who was originally with Tony. Damn it, I told Pepper to go to the bathroom. If I keep going like this, she'll suspect I'm constipated. He looked at Rode and said, Okay, Rode, I'll give you this suit of armor now. I have to go back to accompany Pepper, so I won't tell you any more. Pointing to the garage door, Tony asked Jarvis to open it. When you get out of there, remember to fly carefully and don't fly too fast, otherwise there's a place where you can easily crash into something. Tony said this and quickly ran upstairs. Rhodes glanced at the garage door and then at Liu Qi. Liu Qi spread his hands, then I won't bother them anymore. I'll just go find a hotel outside to stay in. He drew a door and left, leaving Rhodes alone. Rhodes was a little confused, but the panel automatically planned a flight route leading to the military airport. These two guys are simply... Rhodes thought about it for a while and understood the truth of the matter. With a sigh, Rhodes closed the mask and flew out. Be careful, be careful. Rhodes flew slowly and safely out of the garage door. He glanced at a mark caused by a collision next to him. It might be the place that Tony mentioned that was easy to hit. After looking at the route planned by the armor, Rhodes controlled the armor to fly. Chapter 40. I don't know what Rhodes did, but starting from the second day, the pace of targeting Tony slowed down, and most of the morning news began to include Liu Qi's favorite gossip. Liu Qi also bought a small apartment in Los Angeles. It's not big, but very comfortable for one person to live in, just right. After checking his blog, he found that the number of his blog followers had soared to tens of millions since his identity was exposed. Even the photos he casually took in the past had tens of thousands of comments. After reading some funny comments, Liu Qi replied with a few laughing emojis and then uploaded the photo of himself beating up Iron Overlord to the internet. What happened at Stark Industries is no longer a secret, so many people know that they killed Ironmonger there, and the release of these photos can be considered a rehash in a sense, but the reply rate and forwarding rate are frighteningly high. After having a few ninjas act as human monitors to delete the malicious comments, Liu Qi walked out the door. Because he is bored, he has recently started jogging in the morning. Every day, he goes outside for a run when there are few people around, and takes some photos to update his information. If he doesn't have any good photos in the future, he will use those things to fool netizens. Anyway, those guys don't dare to come to him through the internet. After going to the local Chinatown and buying some gaobuli steamed buns, Liu Qi walked back while eating them and took out his mobile phone to check the news. Automatically ignoring the news that he was not interested in, Liu Qi silently scrolled down and suddenly saw a piece of news that Hammer Industries would display new weapons in the main hall of the Stark Expo tomorrow night. But Tony hasn't created the new element yet. This is where the plot might take a big turn. Liu Qi felt something was not right. It seemed that Tony hadn't called him to ask him to go for detoxification for a long time. After finding an alley, Liu Qi circled directly to Tony's house. As soon as she arrived at Tony's house, Liu Qi saw Tony analyzing something with a model of the Stark Expo. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. still handed these things over to Tony. Liu Qi is relieved now. It seems that the plot has a strong ability to recover. It can even turn around. So why didn't Tony call him? And why didn't Jarvis say anything about deleting the video today? Was he physically disconnected from the internet by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Seeing that Tony seemed to have discovered something, Liu Qi took out his cell phone and decided to take a few photos of Tony at this time. Seeing that Tony successfully discovered a new element that S.H.I.E.L.D. had not discovered for decades within half an hour, Liu Qi was also somewhat happy for Tony. It looks like you've found a way to save yourself. Liu Qi came up to Tony and suddenly said, successfully scaring Tony. I was so scared, I thought it was Phil Coulson. By the way, Liu Qi, you know, the way Phil Coulson threatened me was so scary. Tony saw Liu Qi, but he wasn't very angry. He imitated the way Phil Coulson threatened him. That's really scary. Liu Qi gave his evaluation expressionlessly. Okay, but as you can see, I have discovered a new element that can replace palladium, and it is even more powerful than palladium. These are... Tony was silent for a moment, these are all left to me by my father. Brother, you know, I just realized what my dad thinks of me. Tony seemed a little lonely now. Come on, don't be sad. At worst, I can invent a time machine and go back to see your dad. I just hope your dad won't be scared by a son who is the same age as him. Liu hugged Tony. Is there anything I can help you with now? Tony smiled, his old self back again. First of all, I need your big man. We need to renovate this house. Let's move all the furniture out first. Liu waved his hand and a group of troll soldiers appeared. Fortunately, Tony's house was big enough, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate these 5-meter-tall little giants. After moving everything out of the house, Liu released some more ninja soldiers. Leave the big items to the troll soldiers, and the small items to these ninja soldiers. The house was punched through and all kinds of strange lines were passed through the holes. With the help of the shadow ninja, the house was quickly modified. Phil Coulson walked in at this time. Hey, Phil Coulson, your hairline has gotten higher again. Liu greeted Phil Coulson as usual. So that's how you greeted him? Tony said, watching the fun, but this kind of thing should be based on facts. How about you let Jarvis connect to the internet and I'll make a backup for you. Then every time I see you, I can tell how much your hairline has moved up. Phil Coulson shook his head helplessly, but accidentally discovered a model. This is... Looking at the 5-pointed star on the shield, Phil Coulson was a little surprised. Do you know what this is? Phil Coulson was speechless when he saw such a treasure placed together with some sundries. Tony was holding a level in his hand, and was worrying about how to balance the pipe in front of him when he saw the shield in Phil Coulson's hand. Yes. That's it. Tony was a little surprised. Taking the shield from Phil Coulson, Tony looked at its structure and thickness and was about to stuff it under the pipe. That's not interesting. Liu took the shield and looked at the 5-pointed star on it. He didn't know when Captain America would be dug out, but it seemed that Thor would start soon. He could go to Asgard to see if he could get some new Dark Dimension coordinates. Don't ruin this thing. He casually handed Tony a piece of art that he didn't know where it came from, and motioned him to use it as a cushion. Liu played with the shield for a while, and seeing Phil Coulson's eager look, he simply turned around and said to Tony. Why don't you just give the shield to Phil Coulson? You don't want it anyway. Tony was looking at the level in surprise and found that the scale was just right. He glanced at the shield indifferently and threw it directly to Phil Coulson. Thank you. Phil Coulson was very surprised that he could get this shield and smiled at Tony. You look pretty good when you smile, Tony commented. Phil Coulson put the shield on his hand and said to Tony with a smile, actually, I'm here to say goodbye. I've been transferred to Mexico, where I have a new job waiting for me. And it seems that you have also discovered the secret of the new element, so I can leave with peace of mind. Tony looked at Phil Coulson's friendly smile and couldn't associate him with the bully who threatened him not to go out a few days ago. Watching Phil Coulson walk out of the villa skillfully, Tony unexpectedly said to Liu, do all these spies have 2 faces? Liu thought about it, maybe some people have countless faces. Tony believed it and looked at the villa which had changed drastically. Okay, Liu, let's get started. When they came to a valve, Tony asked Liu to stand further away and then turned the valve. A beam of energy passed through the pipe, refracted by the crystal, and shone on the wall, directly cutting through the wall. Oh no! Tony felt the wrench in his hand shaking and quickly called Liu for help. Liu grabbed the wrench and turned it in the direction Tony indicated until the energy beam focused on a chip. It's okay. Tony looked at the chip nervously and closed the valve. The energy ray disappeared, and a light emanated from the chip. You seem to have successfully created a new element. Jarvis's voice suddenly came from the speakers. Oh Jarvis, you're back again, did they let you out? Yeah, but I kind of want to sue them for violating my personal safety and privacy rights. Stop making jokes and quickly analyze whether this thing can replace palladium. Tony looked at the light on the chip and felt a little nervous. Liu walked over and patted Tony on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Even if this thing can't save you, I can find a way to save you. At worst, we can just let Ancient One take action and move the bomb away a few months ago. Tony smiled and felt that he was a bit extreme. Okay, man, wanna have a drink? We just created a new element. It's worth a drink to celebrate. Liu readily agreed, and during the Jarvis test, the two went to find some wine and chatted while drinking. Chapter 41. The two of them didn't drink any strong liquor. After all, Jarvis analyzed the new element in a short while. Tony poured Luc a glass of red wine. Come, try my collection of fine wine. Although I've never had this stuff, it should taste good considering how expensive it is. Luc was a little speechless. You really only buy expensive things and not good ones. Tony smiled and said, I only buy the best. But Luc knows that cheap things don't come cheap. What do you want to do after the new element is successfully developed? Luc suddenly asked Tony, who was relaxing. What else can you do? Tony was at a loss. You see, we don't know yet whether the new element can replace palladium or whether the new element is radioactive. What should you do if the new element is not as great as we thought? What should he do? Tony was also a little confused. He tried the periodic table, but couldn't find an element that could replace palladium. Finally, when he was about to give up, his father told him that there was another element he hadn't tried. So he started to produce that element, but he never thought about whether this element could replace palladium. Maybe you can try to take the fragments out of your chest. Luc looked at Tony's confused look and reminded him. That's what you think? Tony smiled, thinking what Luc was going to say. I consulted the best doctor on Earth who specializes in this field, and he said that with his skills, there is only a 20% chance that he can bring the fragment back before I die. Tony smiled and drank the wine. Even if I provide him with a set of my newly invented medical equipment, but the chance of success is only 40%, which is too low. Tony looked at the empty glass in his hand with loss and pain in his eyes. He also didn't want to have to replace the palladium chip every few days and ask his friends to help him detoxify. Luc also knew that Tony was a very arrogant person. He used to think that he was the best in the world, and he had stood up countless famous and powerful experts. Such a person would not want to rely on a device that would kill him to survive, nor would he want to need the help of his friends to survive. But a 40% chance is really too low, not even half the chance, and it also depends on the perfect performance of Dr. Wang. He could barely accept entrusting his life to a friend, but he couldn't accept entrusting his life to a stranger. Luc looked at Tony, who was in a daze and regretted mentioning this matter. Tony will eventually make up his mind to remove all the fragments in his chest, but not now, but in the future. By that time, technology had advanced a lot and the surgery was more reliable. After drinking the wine in the glass, Luc patted Tony on the shoulder. Okay, it's my fault. I'll drink a glass of wine as a punishment. The chances of a successful operation are indeed very small now, but don't forget that human technology is constantly improving. Maybe one day in the future, we will have the ability to help you take out all the fragments. Now all we have to do is to let you live until that day. Luc stood up and looked at the starry sky. If it wasn't on Earth, he would look for it in the universe. If it wasn't in this universe, he would look for it in other world. Tony looked at Luc, who stood up, feeling that the other party seemed to have made a decision for him, and smiled. Hey, don't think I'm so fragile. I'm Iron Man, not fragile at all. In fact, the material of my armor is gold titanium alloy, but the name of gold titanium man is really. Sir, the new element has been analyzed. According to the analysis, it can perfectly replace palladium and is non-radioactive. Congratulations, you will win the Nobel Prize in Physics. Jarvis' voice suddenly came, interrupting Tony. What? Jarvis, are you sure? Tony was overjoyed. Hey, Luc, did you hear me? I'm going to switch to a new element right now and never have to drink that damn chlorophyll juice again. Luc smiled and said, this way you don't have to worry about transferring radioactive substances into Little Pepper's body. Go to hell. Tony stood up and ran into the house. I forgive you, but you have to be the godfather of my child. Come here and take 2 photos for me. I must keep this as a souvenir. There was no need for Luc to take pictures. Jarvis had countless cameras in the room. But Luc followed and took out his camera to take pictures. When synthesizing new elements, the same chip as the reactor was used as a carrier, so Tony directly installed the reaction chip on the reactor. Are you ready? Tony looked at Luc with a smile. Luc got ready to shoot continuously to capture every moment. As for the video, he would leave it to Jarvis. I start. Tony stuffed the reactor into his chest. Tony felt the radioactivity of palladium in his body being slowly absorbed by the new element. He didn't even know that this element had this effect. This is truly clean energy. Tony shouted with excitement as he felt his body getting better and better. Liu Qi was also taking photos continuously and shook his head when he saw Tony's expression. Why do you have such an exaggerated expression? Liu Qi shouted. You have no idea. This is so wonderful. I feel like a new person. Tony exhaled and said excitedly. Okay, don't be too happy too soon. You can live to see the day when technology advances, but I don't want you to die suddenly because you're too excited. Liu Qi didn't know if being too excited would lead to sudden death, but seeing Tony's excitement, he decided to strike him down first. Tony smiled and ignored Liu Qi. He asked Jarvis to open the analysis of the new element and read it carefully. I'll send the photos to Jarvis first. Remember to ask Jarvis to send me a copy of the video. Liu Qi looked at Tony, who was going to stay up all night, and shook his head helplessly. Rather than letting him read these strange rules and regulations, it would be better for him to read the Tao Te Ching. At least he can recognize the words in the Tao Te Ching. I'm going to go back first. Take your time and play. Don't tire yourself out. Liu Qi drew a circle and returned to his home. Behind him, he heard Jarvis's voice, the video has been deleted. Comfortable. Liu Qi, who always felt something was wrong, breathed a sigh of relief, turned on his phone and looked at the presentation of Hammer Industries tomorrow. Liu Qi decided to take a good rest because he had to fight again tomorrow. As for killing Ivan now? God knows how many cameras Hammer installed next to Ivan. He ran over a few days ago to see if there was any chance, but even in the toilet in Ivan's room, there were 3 cameras. I don't know how Ivan could unload in this situation. Liu Qi was speechless. If he was under such surveillance, he would not be able to unload the goods unless he blocked the camera. It would be better to have a good sleep now. Anyway, as long as we make arrangements tomorrow, I don't believe Ivan can turn the tables. If those iron soldiers make any unusual movements, he will let the Shadow Army to tear them apart, and they will definitely not be able to fire a single bullet. Just like that, Liu Qi had a good sleep. The next day, after Liu Qi had breakfast, he prepared to go see how Tony was doing. However, to his surprise, Tony called first. Hey, Liu Qi, come here quickly, it's urgent. What happened? Liu Qi was a little confused, but he quickly drew a circle and went to Tony's house. So this is your urgent matter? Liu Qi was a little unbelievable. The urgent matter you are talking about is that Hammer is going to exhibit at your expo. Do you think it's embarrassing? Tony said in a bad tone, what good can Hammer Industries do? They just made their fortune by relying on some weapons with absolutely no technological content. But the Stark Expo is a place to display the most advanced technology in the world. He must have used a back door to display in the main hall. Liu Qi was speechless and took out his cell phone to open a news article. I thought maybe you should take a look at this. Open the video in the news. I was wondering if we could give Hammer Industries a chance to display their weapons at the Stark Expo. Definitely. Tony couldn't believe it. When did I say that? Liu Qi thought for a moment, maybe it was during the Morocco game? That was when an idiot came to you wearing a reactor armor without armor. Tony was a little speechless. Why do I remember saying as long as your technology is advanced enough later? No, I have to let Pepper sue this news network. They are broadcasting fake news. Liu Qi felt helpless and turned to the editor-in-chief. Do you remember this guy? Liu Qi showed the name to Tony. Who is this guy? He looks pretty good. Tony looked carefully at the beautiful reporter above. You had a wonderful evening with her before, the night before your trip to the Happy Hummer, if I recall correctly. Tony seemed to remember it and his face turned pale. At that time, he and Little Pepper had not officially confirmed their identities, so being outside was a bit. No. He hasn't confirmed his identity with Little Pepper yet. As a result, this urgent operation shifted from suing Hammer Industries to how to confirm Pepper's identity. Liu Qi was furious. Single guys don't have human rights. We have to help you find ways to chase people. Why don't you just go ahead and But after his last birthday, Tony seemed to care more about the ritual of love and searched the internet for information on how to express his feelings. Seeing Tony, a 40-year-old man, looking up this stuff on the internet, Liu Qi was a little speechless, but he still tried to use his limited knowledge to help Tony make some arrangements. Chapter 42. After following Tony's lead in searching for information online for more than 10 hours, I finally helped Tony design a good confession process. The next step is to see how to trick Pepper out. As Tony said, many people actually enjoy the feeling of being confessed to suddenly, so he planned to give Pepper a surprise attack. Seeing Tony spend the whole day reading confession methods on the internet like a love master, Lu was speechless. Looking at the densely packed process listed by Tony, Lu felt that this guy was not so serious when he was making the armor. Looking at the time, Lu suddenly realized that it was almost 7 o'clock and the Hammer Industries presentation was about to begin. The phone suddenly rang, and Tony was a little angry. Who would have nothing better to do than call his home phone? Wouldn't this affect his thinking? Because they were acquaintances or urgent matters, people usually called his mobile phone directly. The landline at home was only used by outsiders, so Tony never thought about having a proper chat. "I'll circle you and cross you." Tony picked up the phone and cursed at her. He hung up the phone angrily without caring about the consequences. Lu, who was originally waiting to see the show, was stunned. "Why don't you play by the rules? How can you think of going to the expo later?" Just as she was thinking about whether to tie Tony up directly, the phone rang again, and Lu breathed a sigh of relief. "Ivan, you are great, and you persevere. After this time, I will leave you with an intact body." Tony however was even more annoyed and told Jarvis to just hang up. How could Lu do this? He felt like stopping Jarvis. "Tony, this guy is still calling you even after you scolded him like that. Maybe he has something urgent to tell you. You should answer the phone." Tony frowned, but put down the flowchart in his hand and picked up the phone. "Tony Stark." Before Tony could speak, the other party spoke first. Tony frowned, feeling that things were not simple. "Who are you?" Ivan was stunned on the other end of the phone. "I really didn't leave any impression on you at all. You can't even recognize my voice?" "I am Ivan." Ivan yelled angrily, and then felt a little relieved. "How can you make a phone call in prison?" Tony was speechless. It turned out to be this brat. "I'm not in the hospital, I'm somewhere, guess what?" Ivan laughed like a villain, but Tony didn't buy it. "I'm just bored and guessing, what's the problem? If you want to jailbreak, then jailbreak. I'll send you back in 2 days." Tony was getting more and more impatient. Now that he had produced the new element, the front-end technology reactor was not so important. As long as others paid for it, he might even sell it. "Anyway, I have a stronger and more durable new element in my hands. The other side can't beat me in the energy competition, so Ivan is naturally not that important." Ivan was stunned and became more and more angry, but he couldn't kill Tony through the internet. "Tonight at the expo, I will make you and your family pay the price. I say." Ivan yelled and hung up the phone. Tony scratched his ears helplessly. This guy's roar made his ears hurt a little. But remembering what Ivan had just said, Tony asked Jarvis to turn on the show for tonight's expo. Tony found out that tonight was the time for Hammer Industries to show off some kind of mechanical soldier. Combined with what Ivan had just said, he had a bad feeling. "Jarvis, call Pepper." In the meeting room, Pepper sat in her seat, and Natasha Romanoff sat next to her, arranging various matters. Pepper looked very tired. She had not had a good rest in the past few days. After the transformation of Stark Group, there were a lot of things to do, and she had no experience to deal with them. If it were not for the assistance of Natasha Romanoff, she would not be able to manage Stark Group well. Thinking about how some hosts said they were inexperienced and didn't have the talent to take on big responsibilities, little Lei Jiao got a little angry. But no matter how angry she was now the CEO of the Stark Group, and she couldn't just go out and fight with a host. After taking a look at the schedule handed over by Natasha Romanoff, Pepper felt very tired, but she still had to persevere in order not to disappoint Tony's expectations of her. At the moment the cell phone rang, and Pepper took a look and saw it was Tony calling. Pepper answered the phone, but Tony's nervous voice came from the other end. "Boss, are you at the expo now?" "Definitely, I'm the CEO of Stark Group. How could I not appear at my own expo?" Pepper said with a smile. "Damn it. Pepper, get out of there. It's dangerous. And by the way, hand the phone to Natasha Romanoff. I have something to tell her." Pepper frowned, but still handed the phone to Natasha Romanoff. The two exchanged a few words, and Natasha Romanoff's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly stood up. I think we need to leave quickly. Natasha Romanoff changed her usual smile and said coldly to Pepper. What's wrong? Pepper was pulled up by Natasha Romanoff and walked out. The two of them also attracted a lot of people's attention, and at the moment, Hammer also saw the two people who were about to leave. He frowned. Today was the day when Hammer Industries was showcasing their weapons. Now that the CEO of Stark Group had left, how would the guests view him? He quickly walked over to stop them, but Natasha Romanoff saw Hammer and walked straight over. You are going to... Before Hammer could finish his words, he was pinned to the ground by Natasha Romanoff. He pulled Hammer's arm back hard, causing him to scream. Where's Ivan? Natasha Romanoff was full of murderous intent. She was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agents. She was not some delicate girl. What Ivan? Hammer tried to remain stubborn, but his hand was dislocated, causing him even more pain. Hammer Industries. He's at Hammer Industries. Hammer didn't get hard at all, but since he was a bottom, it didn't matter. Natasha Romanoff left Hammer behind, took out a walkie-talkie and said something, then quickly walked out with Pepper. At the moment, Tony and Luchi also came to the venue through the portal, and Jarvis quickly found Pepper. What happened, Tony? Pepper hadn't yet gotten over the fact that her assistant had knocked down the CEO of Hammer Industries, so she asked subconsciously when she saw Tony. Ivan was rescued by Hammer Industries. He just called me and threatened to destroy me. I feel like there's definitely something wrong with that batch of Hammer Industries mechanical soldiers. After briefly explaining the situation, Tony asked Pepper to go to a safe place and flew to the main hall with Luchi. Luchi followed Tony closely using flight boots and spoke to Tony through the headset. I'm going to stop the mechanical soldiers from Hammer Industries, and you go and capture Ivan. Tony nodded, but he still had to find Rod. Rod was a military man, and if a fight broke out, he would have to report the situation to the military through him. Hey Rod, can you hear me? At the moment Rhodes was standing under the stage in the main hall with a group of mechanical soldiers. They would be taken to the stage by the elevator later. As a military war machine, Rhodes took the armor to the military's largest partner, Hammer Enterprises, to replace a series of weapons and strengthen the firepower of the whole body. Although it is not as high-tech as the Iron Man armor, the firepower is stronger. Tony? What's wrong? Rhodes was a little surprised that he didn't fight with Tony like in the original plot. Where are you? I'm under the stage in the main hall of the expo, helping Hammer Industries with some promotion. Seriously, man, you have to see those mechanical soldiers down there. It makes me feel like I'll be out of a job soon. Rhodes looked back at the mechanical soldiers and said to Tony. Are all the robot soldiers there? Tony asked. Yes, there are a lot of them. Maybe Hammer Industries can make a fortune with these mechanical soldiers in the future. Okay, listen to me, Rod, destroy all the mechanical soldiers. Those soldiers were made by Ivan. What? Rhodes was still a little confused, but his visor suddenly turned red and he inexplicably entered combat mode. At the same time, the elevator rose, and a group of mechanical soldiers rose up. Rhodes frowned and tried to shut down the combat mode, but found that he had lost the ability to control the armor. Hey! Tony, I can't control my suit, it's in combat mode, and I'm now rising up onto the stage with all the mechanical soldiers. Damn it! Tony cursed and saw the elevator door open on the stage from a distance. What happened again? Hammer, who had finally regained his hand, looked at the changes on the stage. What kind of performance accident was this? But as soon as these mechanical soldiers appeared on the stage, the muzzles of their guns that could not fire were automatically raised and aimed at the flying Iron Man. After a brief silence, all the mechanical soldiers opened fire together, and various bullets and missiles shot towards Tony. Tony cursed fiercely and dodged to avoid the rain of bullets. The venue became chaotic with the constant sound of gunfire. These guys are business and military tycoons. We can't let them die here, otherwise how can we hold the Stark Expo in the future? Luchi estimated the distance and teleported over. Not far from the hall, thousands of shadow ninjas appeared. The blade soldiers attacked the mechanical soldiers on the stage, and the ninja soldiers simply picked up ordinary people and took them away from the venue. The sniper robot soldiers looked at the incoming blade soldiers and turned their guns quickly. Using the computer to command them, they predicted the trajectory of the blade soldiers and fired directly. The large caliber bullets directly tore through the bodies of most of the blade soldiers, turning them back into the shadows. Liu Qi frowned, not expecting these mechanical soldiers to react so quickly, but soon made the thorn blade soldiers make unruly maneuvers and approach the mechanical soldiers, but these mechanical soldiers were of many types and actually formed a formation. They coordinated perfectly under the computer's command and managed to keep the blade soldiers out. Liu Qi moved closer and summoned troll soldiers. One after another, the big guys rushed towards the enemy's formation, blocked the incoming bullets and missiles with their hands, and broke the enemy's formation into pieces. The blade soldiers followed closely behind, slicing the bodies of the mechanical soldiers with their sharp claws. "Damn it, I'm about to take off!" Rhodes shouted as he looked at the information on the panel. Liu Qi quickly commanded several nearby troll soldiers to pin Rhodes to the ground. The weapons on Rhodes opened automatically and he wanted to fight back, but the blade soldiers approached him one by one and destroyed all his weapons in a few strokes. "Sorry, Rod, but you can ask Tony to give you some better weapons later." Rhodes looked at the damaged ex-wife on his shoulder with some regret. He had never tried this weapon with such a cool name. Although Rhodes' reminder allowed the troll soldiers to catch Rhodes, some flight soldiers still managed to take off and leave the attack range of the saber soldiers on the ground. Tony arrived at this time and destroyed this group of mechanical soldiers with the laser in his hand and the precision missile on his shoulder. "Well done, we should have no enemies now. But can you please let me go?" Rod was pressed to the ground and shouted, but Liu Qi replied helplessly, "I'm sorry, but you are controlled. I can't let you go until you are freed." As he spoke, he took out his camera and started taking pictures frantically, which scared Tony next to him. He decided he must never embarrass himself in front of this guy again. "So is there anyone who can save me?" Rhodes looked at Liu Qi who was taking pictures nearby and wanted to dive directly into the crack in the ground. "I'm on my way." Natasha Romanoff's voice appeared in the language channel. At the moment she and Happy were rushing to Hammer Industries. Listening to the rubbing sound of clothes over there, the men fell into a strange silence. "Tony, are you okay?" Pepper ran into the hall and saw the destroyed mechanical soldiers in the hall. There were several policemen following behind her, holding Hammer who was chattering. "It's safe here, boss," Tony said to Boz, and went up to give Boz a comforting hug, but Boz was hurt by the iron armor. Pushing Tony away with disgust, Pepper looked at the scene. "So it's all over." Liu Qi and Tony looked at each other. "No, there's another guy." Tony thought of Yvonne, but didn't know where Yvonne was. "Hey, Tony! Come out and fight me!" An arrogant voice came from outside. Chapter 43. It looks like Yvonne is here. Liu Qi glanced at Tony and asked, "Should we just kill them?" Tony glanced at Pepper and asked the police to take Pepper inside to hide. The ninjas that Liu Qi assigned to Pepper did not hide anymore and appeared from the dark to protect them. After arranging for Pepper, Tony felt like he had let go of his restraints. After glancing at Rod who was still pinned to the ground, Tony looked at Liu Qi. "Send me a copy of the photo later so I can keep it as a souvenir." Rhodes rolled his eyes, but he couldn't control the armor now, and he didn't open the mask, so no one could see his eyes rolling. Let two troll soldiers hold Rhodes down, and Liu Qi also flew out. "So, where is he?" Liu Qi looked at the empty space, not even a reporter willing to sacrifice his life for justice. Where did that voice just now come from? Liu Qi looked around in confusion, but a sound came from the sky. "What the hell?" Liu Qi looked at the rows of jets and light bulbs that lit up in the sky. How many robots did Yvonne build? Why would Hammer let him build so many robots? Yvonne looked at the two guys below and turned on the loudspeaker on his body. "I improved the speed. Thank you for your advice, Stark. As for you, my new arm is also very powerful. It allowed me to take out several babysitters in 2 strokes." Tony glanced at Liu Qi and closed his mask. "So you are here to thank us today? Are those people behind you irrelevant bystanders?" Yvonne glanced back. Indeed, these guys can be considered as onlookers. Yi Wanren did not move, but the mechanical soldiers received the order and rushed downwards while firing. Tony dodged to the side, but found that these mechanical soldiers did not attack him at all. Liu Qi. Tony breathed a sigh of relief as he saw a layer of black energy blocking the rain of bullets and missiles attacking Liu Qi. But the next second, a huge amounts of mecha fell from the sky and punched Tony hard, sending him flying. After rolling all the way and smashing a big hole in the wall, Tony finally stopped. Why are these guys' mechas so powerful? Do you know what smart armor is? Tony said helplessly as he looked at the damage done to his entire body shown on the panel. It looks like you've been beaten pretty badly, but it may take a while for me to help you. Liu Qi looked at the mechanical soldiers floating in the sky and said. Then thousands of ninja soldiers appeared, and dense flying darts rained into the sky. Seeing his own ninja soldiers, flying darts hit the mechanical soldiers but did not cause much damage, Liu Qi was a little puzzled. But this flying darts is the only anti-aircraft weapon of the Shadow Corps. As for Liu Qi personal use of dark energy for long-range attacks, those sniper-type mechanical soldiers would not watch him remove the protective shield to fight back, and the ninja soldiers could not stop these large-caliber machine guns. Seeing Yvonne chasing and beating Tony everywhere, Liu Qi wanted to help and summoned the blade soldier to assist Tony, but Yvonne actually placed a discharge device on his body. All the approaching blade soldiers were scattered by balls of high-voltage lightning. Yvonne turned his head to look at Liu Qi and smiled triumphantly. The two electric whips in his hands swung at Tony and successfully tied him up. The retraction device on his shoulders pulled Tony over directly. Grabbing Tony's shoulders, Yvonne controlled Tony and pushed him directly to the ground. Tony struggled hard, but the disadvantages of the small armor appeared. Although Tony's armor had very sophisticated and efficient devices to increase strength, it was still no match for the simple and crude power group on the large armor. A device popped out of Ivan's hand, allowing him to easily control Tony with one hand, leaving the other hand free. You know what? Thanks to you guys, I got a more dexterous arm. It allows me to perform more clever actions. Yvonne watched with pride as a variety of tools popped out from his other arm, and under the control of his own mechanical arm, worked on the gaps in Tony's armor. Looking at the display on his panel, Tony struggled hard but failed to break free. Liu Qi, are you okay? I might need some help here. Yvonne is operating on me, but I don't think he'll help me remove the shrapnel. Liu Qi looked at the numerous mechas in the sky and felt a little troubled. I think you have to hold on a little longer. These guys won't let me leave. God knows how stupid Hammer was to let Yvonne build so many mechanical armors. Could it be that he used all of Hammer Industries' assets to make mechanical armors? There are many more armors than shown in the plot. I found a helper for you. Natasha Romanoff's voice suddenly interrupted the channel. Who? Phil Coulson? I don't think he can help me. Tony was very anxious when he saw that his armor was only a few millimeters away from being broken. Yvonne looked at Tony as if he were a hermit crab hiding in its shell. He analyzed the battle video of Tony and Liu Qi and discovered some characteristics of their abilities. Just like Liu Qi, abilities are mostly in the form of energy, and he can summon some monsters that are different from ordinary people. Tony's armor's attack power is not strong, but its defense power is not weak. Even if you hold a tank gun to his face, he can survive. So he specially modified his arms and built this armor, which allows him to peel off the thick turtle shell like performing surgery. But the next second, a figure rushed over and electric arcs burst on his body, but no damage was caused. The figure did not slow down at all and knocked Yvonne away. Honestly, Tony, you need to give me some top-notch weapons. Rhodes said in the voice channel. You're freed? Damn, you came just in time. Tony said with a laugh, but Rhodes was a little helpless. My weapons were all destroyed by Liu Qi men, so theoretically speaking, the only weapons I can use are my fists. Rhodes, wearing his armor, did a few bouncing movements on the spot. Do you think your fist can flatten that thing? Tony checked his armor and said helplessly, it seems that the two of us combined cannot beat him, but we can go help Liu Qi first. Yvonne steadied his armor and shouted, don't even think about going anywhere. 2 missiles flew out from Ivan's armor. Damn, I hope that's not my ex-wife. Rod shouted, and he and Tony made evasive moves at the same time. What's AFG ex-wife? Tony watched as 2 missiles flew past them. Hammer Industries' crowning achievement, at least that's what he says. It can take down a fortress in one fell swoop. According to him, it's also smart enough to write a difficult poem and read it to you. Tony nodded, feeling that this thing wasn't very smart, but the next second Jarvis slapped him in the face. Missiles detected coming from the rear. Tony looked back and saw the 2 ex-wives flying back. Be careful. Tony flew up and dodged his ex-wife who was flying towards him, but Rhodes did not have Jarvis's warning and was hit directly by his ex-wife. Jump! The missile just fell to the ground, and like a low-quality firework, it produced a few sparks and then became silent. It seems that I was not blown away. Rhodes, who was frightened and broke into a cold sweat, said unconfidently. Perhaps Hammer Industries' technology is really not that good. Tony breathed a sigh of relief and watched his other ex-wife turn towards him. I think it's more promising for Hammer Industries to build driverless cars. Tony released a decoy bomb and kidnapped his ex-wife. Collapse. Huge amounts of explosions shattered glass on the surrounding buildings. Tony looked at the fireball and felt a little scared. This kind of power might really cause some damage to him through the armor. Rhodes looked at the dud missile under his feet and quickly flew away. This thing really looks like your ex-wife. You never know what she will do, whether it will explode or not. Ivan was also a little speechless about the two missiles. These were not special products he provided to Rhodes, but missiles carefully produced by Hammer Industries itself. Why would you choose a guy like this as your partner? Tony released shockwave at Ivan, but Ivan blocked it by swinging his whip. The remaining few precision missiles were fired and hit Ivan, but they only sank into the armor layer. This turtle shell is so thick that even armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate it. Tony said helplessly. Luchi, maybe you are the only one who can penetrate this armor. Are you ready? Luchi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were only a few remaining mechanical soldiers in the sky. He didn't expect it would take so long to clean up these things. I'll be right there, just hold on a little longer. Luchi said helplessly, hoping that the flight class could be unlocked next time, otherwise it would be too disadvantageous to fight with these flying things in the sky. At this moment, the mechanical soldiers flying in the sky seemed to have fired their last bullets. Luchi breathed a sigh of relief, but found that those mechanical soldiers were flying towards him like a kamikaze. Deliver the food. Luchi arranged for the ninja to receive the food, but found that the chest of the flying mechanical armor began to emit red light, like a countdown. Seeing the countdown of the armors being smashed around him starting, Luchi quickly retreated into the shadow world. Dozens of reactors exploded, and violent energy fluctuations destroyed everything around them. Damn it! Luchi, are you okay? Tony noticed the noise here and said anxiously, but suddenly he found that there was a violent explosion in the main hall. Little Pepper. Tony thought of Pepper hiding in the main lobby, but suddenly noticed several ninjas appearing on top of a building not far away. Jarvis enlarged the image over there and was surprised to find that Pepper had moved there at some point. Damn it, you are so ungrateful. Luchi's voice appeared in the voice channel. I'll be there soon. Damn it. I'm going to punch Ivan in the face a few times. Luchi had now forgotten the idea of leaving Ivan's body intact and flew over angrily. Take one for me. Tony said, gritting his teeth. Today he was frightened twice by Ivan. If you don't mind, take me too. Rhodes clenched his fists a few times, eager to try. Then it's first come, first served. Luchi flew to Tony and the others and looked at Ivan on the side. Now it's time for a righteous gang fight, but perhaps this is too cruel for you. Luchi waved his hand, and the shadow army surrounded Ivan and launched a direct attack. Countless shadow ninjas came forward one after another and were scattered by the electric arc, but the output efficiency of the reactor was also limited. Some ninjas pounced on Ivan and used various weapons to try to break Ivan's armor. Ivan tried to fly, but Tony and Rod flew directly over his head and pressed him to the ground. Still want to escape? Luchi was too lazy to let Ivan continue to play, and the dark energy gathered and turned into rays that flew out and hit the whip armor hard. The powerful dark energy directly pressed Ivan to the ground, but in order to punch Ivan in the face a few times, Luchi did not wipe Ivan out directly, but suppressed him. A troll soldier rushed forward and smashed the armor with huge amounts of fists. This powerful armor was also knocked to the ground. Several troll soldiers rushed up and let Ivan enjoy the full body massage that the abomination had enjoyed. Looking at the danger warnings that kept appearing on the panel and the pain of his whole body being stuck due to the shape-shifting of the armor, Ivan roared angrily. But he doesn't have the ability of hatred, so he can't explode. He can only release all the energy in the reactor and annihilate all the shadow ninjas around him. Luchi looked at the extinguished reactor on the whip armor. Didn't Ivan simply lose his ability to resist? He commanded teams of shadow ninjas to charge forward, but Ivan opened his armor himself, and his upper body straightened out of the armor, but his legs were stuck directly inside the armor. What are you going to do now? Tony looked at Ivan's actions in confusion, not knowing what this guy was going to do. Instead of letting you guys slowly crack my shell, I'd rather do it myself. Give me a quick death. Ivan yelled, glaring fiercely at Tony. It's not that easy if you want to die. Tony looked at this guy who dared to be stubborn before he died, so he walked up to him and wanted to punch him twice to beat him up first. But Ivan was not afraid when he saw Tony approaching him. He laughed loudly and said, "You are still so stupid. Stark, I lost more than just a hand." Tony looked at Ivanka's legs in the armor and had a bad feeling. A violent energy wave emanated from Ivan's mechanical legs. Tony watched Ivan's armor shape-shifting. Ivan was annihilated, and a wave of energy surged towards him. But it was too late to dodge. Just as he was about to try out the defensive function of his armor, a pair of hands suddenly appeared behind Tony, and then a black energy covered Tony's vision. "Tony!" Pepper screamed in pain as she watched Tony being swallowed up by the energy wave and disappeared. Tears streamed from her eyes and Pepper fell backwards. "It looks like you've been crying for me again." Someone caught him, and a familiar voice came from his ear. "Tony." Pepper looked at Tony behind her with surprise, and Tony also looked at her affectionately. "You're not calling me boss anymore." The two of them were so attracted to each other that they hugged and kissed each other tightly. "They look like seals stealing grapes." A disappointing voice came from the side, along with the sound of cameras taking pictures. Rhodes looked at someone who was taking pictures nearby, feeling somewhat helpless. He remembered the dark history he had just been left behind, and his face darkened instantly, although it was not noticeable at night. "Hey!" Luchi smiled, "Tony, maybe you can take this opportunity." Luchi drew a circle leading to his own cabin and took Rhodes away with him. Tony felt helpless as he watched the door disappear. Just now, at the critical moment, Luchi pulled him into the shadow world, but without the dark energy covering him, his armor was instantly annihilated. Fortunately, Luchi brought him out quickly, otherwise he would probably have lost some limbs. Looking at Pepper's surprised expression when she saw the portal for the first time, Tony turned her face. "So, after all we've been through, are you still willing to stay with me and help me?" Little Chilly once again shed uncontrollable tears and said with a smile, "Okay." Tony wiped away her tears. "Actually, I made a list. I wanted it to be more ceremonial. If you'd like, we can do it again." Pepper shook her head. "Right now, Tony, I want to hear that." Tony looked at Pepper's expectant eyes and solemnly held her hands. "I love you. I love you too." Chapter 44. The next day, before Luchi finished the last game of chess with Zhou Gong, and seeing that this wave was about to be a decisive victory, he was awakened by a knock on the door. "What the hell?" Luchi lay on the bed and didn't want to move, so he asked a ninja soldier to see who it was. "Oh, thank you, Luchi. Where are you?" Tony's annoying voice came. It was definitely not because Tony disturbed Luchi's sweet dream, but because Tony's voice was particularly annoying today. "So what's going on? What are you doing here so early?" Luchi finally got up from the bed and looked at Tony, who was full of energy. "I didn't fall asleep until 3 o'clock last night. You should have gone to bed later than me. How come you are so energetic?" Luchi yawned, went to the bathroom and splashed some cold water on his face, then he sobered up a little. Walking out of the bathroom, I saw Tony, who didn't look sleepy at all and even had a little smile on his face. "So you succeeded last night?" "Definitely, I'll take action and it'll be easy," Tony said without any modesty. "Come on, you're lucky that Chili Pepper likes you. Why are you pretending like that as a middle-aged man in his 40s? Luchi glanced at the protruding outline of Tony's belly and shook his head. "I worked so hard to turn my fat into muscle in that cave, and you turned it into a piece not long after I came back. Why are you still practicing boxing?" Tony took a breath of dissatisfaction, and the buttons on his collar almost broke. Luchi shook his head in disgust, too lazy to look at Tony. "So what are you doing here so early today?" Taking the hot dough sticks and soy milk from the ninja beside him, Luchi enjoyed his breakfast happily. "Your breakfast looks good. Is it some rare delicacy?" Tony couldn't help but ask as he saw Luchi enjoying it. "Dough sticks and soy milk are the traditional breakfasts in my area. They taste pretty good. Others include steamed buns, fried dough sticks, egg pancakes, scallion pancakes, big meat buns, braised meat buns, fresh meat buns, cowpea buns." Luchi couldn't stop talking, and Tony made a gesture to keep quiet helplessly. "Okay, I admit that your breakfast is 10 times richer than mine," Tony said helplessly, thinking that he would have to hire a professional Hyuxia chef when he got home to make different breakfasts for himself and Pepper every day. "More than 10 times." Liu Qi was speechless. When he first came to this world, he had either sandwiches or bread every morning, which made him want to vomit. Later, he directly found a video on how to make Hyuxia breakfast on the internet, arranged for 10 ninja soldiers to learn, and then they competed for the job, and only the most outstanding one stayed. Tony was too lazy to argue with Liu Qi. After all, his breakfast was not as sumptuous as Liu Qi. Early this morning, your one-eyed chief called me and asked me to take you to a place to tell us something. Damn it, that guy woke up Pepper and got me kicked out. What? Liu Qi was shocked. Little Pepper's father agreed to let Little Pepper live with you? Isn't this a delivery to your door? In fact, I convinced him after I confessed to Pepper last night. Tony said, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little when he thought about being scolded by Pepper's father for a long time last night. I guess that must not have been smooth. Liu Qi guessed when he saw Tony's expression. It wasn't easy, but I succeeded. Tony swore that no one except his dad dared to talk about him for so long. Maybe we need to get rid of his mom too? Okay, let's stop talking. I think the one-eyed man might be getting a little impatient. Tony said, urging Liu Qi to finish breakfast, and drove away with Liu Qi. I think I have to move to another place again. Looking at the people taking pictures with their mobile phones on the roadside, Liu Qi felt helpless. Look at the bright side. These guys can attract a large number of customers to buy our mobile phones after posting the photos. Who can refuse a mobile phone that has the functions of surfing the internet, taking pictures, indicating directions, navigating, playing songs, etc. It can also make calls. Tony explained, smiled at the people taking pictures on the roadside, and motioned Liu Qi to cooperate, so Liu Qi also smiled in cooperation. Afterwards, this photo of Liu Qi and Tony smiling in unison went viral on the internet, and indeed attracted quite a few people to buy their phones. After a while of driving, Tony took Liu Qi to a factory warehouse in the suburbs. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have no funds? Do we have to rent an office space here? Tony glanced at the agent on duty, then turned to Liu Qi and said. Before Liu Qi could speak, a voice came from the warehouse. If the famous Iron Man Tony Stark is willing to provide me with some funds, I would be very happy to do so. Tony turned around and looked at the door that had opened at some point. It was pitch black inside, with only a single eye visible. Ha 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 ha. Liu Qi hugged her belly. She didn't expect Fury to have no idea about her skin color and still play like this. Liu Qi gave a thumbs up, which made Fury's forehead veins exposed, but obviously, Tony and Liu Qi still couldn't see it. Is it funny? Fury asked Tony. Tony had a blank expression on his face, but when Fury suddenly spoke, he suddenly lost his composure. PSST, ha 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 ha. Liu Qi, did you see that? His teeth. Tony couldn't control his expression at all. Liu Qi and Tony laughed even more happily, but Fury's mood was not so good. After glaring at the agent who was also gradually infected by the happiness, Fury turned around and went into the room, turning on the lights in the room, thus revealing himself. Liu Qi and Tony laughed for a while outside before walking into the room, rubbing their aching jaws. So, what do you want us to do? Liu Qi said to Fury. A plan, I'd like you to take a look at it. Fury took out 2 documents and handed them to the 2 men. Liu Qi looked at the logo on the document, raised an eyebrow, and opened it to read the plan. Tony was different. He complained as he watched. Avengers? What a weird name. You have to wait for someone to attack you before you fight back? I usually like to deal with the opponent first, what do you think? After looking at the terms and conditions, Tony was the first to put down the terms. So you want us to join this Avengers? No. Fury shook his head. I just showed you the plan. What do you think? Fury asked Tony. Tony thought for a moment, it's a good plan. Gather the most suitable members to solve problems that ordinary people can't solve. I think this plan is not bad. For Tony, solving a bunch of problems by himself and being a superhero is very suitable for him. So, Liu Qi and I were invited to join the Avengers. No. Fury shook his head again, I just want to let you know about this team. The one who is really going to join this team is Liu Qi. Fury looked at Liu Qi who was still slowly reading the regulations, waiting for his opinion. But before Liu Qi could say anything, Tony felt a little dissatisfied. Why can Liu Qi join this team but I can't? Fury looked at Tony with his one eye. Because you are arrogant, have no sense of teamwork, don't obey orders from your superiors, and most importantly, I, a one-eyed man, don't like you. Tony said in surprise, are you monitoring Liu Qi? No, I'm watching you. As for him, I have an agreement with him. Fury reached under Tony's collar and took out an inconspicuous black patch. Guess I'll have to change dry cleaners. Tony shrugged. Liu Qi was still a little confused. Ever since he found out he was being monitored, there were usually many ninja soldiers around him watching for hidden agents, but none of them had caught a single agent. He really thought that shield was too powerful for him to detect, but it turned out that this guy really wasn't monitoring him anymore. So, what do you think of this team? Liu Qi looked at Fury's one eye, thought for a moment, and finally put the document on the table. Although I think this team is great, I don't want to join it. Liu Qi looked at Fury's unchanged expression, and he knew that he had guessed it. But Tony was the most shocked. Why? Because I don't like being told what to do every day, I don't like my actions being controlled by others at any time, and I don't like others having my private information in their hands. Liu Qi explained, after all, he still wanted to be the head of the black material, so how could he let others control his intelligence? You don't seem weird at all. Tony gave Fury a strange look. Can you please stop being such an idiot, Tony? He's the head of the world's largest agency. Tony looked at Liu Qi unconvinced, but did not refute further. He knew Liu Qi's character, but he was still a little shocked. Then will you continue to work as a security consultant? Fury asked in a deep voice. Liu Qi thought about it and said, I can continue. After all, although I don't have to worry about the pressure of life, I still have to work part-time to make my life more interesting. Fury nodded, then turned to look at Tony, would you like to be the first one? Security consultant? I'd be happy to do that. After all, I also want to fight off vampires or something. That's more in line with the identity of a superhero. Tony answered before Fury could finish. Definitely, you can't afford to pay me, but I think you can employ me in other ways. The next day, a congressman presented medals to Tony, Liu Qi, and Rod with a wry smile. I feel super weird. Liu Qi whispered to Tony. Don't worry, just smile. Tony handed Liu Qi a pair of sunglasses and showed a standard smile. So, the shortest congressman stood at the front, and above his head were three faces of different skin colors with standard smiles. Perfect. Liu Qi took the phone from the ninja soldier who was taking pictures below the stage, looked at the photos, and was very satisfied. Then he put Rod's embarrassing photos, Tony creating new elements, ninja soldiers besieging mechanical soldiers, and the big boss Yvonne on the blog and published a blog named Iron Man 2. By the way, he integrated all the previous photos and released Iron Man 1. Liu Qi looked at the comments and unexpectedly saw a name. Stan Cameo King Observer Lee with a smile that only he understood, Liu Qi turned off his phone. Speaking of which, Steel 2 is over, Phil Coulson is also heading to Mexico, and a certain Brother Khan is about to come to Earth for a trip. Opening his phone, which had just been turned off, Liu Qi searched for news about recent meteorite falls and found one that received very little attention. After looking at the location where the meteorite landed, Liu Qi bought a plane ticket to Mexico. At the moment, an unknown worker was driving to Mexico under the scorching sun, and he didn't know that someone was about to overtake him on the curve. Tony informed her, but she didn't expect that this guy actually took Pepper to travel. Because Pepper had been dealing with affairs for a whole day, she didn't even have time to spend sweet time with him, so she skipped work with Pepper in anger. You are worthy of it. Liu Qi nodded and also planned to go on a spontaneous trip, but the distance he traveled might be a little farther. Asgard. Loki, holding Odin's Spear of Eternity, came to the Bifrost guardian Heimdall. How is my brother doing on Earth? Heimdall glanced at Loki with his heterochromatic eyes. Thor is undergoing his trials on Earth. Loki looked at Heimdall with a strange look. I thought father would never let him come back. Asgard only has one prince left. Heimdall looked up at the starry sky again. Thor will not stop on Earth. Heimdall seemed to see something and shook his head. A mere woman wants to shake the eldest prince's firm, straight, hard and resolute, iron, will. Loki felt very upset when he saw Heimdall not taking him seriously. Tell me, Heimdall, you have eyes that see through the 9 realms and great power, so will my father be afraid of you? Heimdall retracted his gaze and looked at Loki. No, because the king understands, I will be loyal to my king. Loki wielded the Spear of Eternity, and a powerful wave of force burst out on the Bifrost. But now I am the king. Heimdall didn't change his expression, and looked at Loki. You are only the acting king. When King Odin ends the Odin sleep, you will become a prince again. Loki was very angry, but even with the Spear of Eternity in his hand, he did not dare to attack this powerful god, and could only leave angrily. Heimdall clenched the sword in his hand and watched Loki leave. Odin knows that I will never betray him, never cover up my actions, and I will never spy on him. And you? Heimdall retracted his gaze, I still can't see you clearly. Heimdall continued to observe Thor. If anything unexpected happened to Thor, he would activate Bifrost and crush the enemy into ashes. For the martial and strong Asgard, the eldest prince Thor is more in line with their expectations for a king, while the second prince who has been secretly casting magic has only one supporter. Chapter 45. Why are you here? Phil Coulson drove here from Tony's house alone because a one-eyed man refused to reimburse him for his car fare. He climbed over mountains and crossed rivers, but a guy who started out more than a day later than him arrived at his destination before him. Don't be nervous, Phil Coulson, go ahead. Liu Qi, wearing beach pants and a large vest, was lying on a lounge chair. He took out a bottle of Coke from the box next to him and threw it to Phil Coulson. It's such a hot day, it would be a shame not to have a bottle of iced Coke. Phil Coulson sighed, but still took a sip of his ice-cold Coke happily. So, did the director ask you to come? Phil Coulson burped comfortably and felt a little better. No, before I joined that alliance, Fury wanted to hide everything from me. Because of a certain person's returnee identity, Fury was afraid that he knew some secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he wanted to send Liu Qi to the farthest place from S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Liu Qi has his own source of intelligence, which makes Fury helpless. So, is there anything special here that can attract you here? Phil Coulson glanced at the group of people having a beer party not far away, and looked at the iced Coke in his and Liu Qi hands, and felt that he was out of place among them. Look at that! Liu Qi suddenly sat up and looked at the scene not far away intently. An old man drove a pickup truck and ran into the crater with a rope. He tied the rope to the strange meteorite and ran back to the truck happily. The pickup truck's engine started, and the wheels rubbed and spun vigorously on the ground, but it was unable to move forward. After a period of stalemate, the rear compartment of the pickup truck fell off, which made everyone at the scene very disappointed. What kind of meteorite is this? Phil Coulson walked forward curiously, intending to take a closer look. But Liu Qi was staring at the old man driving the pickup truck. Hey, eggplant! Liu Qi took a photo with his camera, but found that the person holding up the scissors hand in the photo was someone else. Liu Qi looked up and found that the quirky old man was gone. Instead, the person in the photo was looking at Liu Qi with his scissors hand raised. You old rascal! Liu Qi put down the camera, lay back down, and drank ice cola happily. After finishing a bottle, Liu Qi stood up to get it, but found that one bottle of his ice cola was missing, and there was a photo next to it. Liu Qi picked up the photo and found that the old man was holding up the scissors hand and taking a photo with him from behind. Not bad, the photo makes me look quite handsome. Liu Qi commented with satisfaction, watching Phil Coulson walk towards him solemnly. Do you know what that hammer is? Phil Coulson thought of the meteorite he saw in the crater. Although he couldn't believe it in his heart, he was still sure that it was a hammer. Originally this mission was due to a meteorite that could not be transported as reported by the Meteorite Recovery Organization. Fury also saw that he had been working overtime for too long, so he simply handed the matter over to Phil Coulson and let him take a vacation. But with the appearance of Liu Qi and the strange shape of the meteorite, Phil Coulson felt that this matter was not simple. A meteorite, or what else? Thor's hammer? Why don't you take a look at this photo? Phil Coulson naturally ignored Liu Qi nonsense and leaned over to take a look at the photo in Liu Qi hand. Why is there a blank space behind you? Does the meteorite have some strange magnetic field that affects your camera? Now Phil Coulson couldn't remain calm anymore. If the hammer had a strange magnetic field, would it affect the human body? Phil Coulson quickly called Fury to inform him of everything. Fury made a decision immediately and asked the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to rush here after hearing that Liu Qi appeared. After the report, Phil Coulson came to the crater and looked at the big men inside competing to pull out the hammers, feeling a bit of a headache. What are these guys doing with this when they have nothing better to do? They thought it was some kind of sword in the lake, and if they pulled it out, they could inherit the throne? Phil Coulson, fearing that the hammer might have some strange effects on the human body, quickly asked these guys to leave, but these big guys were unwilling to do so. One of the guys who was obviously drunk directly pulled out a gun. Phil Coulson had no choice but to get out of the sight of this irritated guy, or what else could he do? Kill all these people? Can you get your ninjas to drive these people away? It would be bad if the hammer has any effect on the human body. This hammer does have an effect on the human body, but first you have to pick up the hammer. You can also try it. This effect is good for the human body. Liu Qi was too lazy to chase people away. He tried to put the photo into the shadow world, but found that the photo was not assimilated. He put the photo in with confidence, took a Coke and sipped it at the air, then lazily replied to Phil Coulson. He really hoped that someone could give him a surprise and pick up the hammer. Phil Coulson was a little helpless, but he was relieved when he knew that the hammer had no effect on the human body. After waiting for half an hour, several helicopters flew over. A group of agents shouted with loudspeakers for more than 10 minutes that the meteorite was radioactive before they drove away the guys running the beer festival. Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief and asked the agent to use a helicopter to try to transport the hammer, but the helicopter failed, even if the soil under the hammer was dug away. I don't know what ability the hammer has that makes the soil under it harder than masonry. Phil Coulson could only command the agents to establish a base on the spot and then set up a cordon. Seeing these agents build a decent base in half an hour, Liu Qi was shocked. Then he asked the ninja to lift him up with the chair and put him down in a good place in the base. You really have to carry a big sedan chair? Phil Coulson asked the new researchers to go up for testing and came to Liu Qi's side. Liu Qi shook his head. How can this be called a sedan chair with 8 people carrying it? There are obviously only 4 people here. Not bothering to pay attention to Liu Qi's wonderful opinion, Phil Coulson was busy assigning tasks to the new Hawkeye. Watching the guy with the bow flying to a high place with his equipment, Liu Qi silently took a photo. Seeing this, Phil Coulson said to Liu Qi, "You can't post his photos online, otherwise it will be difficult for him to carry out his mission in the future." "Don't worry, I'll mosaic it." Liu Qi took a few more photos of the hammer, ignoring Phil Coulson who was hesitant to speak. Putting down the camera, Liu Qi stood up from the recliner, stretched his muscles, and came to the hammer. "Please move aside." Pushing aside the angry but silent researchers, Liu Qi grabbed the hammer with one hand and tried to pick it up, but a force of energy secretly stopped him. Interesting. Liu Qi gathered the dark energy, suppressed that force, and then tried to pick up the hammer, but it only caused the soil underneath the hammer to collapse, holding the hammer in mid-air. "We should still be able to try." Liu Qi glanced at the shocked Phil Coulson next to him. The dark energy penetrated into Mjolnir, completely suppressing the strange energy inside, and then he raised Mjolnir. In an instant, the sky darkened, and bolts of lightning gathered in the sky, occasionally striking lightning around the base. Liu Qi was not happy yet, but the energy that was originally suppressed by him suddenly exploded and destroyed the dark energy. Unfortunately, Liu Qi dark energy was not enough and could not keep up with the consumption, and as a result, Mjolnir broke free from control. Damn it! Liu Qi felt the weight of Mjolnir increase suddenly, and his feet sank directly into the ground. He had no choice but to put down the hammer. "Hey, so tired." Liu Qi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a golden space. In front of him was an old man floating in the air, one eye was covered by an eye mask, and the other eye was closed, as if he was sleeping. Ouch! Liu Qi felt that something was wrong and tried to enter the shadow world, but was surrounded by the surrounding energy and was annihilated as soon as the dark energy appeared. "I'm sorry, boss. I was wrong. I won't do it again next time." Liu Qi immediately changed his mind. In fact, it was useless for him to sneak into the shadow world. The old man in front of him was on the same level as the ancient one. He just waved his hand. Oh, no, he could still be killed with one punch. After all, I grew from an ant to a caterpillar. But what to do now? Liu Qi looked at Odin, and Odin's eyelids trembled twice, and finally opened. "How dare you?" Odin's words suddenly stopped and he looked at Liu Qi in shock, behind him. "How are you, Lord Odin?" Ancient One's voice appeared behind Liu Qi. Liu Qi looked back and indeed found a yellow figure. "Master Ancient One, how come you are here?" Odin laughed heartily as if he had met a good friend. Poor monk. I'm here just for this little guy. Ancient One said, glancing at Luchi. That's fine. To these two big guys, my age is not even a fraction of theirs. Luchi huddled in the corner silently, afraid that Odin would see him. But after hearing what the Ancient One said, Odin frowned and looked over. Why? The Ancient One slapped Luchi with one palm, knocking Luchi away directly, but did not hurt Luchi. Instead, he made Luchi fly far away, and then said something to Odin. Luchi didn't dare to eavesdrop, for fear that he would hear some secrets and be silenced. After a while, the two big guys finished chatting, and Ancient One stretched out his hand and grabbed Luchi. After coming over, Luchi discovered that the Ancient One had revealed the symbol of dark energy at some point, but unlike Dormammu's symbol, it looked like a mask. I have to say this mask is much better looking than the Dormammu logo. Luchi complained silently, but stood obediently in front of the two bosses. Odin paused for a moment, but did not speak. He turned his head and glanced at Ancient One, who said to Luchi helplessly, starting today, you have to provide enough dark energy for King Odin, okay? What is this? A new thigh? Luchi nodded quickly, thinking that the boss owed him a favor and he could ask him for help in the future. After obediently signing the agreement with the boss, Luchi found that he had to provide the boss with nearly 1,000 points of dark energy every second. This is not difficult to understand. After all, Odin is one of the gods with a longer lifespan among the already long-lived Asgard gods. He often falls into Odin's sleep to regulate his energy, so it is normal for him to consume so much energy every second. Ancient One's words were because he was originally an ordinary person and only needed energy supply when fighting. After signing the contract, Luchi was relieved. But suddenly he remembered another thing, why does Thor look younger than Odin? It's impossible that Odin, an old man, would find a stepmother for the Thor brothers, right? So if Thor didn't die at the hands of the Dark Elves, he could have lived longer than Odin. The water is too deep here, and Luchi doesn't dare to think about it anymore. After signing the contract, Odin closed his eyes for a while, then opened his eyes with some surprise, smiled at Luchi, and then pretended to be majestic and drove Luchi out of this space. Returning to Hammer, Luchi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the boss had let him go, and he should have a new backer. Purple Sweet Potato Spirit, you didn't expect that I have one more big boss on my side. If you dare to come to the earth, I will give you some good fruits to eat. What delicious fruits are there on your planet? What's wrong? Luchi. Phil Coulson looked at Luchi, who stood there with his eyes closed for a long time without moving, wondering why he suddenly stopped moving. Didn't they say that picking up the hammer would bring good things? Luchi shook his head, then smiled and left. I'm going to the town over there to buy some burgers. Tony's burger shop has opened over here. I haven't eaten there in a while, I'm going to go over and take a look. Regardless of Phil Coulson's strange look, Luchi just left. He looks very happy. Is there really any benefit? Phil Coulson was a little surprised. He looked at the hammer that was sinking deeper, shook his head, and asked the researchers to continue checking. Luchi naturally didn't care what they thought and jumped happily into the small town over here. Looking at this small town, Luchi felt that even if he couldn't defeat the armor, he could still lure it away. Ugh! Odin has become one of us, so why should I be afraid of his armor? I will just stand in front of that thing and see if it dares to shoot. Luchi walked into the Stark hamburger chain with a smile, ordered 2 signature cheeseburgers, and started eating happily. And in that space, there was an image in front of Odin. It was Luchi who looked like a fool. Is this guy really reliable? Don't worry, he is more than capable of stopping Ragnarok. His dark energy level is high enough to overpower your eldest daughter. Ancient One almost couldn't control her expression. She felt that Luchi was letting himself go more and more, and almost embarrassed her in front of her old friend. His energy is indeed very pure, but the amount is still too small. It can't even suppress my runes. Yes, but he grows very fast, provided that he can find the coordinates of the dark dimension. I hope you can find all the dark dimension coordinates you have collected in the next 2 days and give them to him when the time comes. The quantity does not need to be too much, and he will find a way to find other dark dimensions later. The Ancient One looked into Odin's single eye and said confidently. Those who watch time should not be controlled by time. After Odin said this, there was no more. Chapter 46. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Luchi made a circle and came to this small town from New York. There's a portal, why don't you use it? Luchi took off the sling ring and put it in his pocket. Although this thing has good functions, it still affects movement. I can't even open the coal when I wear this thing. As soon as I walked out of the corner, I saw an RV passing by. Looking through the glass at the three hurried guys inside, Luchi recognized them as the main and supporting characters of Thor. What a coincidence! Luchi followed them silently and came to the hospital entrance, watching them hand Thor over to the doctors. Luchi came to the ward where Thor was, and looked at Thor who was being examined by a group of doctors and nurses, and shook his head. This guy was really unlucky. He was hit by a female driver just after getting off the Bifrost. After he finally managed to survive, he was knocked unconscious by a small female stun gun. You really bring shame to Thor. Perhaps no Thor would be knocked unconscious by electric shock. Luchi knocked on the glass gently a few times and found that Thor's hand inside moved. One of the doctors turned his head and looked at the glass in confusion, but saw nothing. Who is playing a prank? The doctor shook his head and turned back to draw some blood from Thor for a checkup. Although this guy had an external injury, it would not prevent them from doing more tests and making more money. How dare you hurt the great Thor? When Thor woke up, he found himself pressed on a bed, with a large group of people around him holding various things in their hands and trying to do something to him. With the physique of the Asgard gods, Thor easily threw away a bunch of people around him, but with the doctors shouting, a large group of people rushed into the ward and pressed Thor down on the bed again. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood outside the glass window and looked at the guy being held down by a large group of people in surprise. This guy is so healthy, so do we not have to be responsible? Daisy pushed her glasses and said hesitantly to Jane. Indeed. Jane nodded, and the three of them were about to go out, but they found a person next to them taking pictures with a camera. What are you doing? Jane looked at this guy. Could he be a reporter from a tabloid? Was he running over here as soon as he heard about the news? Nothing, just lingering for a while, after all, I just got here. Luchi spoke in a vague way, and it was unclear whether he was talking about him just arriving or the guy inside just arriving. Oh my god! Daisy shouted in surprise. Are you the Lord of Shadow? Luchi raised an eyebrow, he didn't expect that this female fangirl actually knew him. Hello, I am the person you are talking about, but I prefer people to call me Luchi. So, who is the Lord of Shadow? Jane said helplessly. You don't know. Seeing everyone speaking in unison, Jane seemed helpless. Why should I know? Don't you ever go online? Daisy shouted, picked up her newly bought smartphone, searched for information about the Lord of Shadows on the internet, and showed it to Jane. Oh, this phone looks pretty good. Jane commented on the phone first. If this phone was not expensive, she might also buy one. After looking at the information displayed above, Jane seemed very shocked. Is it still 2010? Jane looked at the pile of information and said weakly. So you have fewer channels to obtain information than an old man like me? Eric said helplessly. So what are you doing here? Eric asked Luchi. Thanks to a friend with a mysterious identity, he was quite receptive to these things. I just came here to watch the fun. I happened to be traveling here recently. Luchi said, and then left. Weirdo. Jane said, but nothing more was said. Luchi didn't care what these people said about him, he just happily held the camera and looked at the photos. But as soon as he walked out of the hospital, he was pulled into the mirror space. Hello, big guys. Luchi looked at the two big guys looking at him, feeling a little reserved. Well, nice photos. Ancient One stretched out her hand and a camera appeared in her hand. She looked at the photos inside and then handed it to Odin. Looking at his son inside, Odin seemed a little helpless, but compared to his previous feeling of being disappointed in his son, Odin was in a much better mood now. Anyway, as long as his own life can continue, he can give Thor and Loki enough time to grow. If Thor sees these photos, he will go crazy. Odin said with a smile. He knew his son quite well. Thor is still a very arrogant guy who likes to show off. It can be said that he is very similar to Tony in some ways, both of them are so arrogant, but they will change. After switching through a few photos, Odin's eyes showed worry and helplessness, but also pride. Not to mention Thor's talent as a monarch, in terms of combat, Thor is definitely an outstanding warrior. Perhaps with Loki as the king and Thor as the general, Asgard could have a better future. Odin kept thinking about it and felt that this was becoming more and more feasible. Ah, you guys are not going to smash my camera, are you? Luchi looked at Odin holding the camera motionlessly, and glanced at Ancient One in confusion. Did Odin think that the photo I took of his son was too ugly, so he wanted to smash my camera to preserve the last bit of dignity of the royal family? The Ancient One glanced at Luchi who kept giving him looks, then glanced at Odin who was lost in his delusions, and coughed lightly a few times. Odin came back to his senses, glanced at Luchi who was looking increasingly aggrieved, and suddenly became dignified. Come on, old man, can't I tell what kind of Asgard you are? Putting aside the old man's identity as a god king, he is just an ordinary old man who wants his daughter to become a phoenix and his son to become a dragon. But this old man is quite cruel. He put his eldest daughter in solitary confinement just because she asked him to. Poor Thor doesn't even know that he has a sister now. Seeing the contempt in Luki's eyes, Odin was a little impatient. He coughed, regrouped, and spoke to Luchi. I am the king of the Aesir, God King Odin. Thank you, mortal, for your help in allowing me to continue my life. Odin said majestically, his battle suit moving without wind, making him look extremely powerful. But Luchi didn't know what role-playing game the old man was playing, so he just continued to watch. Seeing that Luchi was not cooperating at all, Odin felt a little embarrassed, but he quickly put it aside and continued. You saved my life, which means you saved the Aesir race. Therefore, I have decided to make you an outland prince of my Aesir race. Indeed, Luchi nodded. As the last card of the Aesir, Odin made countless enemies in the starry sky dare not invade Asgard without permission. As a star destroyer, Bifrost is just for fun. It is Odin who can destroy a planet in seconds that has the real foundation and power. After all, even though Thanos has an extremely powerful fleet, what really makes Thanos famous is Thanos' own powerful combat power. However, Luchi was not calm when he heard that Odin wanted to make him an extraterritorial prince of the Aesir gods. The Aesir are indeed the masters of the 9 realms. Relying on strategic weapons such as Bifrost, the Aesir can freely travel between the stars and transport large numbers of troops. As a powerful and prestigious warrior, Odin also has the ability to destroy stars by himself. Although he cannot fully exert his combat power due to his old age, Luchi has saved his life. The status of this prince has risen, making Luchi really eager to make a move. If Luchi agrees to this identity now, he will not be afraid even when facing the Earth Security Council. Do you dare to drop a nuclear bomb? I will let the Aesir Protoss open Bifrost for you for a while. Even though this will get me pinned to the ground and hammered by another big guy, it also gives me confidence. Odin saw Luki's excitement and decided to help out a little more. Since there will definitely be protests within the Aesir tribe if I let you become a foreign prince directly, I will acknowledge you as my brother. When you have a certain prestige among the Aesir tribe, I will make you a true foreign prince. You will be second only to me and my queen in the Aesir tribe. Oh my god, Odin really invested a lot. Luchi nodded hurriedly, fearing that Odin would regret it. Actually, it doesn't matter whether he is a prince or not. He just wants Thor to call him uncle, and Loki can call him uncle too. In that case, the Asgard Protoss welcomes you to join us. Odin was also somewhat happy and said that Luchi had finally been trapped. You are all my, Odin's, brothers and the extraterritorial princes of the Aesir. How can you not subdue my eldest daughter, the internal trouble of the Aesir? However, he cannot let Luchi deal with his eldest daughter directly now, that would be like sending food to the table. Thinking of his eldest son Thor who is currently training on Earth, Odin thought about it. You should know Thor now. He is currently training on Earth, and the hammer you picked up earlier is his weapon. Originally, I wanted him to become a true king, but now I have a new idea. I still hope that he can get rid of his arrogance. Can you help him change? As his uncle. Odin emphasized the word uncle to let Luchi know the importance of this matter. But when Luchi heard the word uncle, he felt that he had to take advantage of it. So he patted his chest and agreed to it. As a witness, Ancient One said nothing. After the two men finished discussing, Odin gave Luchi a token and sent Luchi back. Back at the hospital entrance, Luchi happily hung the token around his waist and walked slowly to where the hammer was. Anyway, the hammer is here, Thor will definitely come here, so there is no need to worry that he will run away. Hey, Phil Coulson, have you had a sleepless night? Your dark circles have gotten worse. After teasing Phil Coulson, who was holding a cup of coffee, Lu-Chi looked at Mjolnir. It was no different from before, except that it was lower than before because Lu-Chi raised it and then threw it down. Now these scientific researchers have built a small ladder at the edge of the pit, otherwise they cannot get down. Lu-Chi ignored Phil Coulson, who was hesitant to speak, ran to a corner and started playing games, waiting for the night to come. Night fell soon. Lu-Chi put his almost dead phone aside to charge it, then ran into the monitoring room and hung around Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson looked at Lu-Chi strangely, but didn't say anything. Instead, he kept watching the researchers studying the hammer. Seeing that everything was safe today, Phil Coulson breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn around and chat with Lu-Chi, but suddenly the monitoring screen began to flash and snowflakes appeared frequently. What happened? Research team. Phil Coulson glanced at the innocent Lu-Chi and called the research team on the intercom. Thank God, this walkie-talkie did not have much impact, otherwise the information would not be transmitted in a timely manner and loopholes would easily occur. The magnetic field emitted by this meteorite suddenly changed greatly, enough to affect the surrounding instruments. The researchers shouted in shock. No one expected that the hammer, which had been motionless for the entire day, would now have new changes. Alert! The fence at the southeast corner of the base has been damaged. Unknown creatures have entered the base. To make matters worse, another piece of bad information was reported to Phil Coulson. The originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds at some point, and a heavy rain suddenly began to fall, as if foreshadowing something was about to happen. Barton, get to higher ground. Phil Coulson hurriedly called Hawkeye, glanced at Lu-Chi, who had nothing to do next to him, and wanted to say something, but didn't. This guy, just treat him as a trump card. Phil Coulson thought of this and quickly asked other agents to check whether there were any unidentified creatures in the base. The agent quickly conducted a comprehensive investigation and found that several people had lost their response. Suddenly, most of the people in the base rushed to the place where those people lost contact, but Barton alone guarded the place where people were missing. If anyone tries to make a feint, Hawkeye will tell him what the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D's top agent is. A group of agents soon discovered Thor, who was not hiding at all, and fired all kinds of firearms in their hands, but for some reason, the firearms in their hands all malfunctioned. Whether it's a stun gun or any other gun, you can't shoot directly. Damn it! It's that magnetic field. Phil Coulson, who discovered this abnormal situation, angrily smashed the headset on the table and turned back to ask Lu-Chi to take action, but at some point, Lu-Chi disappeared behind him. At the moment, Lu-Chi stood next to Hawkeye, and the two of them used lifting equipment to reach midair and grab a good position to eat melons. Hawkeye was not affected at all by Lu-Chi, who was taking pictures next to him. He moved his hand, put an arrow on the bowstring, and silently aimed at Thor, who was killing everyone. Thor was seen going through many difficulties and beating up a bunch of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as if they were market security guards. Phil Coulson, I've got my sights on that guy, do you need me to take action? Phil Coulson originally wanted Hawkeye to knock Thor down immediately, but for some reason, he remembered a lot of things Lu-Chi said and that Lu-Chi was very concerned about all this, and he said it inexplicably. Don't do anything yet. I want to see what he is capable of. Then, Thor was seen walking all the way to the edge of the pit. Looking at the familiar hammer in front of him, Thor's face lit up with joy and he jumped directly down. Oh my god, Lu-Chi watched Thor jump down, then he slipped on the mud. While lamenting that his nephew was not very smart, he took pictures crazily and mercilessly. Thor wiped the mud off his face and looked around. No one, well, the great Thor did not lose face. There was no shameful fall. Not knowing that his every move was being recorded and filmed, Thor grasped the hammer and tried to lift it as he always did. But the hammer didn't move at all. Thor couldn't believe it. He used both hands, but still couldn't move the hammer at all. No. Father, no. Thor roared to the sky and knelt on the ground in despair. He was really expelled by his father. Phil Coulson looked at the hammer that didn't move, feeling a little disappointed, and asked someone to go up and catch Thor, but a figure fell directly from the sky and landed in front of Thor. Hey, Thor, I'm your father's brother, you can call me uncle. Chapter 47. Seeing Thor's disbelieving expression, Lu-Chi's waist trembled. A token dangled from its waist, catching Thor's attention. This is... Thor looked shocked and Lu-Chi smiled at him. Who made this token, daring enough to forge my father's handwriting? Luqi's smile turned into a question mark. How could this be a fake? This was given to me by your father himself. Looking at Luqi's confused look, Thor laughed. No matter if you are from Midgard or whoever, no matter where you made the token, don't think I will believe it, because... Thor looked at Luqi and said proudly, my father is an only child. He has no brothers. And he doesn't have any princes. Luqi looked at Thor, who had a determined, stupid, face, and was a little bit unbelieving. Can't you feel your father's power? Luqi pressed the token hard on Thor's face, letting him feel it. Thor tried to push Luqi's hand away, but without divine power, he was no match for Luqi in terms of strength. Thor, filled with shame and anger, was forced to endure the insult of an ant. He showed an unyielding attitude and shouted, if my father had not taken my power away, how could I let you insult me like this? He tooey. A mouthful of saliva flew out, but definitely did not hit Luqi. After all, Luqi was pressing his head. But the saliva fell on the other person's leather shoes. Oh! Luqi looked at Phil Coulson, who had an innocent face, and then looked at Thor, who would never give in. Phil Coulson looked at the saliva on his leather shoes expressionlessly, gently lifted his feet, and let the rain wash his shoes, and also washed his socks and feet. So, how come you have another nephew? Phil Coulson ignored the guy who was being held down and said to Luqi. I just recognized him yesterday. I swore brotherhood to his father yesterday. Thor, who was ignored, finally escaped when Luqi wasn't paying attention, climbed out of the pit, turned around and shouted triumphantly to Luqi. My father is the respected god king of Asgard. How could he associate with a fellow like you? If my divine power hadn't been sealed, I would have smashed someone like you to pieces with one hammer. Luqi sighed as he looked at Thor's foolish appearance. Why would Odin want to give the throne to this fool? He finally escaped from the hands of an enemy he couldn't defeat, but he didn't even run away and kept making threats. You are in the enemy's base camp. If this guy were to become the king of Asgard, it would be strange if Asgard was not destroyed. It seems that Asgard was really destroyed. Although it was Ragnarok's fault, Thor was also responsible. After all, Thor is more like the god of hammer than Thor. Without the hammer, he is just a strong and reckless man. If he could awaken sooner, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Ragnarok and could just push his sister back to the underworld. Thinking of this, Luqi shouted at the complacent Thor, you keep saying that if you have a hammer you can smash me, but you don't have a hammer, so you can't be Thor. Luqi easily walked up the stairs next to him to the edge of the pit and came in front of Thor. Is your father called the God King because he possesses the Spear of Eternity? No. Thor said firmly, the reason why my father is the King of Gods is because of his incomparable power. Then how come you're not Thor because you don't have a hammer? Thor was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to refute. If you are Thor because you have a hammer, then you can only be called the God of Hammer. Looking at Thor, who was lost in thought, Luqi grabbed Thor's hand and flew quickly into the sky. Even if he brought someone with him, with his current energy, he could still reach a speed of nearly 500 meters per second. Ignoring the yelling Thor in his hand, Luqi quickly reached a height of thousands of feet. Under the moonlight, Luqi looked at the Thor in his hand. Even if he faced the sound barrier, would it only be a little uncomfortable? But at this height, even if you are from Asgard, you will be smashed into a pool of pulp if you fall down. Do you want to experience it? Hammer God. Thor realized this and stopped struggling, but instead held Luqi's hand tightly. Thor looked at the clouds below and couldn't help but close his eyes. He could have faced this height easily, but now, this scenery frightened him. Looking at the frightened Thor, Luqi slowly lowered his hand, allowing Thor to feel the attraction of the planet. Looking at Thor, who closed his eyes and pretended to be an ostrich, Luqi slowly said, aren't you a god? Why don't you even have the courage to face this danger? Or are you just an ordinary Asgardian who can only have divine power when holding that hammer? Thor, the god of hammers. Luqi used provocation on Thor. The effect was outstanding. Thor really opened his eyes, not only looking at Luqi stubbornly, but also looking down provocatively. Single-celled organisms are so easy to fool. Luqi smiled sinisterly, then pulled Thor's hands apart. Just do it. Do it. As Thor fell, Luqi also fell freely, following Thor and falling down together. While taking out the camera to take pictures, Luchi shouted at Thor. Odin! Ah! Thor kept falling down. The damn gravity of this planet was trying to kill him. Thor, only you can save you now. Luchi yelled at Thor, but Thor's voice was louder than his. This was very awkward. Seeing Thor refusing to respond no matter how much she called him, Luchi simply floated over to him and slapped him hard twice. Thor, now only you can save yourself. Think about it carefully, who are you? Leaving these words behind, Luchi simply dived into the shadow plane, cutting off Thor's last thought. Thor finally calmed down, physically, but watched Luchi disappear. Looking at the sky below, Thor was very scared, but the pain on his face kept him calm. Damn you, Thor, I will feed you to the fish in the moat. Thor yelled, but no one answered, and the pain on his face reminded him of that BD what am I? Am I not me? Thor shouted and quickly passed through the clouds. Now he could see the blurry ground. Watching the ground in front of him getting closer and closer, Thor couldn't help but close his eyes again. Aren't you a god? Why don't you even have the courage to face this danger? Or are you just an ordinary Asgardian who can only have divine power when holding that hammer? Thor, the god of hammers. Luchi's voice seemed to echo in his ears, and Thor thought in a trance, am I not a god? Aren't the Asgardians like gods to the Midgardians? Then I am god, I am Thor. As if he had figured something out, Thor suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer. It seemed as if there was only a thin film between him and that unknown realm, but he just couldn't break through. Thor shouted something and fell directly to the ground. Still failed. Luchi appeared beside Thor at some point. As soon as he saw Thor close his eyes, he kept repeating what he had just said, but he didn't know whether Thor heard what he said or not. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the ground, Luchi could only approach Thor first and prepare to take him into the shadow dimension. He just happened to see Thor speak and was about to listen to what he was going to say. I'm depressed. I thought you were going to shout something, but you're still scolding me at this time? Luchi shook his head, but still took Thor into the shadow dimension. Luchi looked at Thor in the shadow dimension, sighed, eliminated Thor's speed, and planned to throw Thor out quickly, otherwise Thor would be assimilated by the dark energy. Imagining Odin seeing the disabled Thor and stabbing himself with the Spear of Eternity, Luchi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and planned to throw Thor out. Originally, Luchi could throw a thing without energy into or out of the latitude at will, but just when Luchi was about to throw Thor out, a burst of energy suddenly exploded in Thor's body. Strong electric currents surged out of Thor's body, directly annihilating the dark energy in and around him, but this was Luchi's home court. Hundreds of thousands of dark energies seemed to be stimulated and all rushed towards Thor. Luchi was startled, and quickly controlled the dark energy to slow down, barely maintaining the vacuum circle created by Thor. Don't resist, I'll get you out. After consuming all the strength that had just appeared in his body, Thor looked at the seemingly endless dark energy around him in despair, but the next second his enemy appeared in front of him. After possessing divine power, Thor was shocked to perceive the token on Luchi's waist that possessed his father's divine power. So, this guy is really my uncle? Thor, who did not resist and had no energy to resist anymore, was sent directly out of the shadow dimension and back to the shield base. Phil Coulson was a little confused when he saw Luchi and Thor flying into the sky. He had previously asked someone to check the information revealed in the conversation between Luchi and Thor. After receiving the feedback, a person suddenly appeared in front of him the next second. Thor fell directly to the ground, kneeling on one knee, with several flashes of lightning flashing uncontrollably on his body. He took a few deep breaths and finally controlled the energy that had just awakened in his body. Oh my god, this is... Thor was startled when he suddenly found himself kneeling in front of a nearly bald man and quickly stood up. It's okay, just consider it an apology, Phil Coulson. Luchi appeared behind Thor, put away his camera first, and then spoke. So, you're really my uncle. So, he's really Thor. Thor and Phil Coulson turned to look at Luchi and spoke at the same time, and Luchi was stunned for a moment. He is not a dual-core standby, how can he listen to you talking at the same time? Luchi wiped the rain off his face helplessly and sighed. So, we have to stand in the rain and talk. Although it feels good, I would rather stay in the warm cabin. Phil Coulson glanced at Thor, then turned and walked into the room surrounded by tarpaulin. Thor stared at Luchi for a moment, then followed Phil Coulson in. Luchi glanced at the hammer at the bottom of the pit. This guy didn't even want his hammer anymore. Picking up the hammer, Luchi ran into the room and saw his phone still charging there. Throwing the hammer in his hand to Thor, Luchi rushed over to pick up his mobile phone. What's wrong? Luchi looked at Thor's unhappy face and asked puzzledly. I'm not the god of hammer, I'm Thor. Thor put the hammer aside, and several flashes of lightning flashed across his body. I know. Luchi quickly put his phone away to prevent it from being damaged by this idiot. Thor was finally satisfied and quickly picked up his beloved hammer. Just now he was just responding to the question this guy asked him before. Now that Thor got his hammer back, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After possessing divine power, Thor can now pick up the hammer naturally. Moreover, compared to the previous superficial use of the hammer to smash and discharge electricity, Thor can now use the hammer for more diverse combat, such as smashing while discharging electricity. Feeling the feedback from the precious hammer in his hand, Thor smiled foolishly twice, but soon realized that there were outsiders around and returned to his majestic appearance. I quickly suppressed my smile, but saw someone's contemptuous look. This guy looks exactly like his father. When Luchi saw Thor's appearance, he knew that he was Odin's biological son. The synchronization rate was so perfect that it was hard to complain. Thor restrained his expression and said to Luchi, "So you are really my uncle? Hey, dear nephew, please make some nice noises." Luchi said with a smile. Uncle. Thor was silent for a long time, and finally called him uncle. Luchi nodded quickly and said, "Alas, dear nephew, it's a pity that I don't have any gifts. Do you want happy beans? I'll let Ninja win them for you on the spot." Phil Coulson looked at the two people who seemed to be in deep affection, and he was unable to join the conversation. After thinking for a while, Phil Coulson said to Luchi. So this guy is really the mythical Thor. Guaranteed authenticity. Luchi nodded. Does Odin or something exist? Isn't that right? I just swore brotherhood with him yesterday. Luchi shook the token on his waist. Now I am a diplomat specially assigned by the Asgard royal family to Earth, so I should be more polite next time. Phil Coulson was too lazy to play tricks with Luchi. When he thought about whether those myths were true, he felt that his hair would be in jeopardy. Remembering that Thor had spit on his shoes before, he quickly asked the agent to take the shoes for research, and also collect all the soil that had been soaked by rain. Who knows what they might find out? Why did I wash my shoes? Now I'll be punished by the director. Phil Coulson sighed weakly, but quickly cheered up. As an agent, his acceptance ability was still very strong. After sending a simple message to the director, asking him to stay up late with him, Phil Coulson turned around and sat back, intending to learn more intelligence. My father was here yesterday. Thor asked first. He had a lot of questions to ask now. To be precise, he didn't come over. He just communicated with his spirit for a while. Phil Coulson nodded silently, remembering the time when Luchi was in a daze yesterday. It was probably that time. My father, did he say anything to me? Luchi had already started the game and glanced at Thor while it was loading. I didn't say anything, but there's a high probability that you won't be able to be king. Thor laughed at himself and said, I am indeed not qualified to be a king. My power is still too weak. Thinking of his own powerlessness in the shadow dimension, the feeling as if he was being watched by countless dangerous enemies, Thor felt somewhat helpless. He is still too weak. However, looking at the token on Luchi's waist, Thor comforted himself, this man is my father's brother. He must be so strong. And I am not powerless, I still have the ability to resist. As long as I continue to get stronger, I can defeat this uncle, which is rounded to. Thor, who was caught in a strange delusion, smiled strangely and remained quiet. Phil Coulson looked at Thor strangely, resisted the urge to wipe his saliva, looked at Luchi and asked, what do you think they are, and what impact will their existence have on us? Luchi glanced at Phil Coulson, don't worry too much, they are different from the gods in mythology, you can think of them as technologically advanced aliens. Thinking about the fact that Asgard's life was even more primitive than Kamar-Taj, Luchi suddenly became silent, but continued, they are still quite powerful. They have the Bifrost, which can transport troops in large quantities, and can be used as a star destroyer if it is always running. Phil Coulson wiped the rain off his face and continued to ask, anything else? Let's just take Odin. He's not as strong as in the myths. Looking at Phil Coulson, who was gradually approaching, Liu Qi said casually, it can't reach the level of destroying the world, but it is relatively simple to destroy 2 planets. Liu Qi spoke of Odin's peak strength without blushing or beating his heart. Although Odin still has that kind of strength now, his body cannot bear it. Liu Qi glanced at Thor, who still had fantastic delusions, and whispered to Phil Coulson, this guy is the crown prince of Asgard, you know. Although his status is a little lower than mine, he can't be ignored. Do you understand me? Phil Coulson, who pretended to understand the first meaning but not the second, looked at Thor with a silly smile on his face and felt that it would be difficult to prevent this guy from getting into trouble on Earth or causing any diplomatic trouble. Well, I'd better give a brief report to the director first. Phil Coulson had no say in such an important matter and could only leave it to his direct superior. However, he didn't know that an agent secretly passed on some message. Chapter 48. Pierce listened to his subordinate's report with a frown, and after letting his subordinate go out, Pierce rubbed his eyebrows. What's going on in this world now? A bunch of superheroes and supercriminals have appeared out of nowhere. Now even gods have appeared. However, his subordinates reported that Asgard is actually aliens, which made him feel a little relieved. Bullshit. What is the Bifrost Star Destroyer canon? What is the star-destroying God King? Is this really the Asgard in mythology? It seems that the imagination of ancient people was too poor. Pierce leaned back in his chair and thought carefully. The Security Council has just agreed to the construction of an aerospace carrier, but they will first try to build one to see if it is useful, and the other aerospace warships will have to wait a few years. Pierce clenched his fists. He didn't expect there would be so many variables before the plan. And now the situation is getting more and more out of control. After thinking for a while, Pierce pressed a button, and after a while, a bald man walked in. Sitwell, go and import all of Liu Qi information into the Sora algorithm right now. I want to know if he will interfere with our plan. Sitwell nodded swiftly, pressing the microphone on his earpiece and walking out. Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. It is true that Project Insight is terrifying, but the core of Project Insight is the Sora algorithm. Hydra, who have mastered the Sora algorithm, can discover those who will be detrimental to Hydra in the future, and then they will quietly eliminate them. Over the years, Hydra has secretly eliminated tens of thousands of people, but the pace is still too slow. According to the Sora algorithm, there are hundreds of millions of people around the world who will be detrimental to their plans. The Insight Project was born. It's simple, easy to use, and can remove millions of them at a time. Do it dozens of times, and you can easily get rid of all those annoying flies. The trend is on my side. Pierce clenched his fist, and the next second, there was a knock on the door. Fury walked into his office and looked at Pierce, who was sitting behind the desk. Fury walked over slowly. Are you sending people to collect information about Liu Qi? Pierce was stunned. Why did Fury know that? But after a little thought, he knew why. Why are you so cautious? And you even set his information to confidential. Pierce stood up, poured a cup of coffee, and pushed it towards Fury. Fury took a sip, his expression unchanged. Pierce looked at it with relief. This guy's origins are too mysterious. He's involved with Howard's Child and the Hulk. Now he's even involved with the Protoss. I think there's something wrong with him. Fury nodded. I have already evaluated him, and the result is, no problem. You don't need to investigate him, it's a waste of time. It's better to ask the Security Council for more money and build the new headquarters as soon as possible. Fury said that and then walked out. Pierce was relieved. He trained Fury, he also knew Fury's ability. Fury's ability was very strong. It can be said that he was the best agent, but this was not good news for them. After all, they were Hydra, Fury's enemy. I have to think of a solution. Although Fury is very useful, but... Remembering Sora algorithm's evaluation of Fury, Pierce decided that this tool man could not stay for long. Outside the door, Fury silently spat out the antidote tablet in his mouth and threw it into the trash can. Don't trust anyone. This is what Pierce taught him. Fury thought as he walked. Where did Pierce get the information about Thor? After learning about Thor's background, he told the agents to report directly to him. What exactly does Pierce want to do? Why does he want to plant people among those agents? Fury doesn't know that Pierce is Hydra yet, but he decides to investigate Pierce secretly. Standing in front of the elevator, Fury pressed the button and the elevator arrived soon. Looking at Sitwell in the elevator, Fury nodded and let Sitwell go first. Sitwell hadn't expected Fury to be here, but he saluted calmly and walked towards Pierce's office normally. Fury glanced at Sitwell's back, then walked into the elevator. Pierce watched as Fury left and his deputy walked in. What was the result? The results show that Luchi poses no threat to our plans. P.S. Time is something that even the Ancient One cannot fully understand and see through, and it is really strange that Hydra's Sora algorithm can see through other people's future, so I directly classify this as big data. The Sora algorithm is also based on some past consumption records and website browsing information, and everyone knows Luchi past life consumption and website browsing information. Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. The Sora algorithm was Dr. Sora's masterpiece. By tracking and observing those samples, the results obtained were generally the same as the algorithm results. Pierce thought for a while, then asked Sitwell to try to win over Luchi. Luchi didn't know that he had attracted a lot of people's attention, and he was still playing games happily. As for Thor, this guy smiled foolishly for a long time, and finally remembered that there was a woman waiting for him outside. He put on a battlesuit and flew out directly. As for returning to Asgard, this guy said that his father hasn't forgiven him yet and he won't go back. It's not that this guy can't go back, it's that he doesn't want to go back. I was playing a game when suddenly the internet connection went down. Phil Coulson, why is the internet suddenly down? Luchi called out, but no one responded. Turning around, he saw two big guys pulling him into the mirror space again. Odin seems extremely happy now. After all, his child has finally awakened divine power, which makes him feel that he can retire soon. So you don't plan to let Thor return to Asgard? Do you want to test him again? Luchi asked Odin doubtfully. Wasn't he really afraid that Thor would stay with Jane on Earth for a few decades? Thor's power has already awakened. His power will continue to grow with time. It doesn't matter where he is. As for the test? Thor has passed it. If he wants to be the general of Asgard, he just needs to be strong and able to understand. As for the king? I will test Loki. Good man, is your requirement for Thor so low? Just to be able to understand? But it is true that if Loki becomes king, Thor, as Loki's only supporter, will definitely listen to his brother. However, the meaning revealed in Odin's words shocked Luchi. This guy actually wanted to leave Asgard to a giants of Jotunheim? But if you raise a dog for thousands of years, you can develop feelings for it, let alone Loki. Luchi didn't care what Odin thought, anyway. Odin would come to save him in times of crisis riding on an 8-legged Pegasus and wearing a destructive armor. As for taking advantage of the opportunity to control the Asgard royal court? Get rid of it. The thing he is worst at is strategy games, so how can he undermine other people's royal court? Luchi glanced at his phone and said anxiously, what else is going on? I still need to play games here. Can you hurry up? You try to explain to your parents that online games cannot be paused. JPG. The Ancient One glanced at Odin, and Odin pulled out a book from his arms. This strange yet familiar scene made Luchi look forward to it. He remembered the arrogance when the Ancient One threw him a few Dark Dimension coordinates. Here are the coordinates of the Dark Dimensions that Asgard has collected over the past thousands of years. However, after thousands of years, many of these dimensions may have evolved into medium-level dimensions and changed their coordinates. However, there should still be many that can be used. Luchi took the coordinates quickly with a smile on his face. Boss, do you have anything else to say? I can wait here. Odin didn't say anything. Ancient One drew a circle to signal Luchi to play the game quickly, otherwise he would be judged as AFK. Luchi returns to the material world and the game quickly reconnects. Amidst the question marks of his teammates, Luchi said arrogantly, the Asgardians of Earth and the God King asked me to come over to discuss something. I have something to do now, so I'll leave first. He quit the game directly, ignoring the crazy question marks sent by his teammates. Luchi took out his little book and called Mordo for the first time in a long time, asking him to prepare for a fight. Entering the dark latitude, Luchi casually clicked on a coordinate as he watched Mordo and the magician team walk in. Sorry, the coordinates you selected are empty. Ah, this. Luchi looked at Mordo with a serious face and felt inexplicably embarrassed. While Mordo was not paying attention, he quickly clicked on another coordinate. Sorry. Liu Qi was speechless. How long ago were these coordinates given by Odin? They were all empty numbers. He randomly clicked 10 times, but 7 valid coordinates came out directly. Fortunately, 5 of them are microdimensions, and only 2 are elementary level dimensions. Among these dimensions, the microdimensions have no enemies, but the 2 elementary level dimensions have enemies. Liu Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were only 2 elementary level dimensions. Next time, he would just slowly play with single draws. Otherwise, it would be too scary if gold came out. Issue an order to the Shadow Core to take down one of the elementary level dimensions first, and guard the other elementary level for a while. Now Liu Qi's strength has far exceeded that when he first fought Andrews. The shadow troops under his command can take down the elementary level dimension. As for the other dimension, Mordo and others have jointly released a giant magic shield composed entirely of dark energy. The pure dark energy exerted its effectiveness, and its defensive power far exceeded the previous magic shield. It looks good, but after looking at the consumption, it is close to 5,000 points per second, which is enough to block the original energy bombardment. After 2 hours of fighting, one of the elementary level dimensions was destroyed, while on the other side, Mordo and others held up the magic shield to block the door directly. Liu Qi also silently cast a great silencing spell on the Lord of the opposite dimension, making the opponent dare not show up. Liu Qi just sat there quietly, watching his men working hard. You guys keep working hard, maybe I will become twice as strong tomorrow. After silently encouraging Mordo and the others, he led his troops to attack another elementary level dimension. A few hours later, the Lord of the opposite dimension made a harsh statement and ran away. Liu Qi felt a little regretful that he didn't get the coordinates of the opposite world, so he arranged for Modu and others to pick up the junk. After cleaning up the battlefield, Liu Qi guided the shadow world to devour these dark dimensions, adding nearly 3 million diggable energy. Comfortable. After a long time of watching his data continue to rise, Liu Qi was still grinning happily after leaving the shadow world. What's the good news? Asked Phil Coulson, who was now directing the agent to pack up the base and the several meters thick soil underneath it. I didn't get any money out of my 10 consecutive draws. Ignoring Phil Coulson's puzzled look, Liu Qi turned and left. What happened to this guy? Phil Coulson was a little surprised, but he was in a hurry to move, so he didn't care about Liu Qi. Liu Qi walked all the way to the town and saw Thor, dressed in fashionable clothes, shopping with Jane. Behind them were Daisy and Dr. Eric, who looked like singles. Hey, uncle! Thor was the first to see Liu Qi and shouted loudly, waving his hands. This guy is really a social phobic, a social terrorist. Liu Qi was somewhat speechless as he looked at the large group of people around him staring at him and Thor. Sighing, Liu Qi covered his face and walked towards Thor. Hey, uncle, this is my new friend, Jane. Thor introduced Liu Qi enthusiastically and completely forgot that there were 2 people behind him. Hello, but don't you know Thor? How can you be his uncle? Jane was a little confused and looked at Liu Qi in confusion. Because at that time I hadn't made friends with his father yet, and I wasn't his uncle yet. Liu Qi explained naturally, but only explained the latter question. But it was obvious that these people were fooled. So you guys are out shopping? Yes, Jane is introducing Midgard to me. Oh no, the customs and practices of Earth. Thor spoke like a fool, and Liu Qi sighed. This guy was simply blinded by love. No. As his uncle, how can I watch him degenerate like this? Liu Qi motioned Thor to follow him. Want to learn about the customs and practices of Earth? Just shopping is not enough, how about an exciting battle game? Battle? Game. How are these 2 words connected? Thor glanced at Jane in confusion, but Jane didn't know what Liu Qi was talking about. Liu Qi bought a new phone, downloaded a 5v5 game, and then guided Thor to try it out. Then... Damn it! This guy actually dared to let the great Thor die. Unforgivable! Thor roared angrily, trying to control the electric current flowing through his body so as not to damage the fragile machine in his hands. Jane had already moved 3 meters away from Thor, fearing that the electricity on Thor's body would hurt her, while Liu Qi nodded with satisfaction. Thor, you are still young, you don't understand. Woman. She can only. Completely forgetting that Thor is also 2,000 years old, Liu Qi smiled and said, what's so fun about women? Isn't the game fun? Glancing at the helpless Jane, Luchi didn't do this on purpose. Thor, as an Asgardian, can live for thousands of years. If he is like his father, he can live even longer. And Jane? If she is lucky, she can live for more than 100 years. If she is unlucky, she may die in a car accident tomorrow. What future can two people have? The current emotions are nothing more than temporary hormonal fluctuations. Although he didn't know why the Asgards had hormonal fluctuations with the humans on Earth, Luchi was too lazy to study this strange physiological phenomenon. Now Luchi just wants the two of them to keep their distance, calm down, see their feelings clearly, and break up when necessary. Definitely, if they still love each other, as long as Toldo calls out a few nice words, and when he becomes stronger and stronger in the future, he will directly establish a contract with Jane to let her live longer. Luchi can't do this now, but if Dormammu can do it, there's no reason why he can't do it in the future. As for the Ancient One and Odin, he only provided the dark energy. It is up to them how to use it. Or can I go to them to learn the relevant knowledge? Chapter 49. So, under Luchi's strong suggestion, a group of people stopped shopping and chose to sit in a row at the hamburger restaurant. Wonderful evening. Luchi thought that he hadn't played with anyone other than ninja soldiers for a long time. Tony and Phil Coulson either only had the opposite S*X or were workaholics, forced, so they wouldn't play with him. Glancing at Jian, who was still trying to adapt to the touch screen of his phone, and a few newbies who had just downloaded the game, Luchi had already imagined himself killing everyone and being worshipped by them, shouting, "Boss, please help me." Luchi invited the other 4 people to join the team and clicked on the match with full confidence. "Your rank is so low, I can only play with you in a match. Don't give up, I'll be the C." The others looked at Luchi's noble ranking badge and assured that they would not give it away. The game started quickly, and Luchi was the first to rush out of the base. The desire to kill is rising. First blood. Luchi looked up quietly and found that although everyone's expressions were strange, they still didn't say anything. "I made a mistake. There are more people on the other side. Don't worry, I can get up." Luchi said a few words quickly, but now others have realized that something is wrong. Finally, after a few minutes, Luchi quietly went into the bathroom. "Summon a ninja soldier and give him the phone." "I'll give you the phone, come and have fun." Watching the ninja soldier use his account to turn the record from negative to positive, the combined number of kills of both sides was nearly 100. Finally, the ninja soldier clicked a few times to assemble, and then led his teammates to destroy the enemy base. Luchi breathed a sigh of relief, took back his phone, and walked out of the toilet. "Oh, send a few first, otherwise it won't be difficult," Luchi explained to the others. "I don't believe you." The 4 of them probably came to a conclusion, but they didn't say anything. So they continued their happy journey of playing games. Then, Luchi went to the bathroom 6 times tonight. Fortunately, after the 2 doctors Jane and Eric understood the rules of the game, they started to play as the main character. Thor and Daisy sat next to Luchi to monitor him and make sure he didn't give up. In the end, they didn't have to hire a substitute and managed to win a few times. Well, surrendering means losing half, which is also equal to winning half. Doing it a few more times counts as winning a few more times. Not long after, Luchi was abandoned by a group of people and drank alone. This game is really interesting and challenging. Indeed, especially when teammates are not good enough. Watching several people excitedly discussing the game, with Thor almost sticking to Jane, Luchi quit the game and walked out of the hamburger shop silently. "Odin, it's not that I won't help you, but look at Thor. He actually chases women just for the sake of playing games? You have been seduced by just a game. In the future, will you use rock paper scissors to decide the winner in a fight? This is a disgrace to the Asgard royal family." "No, I guess I am also a new member of the Asgard royal family?" Luchi shook his head. "What kind of rubbish is this competitive game? He wins in real life every day, and he also wins in the game? I went to play single player." He returned to his home angrily and fell asleep humbly holding the quilt. Under the magical power of the quilt, when Luchi opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. After opening his system, he found that the nearly 3 million energies had been completely mined. Luchi thought about it and wondered whether he should use so much energy to directly purchase ninja soldiers or expand the team. Now convert all the soldiers into ninja soldiers. Luchi has 5,000 ninja soldiers, actually 3000 ninja soldiers. Buying one ninja soldier means 510 points of dark energy. If you buy ninja soldiers, you need to leave enough energy to reach the upper limit. You can buy about 3,800 ninja soldiers, but you only need to buy 2,000 ninja soldiers to reach the upper limit. In other words, you can spend 1.22 million energy to prepare 5 million energy for the upgrade. Looking at the thick coordinate book given by Odin, I felt a sense of confidence. Upgrade first. Then form a team during the war. It took 1.22 million energies to reach the upper limit, and there are 1.9 million energies left, a shortfall of 3.1 million energies. Liu Qi entered the shadow dimension, intending to fight a few more shadow dimensions. This time, Liu Qi was too lazy to wait for Mo Du and the others, so he just played single draw. After nearly 20 single draws, he got 2 elementary level dimensions, 13 micro dimensions, and 5 empty numbers. Finally, he gathered all the energy he needed. While waiting for the Shadow Legion to finish the dungeon, Liu Qi flipped through the book in his hand. Odin is really a man of cards. At first I thought there were at least thousands of coordinates in this book, enough to dig for a long time, but it turns out that there are only several pages to write one coordinate. Can't he learn from the Ancient One? Look at other people's bosses, they are not only bald, crossed out. Not only was he an Asgardian from Earth, he was also diligent and pragmatic, and he single-handedly adapted all of Kamar-Taj's 5,000 plus spellbooks into new versions, and the coordinates he provided were written densely so that not a single piece of paper was wasted. When I first saw your book, it was so thick that I thought it would contain a lot of coordinates, but it turned out to be just a sea of words. For each coordinate, you wrote down the date of discovery and the person who discovered it, and at the end you even praised yourself for being awesome. A person who cares about the situation is a person who cares about the situation. However, this coordinate book in front of him, which is as thick as the Xinhua dictionary, has hundreds of coordinates even if the water is evaporated by putting it on fire. Even if there are some empty numbers in it, it is worth tens of millions of dark energy. After waiting for a while, the Shadow Legion finished the dungeon. Liu Qi arranged for them to take all the loot directly to Kamar-Taj, and then ran to Thor. Although Odin said he wanted to test Loki, he didn't know how he would test him. He hoped Loki wouldn't send the destroyer when the time came. Although Thor has awakened his divine power, what if something unexpected happens? The process of fighting the two bosses, Abomination and Whiplash, did not follow the plot of the movie, and Liu Qi could not guarantee that there would not be any strange changes this time. After brushing up the energy limit, it was already noon, and Liu Qi drew a circle and came directly into the town. By the way, where do Jane and the others live? There is no doubt that Thor is following Jane, but Liu Qi doesn't know where Jane lives. Just when they were planning to send ninja soldiers to search the town thoroughly, a few people dressed in strange clothes swaggered past Liu Qi. What a coincidence! Looking at Uncle Long, Robin Han, and Zinna inside, Liu Qi smiled. These guys were released by the upright Heimdall in order to find Thor and persuade him to return to the realm of the gods. Because not long ago, Loki went to the hometown of the giants of Jotunheim, the country of Jotun. But Loki deliberately shielded Heimdall from what he was doing there. A true king would not bother to play such tricks. Heimdall despises Loki from the bottom of his heart, a guy who only knows how to scheme and plot, but he is still very worried about Thor on Earth. Torko didn't know that his brother had thoughts that he shouldn't have. As Thor's supporter, Heimdall decided to send a few of Thor's followers to tell Thor what happened in Asgard. Naturally, he found a way to circumvent the new king's order forbidding him to let anyone go to Earth. I, Heimdall, was drinking in the bar at the time. There were a lot of people around me who were all witnesses. I didn't turn on the Bifrost to let anyone pass, so I had sufficient proof of my alibi. On the other side, Liu Qi followed these guys around the town for a while and found Thor, who was playing sweetly with Jane. Damn you, you dare to mock me, Thor? I will kill you 100 times. Thor muttered to himself, his fingers sliding across the phone screen. Thor has met the enemy. Volstagg shouted. Fondrel took a closer look and said, he is roaring at the small box in his hand. The enemy must be inside. It must be the magician from Midgard. I heard from the Asgard magician that the magician from Midgard has unique abilities. Hogun added. Sif wanted to say something, but Volstagg had already rushed out. Damn magician, how dare you insult Thor? The axe precisely split the phone in Thor's hand, but did not hurt Thor at all. Lu Chi nodded in the dark. This guy's martial arts skills were pretty good. Although they were not as good as the ultimate skills of the Shadow Ninja, they were still enough to be proud of. Well done, Volstagg. The 4 boars, 6 pheasants, and the sacrificial cow in your belly would be proud of you. Fondrel walked forward and struck a few more times with his sword. Hogan saw that these guys were no match for him, so he swung his hammer and smashed the phone into pieces. Thor was concentrating on playing the game and was facing a crucial team battle, but his mobile phone turned into powder. Damn it! Without having time to talk to the 3 Asgard idiots, Thor ran to Jane and watched the team battle that was lost without any suspense because of his AFK. His own base was also pushed down in one wave. Hey! Thor, we finally see you again. Volstagg ran forward excitedly, but Thor was filled with lightning and thunder, and he electrocuted Volstagg to the ground when he touched him. I am engaging in a sacred duel with my enemy. What are you doing? This is the promotion match. Besides, we haven't seen each other for less than a day, how come you haven't seen each other for several months? Thor's eyes flashed with lightning, and he walked forward and grabbed Volstagg's collar. I thought you had met an enemy. By the way, why can you summon lightning without a hammer? Thor didn't kill him, and Volstagg was still conscious, and asked Thor a question in return. I am Thor, not the god of hammer. Why can't I discharge electricity without the hammer? Thor threw Volstagg on a chair beside him, but he didn't expect Volstagg to crush the chair directly. My god, you should lose weight. Thor said with a frown. Sif walked into the room helplessly, and sighed as she looked at Fondrel and Hagan, who dared not say a word for fear of being electrocuted by Thor. Thor, calm down, we have something important to discuss with you. Thor was also very angry just now, but he was still very happy to meet his good friends and followers. Why did you suddenly come to Earth? Sif stepped forward, we want you to return to Asgard immediately. Thor frowned and looked back at Jane and the phone in Jane's hand. My father expelled me. I will not return to Asgard until I have received my father's forgiveness. Thor, who said one thing and thought another, turned away so as not to let his friend see his guilty eyes. But the God King fell into a deep sleep shortly after you left, and Loki became the acting king of Asgard with the support of the God Queen. Sif said anxiously, fearing that Thor was unaware of the seriousness of the matter. But Loki is on the throne. Great. Thor had no intention of getting angry at all, after all, he was a big fan of Loki. And after getting this little machine last night, he also played other games, including a pretty hardcore strategy management game that made him dizzy. If he had to face similar things every day as a king, he would probably die of exhaustion faster than Asgard would be destroyed. Rather than being a king in the back, he would rather be a soldier charging into battle. Loki is a much better king than I am. Thor turned to look at Sif and spoke seriously, fearing that they would arrest him and force him to deal with government affairs. Sif looked at Thor's eyes and knew that this was his sincere thought, but Sif found it hard to accept it. After all, she had violated the new king's ban and followed the 3 fools all the way to find Thor, but Thor did not want to return to Asgard. Just when Sif was distressed, Thor saw Lu Chi outside the door. Hey, uncle. Hey, my dear nephew, what's wrong? Lu Chi walked in with a smile. Thor scratched his head embarrassedly, pointed at the remains of the mobile phone on the ground, and said, my mobile phone is broken. Can you buy me a new one, uncle? The 3 Asgard idiots and Sif were completely stunned by this shout. Why did Thor have an uncle and they had never heard of him? Thor? When did you get an uncle? Vesta pulled the corner of Thor's clothes and asked in a low voice. He is the brother my father just recognized yesterday. In terms of seniority, he is indeed my uncle yesterday? The 3 Asgard idiots instantly became alert. Thor didn't know, didn't they? The God King fell into a deep sleep yesterday, and the God Queen took care of him all the time. How could she have become sworn brothers with a Midgardian yesterday? Thor must have just arrived in Midgard and was deceived by this guy. The 3 of them looked at each other and prepared to attack Lu Chi tacitly. But Lu Chi waved his hand, and a large group of shadows turned into ninjas, surrounding them, holding them hostage with countless long swords. If they dared to move, they would bleed. Are you all so stupid? Lu Chi glanced at Sif who was ready to make a move. Wow, people are really divided into categories. As soon as I tell you my identity, they all want to come up and hit me twice. They are worthy of being Thor's followers. I'm afraid their ways of thinking are similar. Sif silently removed his hand from the spear on his back and smiled awkwardly. I think if His Majesty the Divine King becomes sworn brothers with you, he will definitely give you something as proof. Finally, there's a guy who isn't a reckless man. How low is the average IQ of Asgard people? Lu Chi took out the sign from Odin from a ninja soldier and was a little speechless. This thing is quite big, and hanging it on my waist always feels like hanging the key of a building in Guangdong, which is quite uncomfortable. Do I have to take this thing out before I tell the Asgardians my identity? Don't you have any intelligent recognition system that can identify other people's identities? After all, they are the gods who have developed for tens of thousands of years, and their technology tree has really reached the level of the crazy primitive people next door. Sif smiled awkwardly, but the perception of the real aura of the God King on the token made her feel that this matter might not be that simple. Shouldn't His Majesty be asleep? How could he appear in the outside world and become sworn brothers with a Midgardian? If he wasn't asleep, why didn't he care about Loki? Lu Chi waved his hand to let the ninja soldiers let go of the three Asgard idiots, and pushed away Thor, who came up to plead for mercy with disgust. Really, I would feel like I've lost face if I bothered with these guys. Just when Lu Chi was about to find a chair to rest, there was a sudden noise outside the window. Chapter 50. What's going on? Lu Chi also didn't hear the explosion sound of the destroyer shooting lasers everywhere. Loki is also a person who cares about the situation. He will not let the destroyer play stealth. Lu Chi had no idea how the big destroyer could sneak around so quietly, unless... Lu Chi walked out of the room first and looked in the direction where the noise came from. What is this? I saw a group of Smurfs appearing on the street, but these Smurfs were not small in size, most of them were over 2 meters tall. Giants of Jotunheim. Thor, who followed closely behind, shouted in surprise, stretched out his hand, and summoned Mjolnir. Damn the giants of Jotunheim! I'm going to chop them in half. Volstagg picked up his 2 axes, and the other 3 were also ready to charge with Thor at any time. This was their tactics. Thor turned around and signaled for his men to prepare to charge, but he saw Jane, whose eyes were filled with worry and fear, and 2 other ordinary people. Thor paused and said, I think we should evacuate the people around here first. I will help you stop them. Jane. Go evacuate the people. After Thor finished speaking, he was about to rush forward with the surprised Asgard 3 idiots and Sif, but he bumped into the back of someone's head. Hiss, don't you look at the road. Lu Chi touched the back of his head. Thor was really strong and thick-skinned. After all, he could use his face to smash Iron Man Tony away. I'm sorry, uncle, but this is an emergency, could you please? Before Thor finished speaking, Lu Chi waved his hand and summoned countless figures. Save the ordinary people and crush the enemies. When will the Smurfs dare to show up again without hiding from magician? Lu Chi, who was probably a magician, said viciously, and countless black shadows dispersed. Lu Chi looked back at the stunned guys and threw a walnut to Thor. One more thing, watch the road when you walk. After saying that, he sneaked towards the location of the giants of Jotunheim. After all, the troll soldiers were slow, so it would be better for him to send them there. Thor touched his head and looked back at the people of Asgard. My uncle is pretty strong. Loki stood in the deserted hall of the gods, ripples forming in the air in front of him. I agreed to your request and sent someone to kill Thor. So, where is the casket of ancient winters? The figure of Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim, appeared in the ripples, and a deep voice was heard. Loki held the spear of eternity in his hand, rubbing his fingers over the intricate patterns on it. Are you sure your men can kill Thor? It's ridiculous. If Odin hadn't been there last time, your bodies would have been part of the Jotun kingdom. Loki raised his eyebrows and showed a wicked smile. As long as Thor died, he would be the only heir of Odin. But why did he feel a little sad? Loki. Lauf looked at Loki for a long time without saying anything, his tone gradually becoming colder. I hope you understand that Odin will not allow a prince who killed his brother to become king. Brother killing? Thor? Loki laughed at himself in his heart, and looked at Lauf in the ripples, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Definitely, I know, but I have one more thing for you to do. Are you going to go back on your word? No. Loki's eyes revealed madness. Since Odin will not allow a prince who killed his brother to become king, then you should just go and kill Odin. Then everything will be fine. Looking at the shocked Lauf, Loki raised the corners of his mouth. How is it? Odin is sleeping on the bed now. As long as you walk up to him and give him a gentle touch, Odin will leave this world forever. Laufey's eyes revealed doubt, but he was also very tempted. If he killed Odin and got the casket of ancient winters, no one in Asgard could defeat him. Hela smiled but said nothing. Okay, but I need your help. You have to help me get into Asgard. The gatekeeper doesn't like us. Don't worry, I will take care of him. Luchi quickly came to the group of giants of Jotunheim and watched these guys skillfully control various parts of their bodies to condense ice. He felt that it would be interesting to keep one of them to use as an air conditioner for cooling. But I'm rich now, so why should I be worried about not being able to turn on the air conditioner? Luchi released troll soldiers one after another. The 2-meter-tall giants of Jotunheim were like dwarfs in front of the troll soldiers. After discovering the enemy, the Smurfs condensed ice spikes with their hands and stabbed the troll soldiers. However, the seemingly hard ice spikes did not cause any significant damage to the troll soldiers. Each small wound was like a mosquito bite to the huge body of the troll soldier. Besides, the shadow ninja has no blood in his body, so he is not afraid of bleeding injuries at all. After blocking a wave of attacks, the troll army launched a counterattack. They grabbed the heads of several giants of Jotunheim with their hands and crushed them with a little force. Feeling that the grip was not good, the troll soldier stopped cracking skulls with his strong hands, and instead made huge amounts of fists and smashed them hard on the surviving giants of Jotunheim. Without a doubt, giants of Jotunheim shattered like inferior glass. Soon, this group of giants of Jotunheim was destroyed. Luchi looked around and found that there were still a large number of giants of Jotunheim. My dear nephew, your beloved uncle really wants to kick you hard on the butt with the toe of his clean leather shoes. Luchi instructed these troll soldiers to go in a direction, and sent a few ninja soldiers and assassin ninja soldiers to explore the enemy, and then ran towards the next place. I ran back and forth in the town several times, allowing the shadow army to quickly reach various places and then counterattack the giants of Jotunheim. Well, counterattack means that if you touch me, I will hit your head off with my backhand. Even the basic ninja soldiers now have physical fitness 16 times that of ordinary people, so they should have no problem dealing with a few giants of Jotunheim. Moreover, the thousands of ninja soldiers may be no less than the giants of Jotunheim who sneaked over. After half an hour of counterattack and investigation, Luchi confirmed that there were no giants of Jotunheim still alive in the town, and returned to the square where the townspeople were accommodated. I have to say these guys are very tough. When they saw the giants of Jotunheim, they just used shotguns to attack them. Although the effect was not strong, the momentum was still good. In order to protect, hold down, those guys who wanted to go out and fight, Luchi directly ordered nearly 3,000 ninja soldiers to lock them up in the square. In fact, it didn't take so many ninja soldiers to deal with the giants of Jotunheim. Feeling a little tired, Luchi took the microphone that the ninja soldier got from somewhere. The problem has been solved. You can go home now. By the way, come and identify who this microphone and speaker belong to. Luchi shouted a few words into the microphone, then gathered the shadow ninjas and returned to the shadow world. Thank you, a boy holding an ice cream shouted to a ninja soldier. Just now he just said that he felt a little hot and wanted to eat ice cream, but he didn't expect a passing ninja soldier to directly find him an ice cream. The ninja soldier turned around and nodded, then turned into a shadow and returned to the shadow dimension. Problem solved. Luchi sneaked away to avoid the blockade of the crowd and returned to Jane's experimental base, where Thor and the Asgard people were protecting Jane and the few people who accidentally escaped here. Thanks. I don't know what kind of superhero you are, but your armor is very cool. A boy passed by and boldly hugged Thor, and Thor showed a strange smile. That smile of yours makes me feel like you need to go to jail and calm down. Luchi appeared in front of Thor and said with disgust. So, problem solved. Thor said happily. They are just a few soldiers, there is no big boss. So, do you want to go home and take a look? What's wrong? Thor, a guy with a head full of muscles, really hasn't figured out the truth of the incident. It's nothing, you don't need to understand, but I think you need to go back and take a look. Luchi shrugged. After all, Heimdall has not yet intervened in the cross-border travel of these giants of Jotunheim. This gives me a bad feeling, not to mention that your father is still in deep sleep. Luchi said a few words casually, but it made Thor frown. Uncle, what do you want to say? Thor glanced at Sif secretly, and Sif nodded. Well, I think it's time to go back and take a look. Thor said immediately, then saw Jane, who was stunned. Don't worry, Jane. With Bifrost here, I can come to Earth anytime. Thor smiled. Jane wiped away the tears that appeared unconsciously, and drove to take the group to find a quiet place. Hey, Phil Coulson, move aside, there are some people trying to get through here. Under the guidance of the three idiots of Asgard, the group arrived at the place where they were teleported to Earth. Have you dealt with all the Smurfs? Phil Coulson said easily, letting the agent who was blocking the road pass. You've made a profit again this time. You actually asked me to do odd jobs and didn't even pay me. Liu Qi said casually, and soon arrived at Bifrost's teleportation location. Wait for me. Thor said to Jane, who was reluctant to leave, and turned to look at Phil Coulson. It seems that you stole something from my friend. Please return it. It is a conscription, sir. We will hand her back to Ms. Foster soon. Phil Coulson replied awkwardly. It was obviously a robbery. Jane protested quietly, but everyone at the scene heard it. Phil Coulson showed an awkward but polite smile, but Thor's identity was too special, and some information revealed by Liu Qi made him dare not act rashly. Phil Coulson kept smiling as he quickly asked someone to take Jane to get her things so that she wouldn't say anything else. Thor nodded, quite satisfied with this. Uncle, do you want to go to Asgard with me? Thor shouted as he looked at Liu Qi, who was swinging his sword. Well, it's not bad to open a new map. Quickly cancelling the match, Liu Qi came to Thor's side. Phil Coulson, I'm going to travel as well. Remember to tell Tony so as not to disturb my trip. You have already gone to outer space, are you still afraid that he will disturb you? But what can Phil Coulson do but be a ruthless nodding machine? Seeing that everyone was ready, Thor cleared his throat. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. Thor shouted with great momentum, but... A minute passed silently, and there was no movement. Little brother, can you do it? Liu Qi looked at Thor with contempt, and Thor felt a little embarrassed. Heimdall, I know you can see, open the door. Finally, a beam of light with extremely strong energy fluctuations fell from the sky, bringing Liu Qi and others from the Earth to Asgard at an extremely fast speed. Not bad, more exciting than a roller coaster. Liu Qi gave his own evaluation, while Thor saw Heimdall with frost on his body and had an ominous premonition. Heimdall, what's wrong with you? Thor helped Heimdall sit on the ground. Heimdall was very weak at the moment and could only say slowly, Loki is taking the giants of Jotunheim to assassinate the king. Go and stop him. What? Thor was very shocked, but he didn't dare to stay any longer and flew out quickly. Won't you wait for me? Liu Qi shouted, but Thor had already flown away. You should take him to another place first. There is water that has melted from the ice here. It is very humid and not conducive for the injured to rest. Liu Qi made up an excuse and asked several other Asgard warriors to help Heimdall go to other places, while he himself prepared to sneak to Asgard. Wang Defa. Liu Qi showed up on the Bifrost. Unexpectedly, the bridge of the Bifrost was its energy transmission channel, which contained extremely strong energy and could not allow Liu Qi to sneak through. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Liu Qi could only fly, but the speed was even slower. Looking at the distant Asgard, Liu Qi was speechless. You built the bridge so long, I'm afraid this section of the road will be the most time-consuming when we send troops. However, his speed was not slow either, with a flight speed of nearly 1,000 meters per second, and a ground stealth speed of tens of thousands of meters per second. He could take off directly, but the dark energy was too obedient to the rules set by that man, so he could not fly. Moreover, the speed was so fast that Liu Qi could not react, but he could rely on this to operate the flying Thor. Liu Qi, who was not slow, soon arrived in front of the magnificent Asgard. Oh my god, aren't you tired of building such a big house? I'm afraid it takes 10 minutes to go to the toilet. Liu Qi looked at the huge amounts of Asgard and didn't know where to go. After waiting for a while, just as he was about to gamble with fate and find a branch, Liu Qi suddenly saw Bifrost start up in the distance. When did you run over there? There was no way. Asgard was too big and there were too many buildings, which greatly affected the vision. Liu Qi didn't even know when these two people ran over there. With a sigh, Liu Qi could only fly over again. These young people don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Don't they know that the elderly have difficulty walking? I also thought that when I meet Odin, I must ask him to build a bunch of signposts, otherwise how can we find our way in such a huge Asgard? Luchi had already thought of what would be written on the signpost: turn right 500 meters ahead to reach the prison, turn right 400 meters ahead to reach the path leading into the prison, go straight ahead to reach Odin's hibernation chamber. It is recommended that you turn left into the alley ahead to enter the highway leaving Asgard. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.